We had
rebuild the Kansas Jayhawks.
No, so no. We have one of those rims that you can raise up and lower down.
Yeah.
And right now, Jack he's in the process of seeing how high he can put the rim that he can still dunk. And Dad's still just above him. So we had a dunk contest. We played pig, and then we had one-on-one, and it got pretty physical. Physical.
Is he about ready to beat you?
No.
When's the growth spurt coming? Because he's like right now. It's like,
oh, he's in the middle of it. It's like every day that he wakes up. There are certain days I'm like, "But I think you just got taller last night." He's in that era of his life. But yeah, I'm just curious to our listeners. Were you one that was calling the coaches saying it's too hot? We can't let our little boy possibly play in this heat, put a helmet on in this heat, have contact in this heat, or were you surprised and disappointed that there wasn't practice?
So a couple ticket texts that have already come in. This one says, I think it's about the parents. They're pointing fingers, threatening to sue people. It's not worth it for the coach. I know a coach who says it's a nightmare. Whiny parents have made this too much work. Kev in Lake Point.
Yeah, same thing on Twitch. It's easier to cancel practice, thus completely avoiding any possibility of a lawsuit. And here's another one talking about school today. And I understand some of the schools without AC, if you're going to be in there for 6, 7, 8 hours of limiting the day. But I've seen on social media a few mamas say, I'm going to include dads in this as well, because I've heard it from them as well, saying they are calling their kids in sick to school today because it's too hot and the school doesn't have AC.
Texter says it's not about the temperature, it's about the degree of humidity. Says Michigan High School Athletic Association has rules against practicing when it's over a certain degree of humidity. And that's why people are altering practices.
So you can alter them, just don't cancel them.
People pointing out some of the worst examples. A Vikings player has previously passed from a heat stroke. We're not saying be ignorant to heat-related issues.
Oh, it's a real thing.
You have to be more aware of them during this.
If I was going to be old man yelling at the clouds, it would be you have to have practice. It has to be full pads, full contact. And no, you can't go to water. That's weak. That's outdated. That's outdated and old man thinking. Yeah, that should not happen.
Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. This one says, when it was too hot, we would do a lift and walkthroughs.
Yeah, sure, you can have walkthroughs.
Sure. This one says, we practiced in Owasso, no pads, took a mandatory 10-minute break every half hour inside the school.
So we did make some modifications. They have it in place because they played on Sunday. They played a game, and in the middle of a quarter, at the 6-minute mark, they would have a scheduled water break. It was an extra timeout. It wasn't charged to either team. And so all the kids would go to the sideline, get a water break, come back out, resume the game.
No practice because of hot and humidity is pure soft. Are the kids in Louisiana or Texas practicing? They have weather like this all the time. More response. I know we got phone calls. You want to jump in? 248-539-9797. Before the hour ends, a check-in on our suddenly 500 baseball team and a note on the untold story. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills Group Fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
En route. Is that what you're?
No, that's not why he played that. It was the last part of that. We don't need to draw attention to it more than that.
Surprised Heather wasn't laughing at it.
It's just dumb. Boys, it's stupid. It's so dumb.
It's on my way.
No football practice, though.
I was going to be early. Is that bad?
Greg caught it. I half caught it. And when we were in that segment, I was talking to you, and I looked over at Greg and seen him cracking up. And I saved it. I held it back. Let's keep the topic going.
Yeah.
But Greg almost got me. Much like you always do when you take the show off the rails.
Yes. I'm usually the one that drops Jack off.
And this was going to be prematurely.
I was going to be early.
Right.
We'll be dropped. Yeah.
Okay, let's get to the phones.
And they can do that now that there's no football practice.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Anytime would have been fine but at that point.
Heather, what did you want to say?
Immature boys. It's just nothing. I have nothing to say. It's just stupid.
It is stupid. So is canceling practice, albeit on a hot day. That was your issue, John. It's can't you modify extra water breaks? We still got to get practice in, right? But this is something going on all across Michigan as football practice and football season is in full swing here. Let's get to Zach and Milford. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning, and go blue.
Go blue.
I was calling about the practices, and you know what's upsetting about that is I think it sets a bad example for younger people about not being resilient or adapting to adverse situations. I played sports my whole life. I was by no means an athlete, but growing up in Louisville, it was much hotter and much more humid. You just found a way to get it done, and you had a great time with your teammates, and you bonded over that experience of, having to adapt and to your surroundings like that. It's just a shame that, our society is so litigious and coddled.
Well, yeah, no one's saying, back in the day, if your coach is saying, water makes you weak, water's for getting blood off my uniforms, they're going all, remember the Titans. And nobody says that should be the way we conduct practice in 2024. But you can still practice. And I was caught off guard when you sent that text yesterday. Tim in Ludington, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, it's funny you bring this up. I went to Catholic school, so we had to walk a mile there, a mile home,
In
and
the
on
snow?
our way home.
Uphill, both ways.
All right, and then once I got home, I put my uniform on, got on my bike, drove back a mile back, practiced. I know you know where St. Linus and Haston High School used to be.
Uh-huh.
That's where we practiced at, and then practice and get on my bike and go home again. So I mean, there was no water on the field for us at that time, and I'm 71 years old, so that was a long time ago.
Well, we have made progress in the amount of water available to kids. Every kid shows up now with a water bottle. There's no, the old iron horse where there's a whole bunch of holes poked in the pipe that is just, spewing water for everybody to go put their, and get their water. And there's no coaches that are saying, "Oh, you're weak by going. It's a sign of weakness. Your opponent's not getting water." Like, we have made progress.
So you mentioned about the kids bring their water bottles. Yeah, they do. But I do think when you get in heat like this, again, another responsible thing for a coach to do is to bring extra water. That's when you go get the cooler. You'll get a 24-pack of bottled water, and you have it there available. That would be a responsible way to go on ahead and continue a modified practice. Again, I will go to the point, if there were games yesterday, would they have been canceled?
No.
The temperature, the humidity, all these talking points going back and forth, games would have been played.
Yeah. Well, and I will say this, and here is part of the difference, is and why I was a little bit surprised. Marion, Ruby's high school, is preparing to play their powder puff game. They have one a year. The practice has been going on all summer. They had practice last night, yet the boys didn't.
Speaking of modifications, Craig in Madison says John let his son drop the rim below 10 inches. That is the soft part of the story here.
No, I dropped it below 10 feet because I still want to be able to dunk. I can't.
Feet, yes.
Yeah. I can't jump that high anymore.
Oh, no.
Yes. It's the landing issue more than
So
it
you're
is
the
the
soft
takeoff. Yes. I will admit, I'm not as tough as I once was. Appearances can be deceptive.
We got some calls we can mix in. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather in the news first.
Well, here's a great story. Mark Wahlberg's annual, excuse me.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's
My goodness.
too hot in here.
Yeah, too humid, really.
humid,
Yes,
yes,
that's the thing.
yes.
His annual charity golf outing took place on Monday at the Detroit Golf Club, and it raised more than $1 million
Wow.
for pediatric patients, $1.5 million, which is pretty cool. So this year was the 4th year of this golf outing. It's the Feldman Automotive Children's Miracle Celebrity Invitational, where Mark Wahlberg's Youth Foundation and the Children's Miracle Network kind of partner up to host the event. This year, Mark Wahlberg actually couldn't make it because he's in Australia filming a movie, but he sent his brothers there instead to kind of fill in his place. So Donnie and Jim were there. It sounds like it was a great event. Obviously, it raised a ton of money for these kids that are in the hospital. So great news. A Grosse Pointe mom wants justice. She's a mom. Her son was killed in a high-speed crash last November, and now she wants the driver's parents to face charges. So according to the police reports, there was a 16-year-old driver behind the wheel. He was going over 100 miles per hour in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. He lost control, crashed into a post, knocked the post over, hit a tree. Ultimately, his passenger, an 18-year-old, passed away. And now this mom is saying, hey, you know what? You're responsible for this because you actually knew your son was a reckless driver. There's proof from the app. What's that app called, John?
Life 360.
Yeah, that you could see that he was speeding.
Well, and her text messages were,
Yes.
please slow down.
Please slow down. And this is just like leading up into the accident. So she had texted him numerous times to say, hey, you need to slow down. There's a lot to unpack in this whole story because there's a history with this young boy as well, not just with the driving, but other things that he got into. But now basically this mom's saying, hey, you handed him the keys. You bought this really nice fast car and you let your son get behind the wheel, even though you knew that he was a reckless driver and was always speeding. So far, no other charges have been made, but we'll see what happens with that. A former Michigan football player, Patrick Kugler, is that how you say that?
Yes.
Kugler
Yes.
has been arrested as part of a human trafficking investigation. It's a really disgusting story. He was arrested in Tennessee along with several others. Basically, there was an undercover operation going on. Officers placed like fake ads on websites linked to prostitution, commercial sex. They were trying to catch people who were looking to commit sex crimes with children. And Kugler was caught in this as well. The operation lasted 2 days, August 16th and 17th. 5 other people were arrested as well. He's facing 1 count of trafficking for sexual servitude. He was released on a $5,000 bond. Gross.
Yes.
The NFL and NFL Players Association have mandated the use of a new device to measure field conditions before regular season games this season. So the development and introduction of what is known as a strike device is part of a larger effort to create and set like universal guidelines for the league's 30 playing surfaces. So basically, not only are they going to use this new strike device, they're also still going to use the device that they'd been using before to measure the field's like hardness before the games, that Clegg machine or whatever.
Yeah.
So they're going to use that and this new one, but I think eventually that Clegg reading is going to kind of go away and this strike device will take over everything. They say it delivers a metric-based reading on 2 energy measurements. I don't know. Apparently can find different data.
Well, it's supposed to.
Was that me?
I don't,
Is that me?
That's you.
What was I talking
third
about?
time's a charm.
They're measuring, you said, the hardness of the playing surface.
I know, but what was I talking about? Don't play it again. Okay. It makes me uncomfortable. Oh my God.
Yes, I know. The rest of us in here want to make sure we have an HR representative.
Jeez. Moving on from that, I don't.
Yes, I won't. I won't go into the.
Let's not talk about that. Jason
measuring
and
the
Travis
field.
Kelsey, they just landed this huge deal with Amazon for over $100 million for their New Heights podcast.
Wow.
I know. So the deal between the Kelseys and Wondery, which is part of Amazon, will run for 3 years. Like I said, worth more than $100 million. It starts on Wednesday. Good for them. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at Twitch right now because I'm just going to show this to you to get
no.
your reaction.
Okay,
because
let's see it.
It looks like Jim and I are way high, and it looks like your chair is sitting on the ground, like you're a little tiny person.
Well, compared to you guys, I am.
Yes, you are.
So-
Yes.
All right, we have people on hold that want to complain about kids these days and how soft everything is. We have other things to get to as well before the show ends, including a question about the Tigers, a Lions regret, and Stallions Netflix review. It's 97.1.
I get asked the question all the time, how did you lose so much weight, and why did you decide to make that change? Well, I went with Ideal You. And what motivated me was the fact that my kid sent me a picture. I was on the sidelines of one of the games, and I actually do remember the game, and yes, I was there. And they circled me, and I thought, who are they circling? Like, who is this guy? I didn't even recognize my own profile because I was so overweight, and so I decided to make the change. I contacted Ideal You, and we worked together to help me lose 40 pounds in 40 days. I lost 60 pounds overall. Now that I'm 2.5 years into it, I am still down that 60 pounds. In fact, there's a couple more that keep falling off, which has allowed me to feel better. I've been able to exercise. I feel better about myself when I'm taking pictures, all of those different things that when you lose weight, you're kind of excited about. If you want to change your life, go to idealu.us right now and schedule a free consultation. They'll tell you the same thing. Hey, we're going to help you. You could be losing 20, 30, or even 40 pounds in just 40 days. And when you reach your goal, we're going to help you keep it off. They don't just say, hey, nice job, see you later. They help you keep it off. Ideal You has helped thousands of people like you and me, and they can continue that process. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us.
question about the Tigers, a Lions regret, Stallions, Netflix, all of that before the hour ends. Back to the phones we go. Chris in Oxford, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, Heather. Go Green. Good morning, guys.
Go Green.
Morning.
I do not like the fact that they're not having practice. I went to high school in the 80s, and we had 2-a-days in this weather, and I was just thinking of this as I was on hold. They're going to have games this week. It's still going to be this hot. What are they going to do, cancel the games? No.
That was Tom's
They should have
point.
been practicing to get used to it. So
Right, and make the
And yes,
modifications. I mean, no one says you got to,
Yeah, if you're going to play in it, you got to acclimate to it.
Good point.
exactly. I agree 100% because they practice at night then instead of during the day so they know exactly what the weather should be like.
Yeah, and here's the other thing is the players, they played in this on Sunday, and this has not been a fall camp for any level where they've really had the opportunity to acclimate to it. So it was a bit of a shock on Sunday playing a game in that weather. Now they have a chance to acclimate to it, and I do think the weather is going to be a little bit nicer this weekend, but if it's not by Friday night, you better be used to playing in it.
Jesse in Ann Arbor, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I guess I have a little different perspective as an athletic trainer who's on the sidelines to kind of prevent these heat strokes and stuff. You know, the state has an actual rule that you aren't allowed to practice, especially football, because you require equipment if it's above 99 on the heat index. So, like, I have actually had canceled football games. So, like, if they had a game scheduled and it was over 99 on the heat index, they aren't allowed to play. Because of that issue where kids could have heat stroke and suffer the consequences of that.
What was yesterday's heat index? I don't know, John, if you know. Or
It was 101.
Jesse, well then.
Yeah, so like at 105, no sports are allowed to happen. So like soccer can happen right now, because it's below a certain thing, but even like a soccer practice isn't allowed from the states to occur.
Well, and I think John
105.
John was saying not necessarily that you got to go full pads and go 7 on 7.
Yeah, or for 2.5 hours. You can modify so that it is more like a soccer practice. You don't have helmets on, maybe you don't have pads on. You could go walk through. You can increase water breaks. There's a lot of different things that you can do to help acclimate to the conditions.
Texter says, who cares how tough you were back in the day? Heat stroke is real. You have to be aware of it. Your body can shut down at any point. No one said go full go in 100-degree heat index. You were just caught off guard that there were no modifications, that they just out and out cancel practice in its entirety. No footwork, no working on technique, none of that. Just
Film.
out and out film, even if it comes down to that.
Inside.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. We got people who want to talk about Tigers and Stallions, and we'll mix in a little Lions here. Let's start with Connor Stallions, the untold story on Netflix. I got up early today before we came in, and I watched this because I knew it would be a conversation, and my initial take was, I don't think anyone's going to change their opinion. We did not get the smoking gun, which directly ties Stallions to the Michigan coaching staff. Now, Harbaugh gave him a game ball, clearly valued him, but I think they didn't give us the direct connection. Not that I care. The program benefited. Harbaugh oversaw it. You still have to get punished for it. But we didn't get a little extra juice, something we didn't know. There was nothing about the LLC, the vacuum sales. There's nothing about how this was how he funded the operation where he had tickets to all these games that he would buy and sell and collect video from. So we didn't get really anything earth-shattering from this story. I think if you watch it, the vast majority of it feels like it was made for someone who was living on another planet, which is good if you guys weren't paying attention. But I felt like the first 70% of this was kind of obvious.
It was already, it was pretty much all not new information.
No, and then the very end, maybe the last 25%, you get a little bit of a look into Stallions talking to the NCAA, where he doesn't recall anything. He comes across scummy, shady, dishonest. He does not present credible when they say, were you at the MSU CMU game? And he said he doesn't recall. Dave Portnoy goes, he told me.
Yeah.
Portnoy said, he told me. That was him. Connor's on the sideline.
For somebody that was as meticulous as he was, especially with his military background, I find it very hard to believe when he says, when they asked, who did you buy the tickets for? Who was there? Who sent you the information? I don't remember.
I don't recall.
Were you there on the sidelines at Central Michigan? Well, I don't remember. I don't recall. That to me just that doesn't fly.
And then he was asked about, he thinks he was in a gray area. I don't break rules. What was the phrasing he used? We have the cut. Let's play it for people. Oh, that's what it was. That's better. Yeah, exploiting the rules. Totally fine. In his mind, that's how he has justified this.
Right.
And he said everything they did was in pursuit of a championship, which means in his mind, this did help them win a championship.
And here's the one I'd like to hear again, too, about would you do it again? I don't regret a thing.
Wow. That's near the end.
Knowing that this black cloud hangs over and will forever hang over, and I don't care if it hangs over the coaches, I don't care if it hangs over the program. It's going to forever hang over each and every individual of that team as players. That's where I look at it and say, you really would do this all over again?
Yeah, I don't get that. Michigan was good enough to win the title. They loaded up dudes in the NFL, best quarterback, running back combo the school maybe has ever seen. I mean, the offensive line, entire unit's gone. I mean, they had a loaded roster. They didn't have to do it. So the idea that he still feels like he would have done all of that again, knowing what it means for the program, knowing that there's an NCAA notice of allegations that's out because of the conduct that he spearheaded, and he has no regrets and would do it all over again. It's hard not to watch that and come across not liking the guy. So, again, nothing was presented that I think is going to change people's minds in all this. You know, I think they had a guy on there, Ohio State message board guy. He was in like a ski mask and sunglasses, and he's all investigative reporting.
Yeah.
You had the Stallions camp pointing out that we were hacked. This is Ryan Day's brother. All of the conspiracy stuff that we lived last fall is in this 90 minutes. So a lot of it felt regurgitated. I encourage you to watch it and draw your own conclusions. But, John, I didn't think anything with it was overly earth-shattering.
No, in regards to the whole hack thing, and this was just brought up on Twitch again, a point that I've tried to make before, that can be a legal question. That could be a law that was broken.
Sure.
We're talking about NCAA rules. We're talking about cheating in the program. They're two different things. The NCAA doesn't enforce laws,
like criminal civil laws.
Yeah.
I mean, the argument that it was the Washington Post reporter made is he just said the evidence is the evidence.
Yeah.
I mean, your defense can't be, and he didn't say this, but your defense can't be you weren't supposed to know about it.
Right. So this is not this is not a lack of some type of proper search.
Right.
Or some document that says, well, we had this so we can go look. If we didn't have it, we looked, and now we can't admit this evidence.
This
is not a legal proceeding.
It's not a court of law, right? So here's the thing. We also don't know that it was a hack. Like, that's just a theory that they have put out. And even if it was true, I don't think it's a defense of the behavior Connor Stallions conducted himself with while he's at the University of Michigan. So there you go. We got a phone call. E in Southfield, you want to jump in? You're on 97.1.
First and foremost, bet. Go blue. I got one thing to say. The WWE, NCAA, and the afternoon crew got one thing in common. They're all fake. If the NCAA really had something, they thought they had Michigan last year when they let Harbaugh get on the plane and then tell him when he landed in Penn State that you couldn't coach, you're suspended. They thought we were going to lose those 3 games. Nah. We win the Rose Bowl. They thought we were going to lose that. national champions. Now you want to come and say we got a ruling, we got all this stuff, but we're not going to bring it out to 90 days. 90 days, that's that Monday before we go to Columbus. We're not scared of nobody. Our guys didn't do nothing wrong. They stood on business last year, and they're going to do it this year. Back-to-back national champs, go blue. And, John, I defended you because they keep coming for you on the afternoon show, but everything you're saying is right. Stand by it. Go blue. You're a true Michigan man. Go blue.
Thanks, bud. Don't care what they say.
I know you don't.
No.
I'm sure that'll make an appearance as well. 248-539-9797. For him to say that this is effectively a witch hunt, like, there's evidence. So, I mean, hey, best of luck in your defense of the national title, but you can't play pretend like it didn't happen. The 90-day window is for Michigan's benefit, not the NCAA's. They're noticed, then you get 90 days. The NCAA is not going to drag this out 90 more days.
No, they have 60 days after that to respond to whatever Michigan sends them. If it gets to that point. Now, I said this yesterday. They should be on the phone right now. How do we settle?
Yeah, get this over with.
What is it? What is the punishment? What are you thinking the punishment's going to be? Here's what we think. Find a way to meet in the middle and serve your time.
All right, we got some calls to get to. We're going to get into the Tigers and the Lions before the hour ends. I said a question to ask Tiger fans. 500 baseball team. What do we do with them now? The question next, plus a Lions regret. Is it a regret? It's 97.1.
You guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding he was just at recently. It was this really nice wedding downtown, and one of his patients came up to him, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance, and he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost the exact same story, but this time they were already married, and this patient was so excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consultation with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Doesn't even look like me. 97.1. We've been talking about, if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind. A couple times today, we got into some of the details, some of the audio reactions from Stallions. Untold Story on Netflix. The Tigers won last night. They are now a 500 baseball team. That doesn't make a big difference. They're still 6.5 games out of a playoff spot. But, John, our discussion was how to describe this. I said they're fake contenders. And while that sounds negative, I actually mean it positively. That they're even pseudo in contention is a compliment to the way they've played the last month or so. Post-trade deadline, I left them for dead. You got a two-man rotation. It's duct tape and glue. Best of luck, but you're probably losing 90 games. That is no longer the case. And the young bats they've called up scored all 6 runs, drove in all 6 runs yesterday. What do we call this? They're not in contention, but you took issue with saying fake because this could be real. Springboard to 25, et cetera, right. Foundation, all that stuff. So what are we settling on? What are we calling this?
Still have yet to hear a good name. I mean, they're scrappy. I can't call it, scrappy contenders because they're not actually contending. So you're not off especially in your response when I said the fake doesn't sound right, and you're like, well, it's not real. The opposite of real is fake. So you're right, but here's where. I mean, I'm back watching the Tigers, first of all, because they're on Bally's, but second, because it's fun, it's entertaining, and they're winning. And they're winning in a scrappy way. They have group effort days on the mound. Like, I've never even heard that term before until now. It's kind of been a way to invent what's going on with this pitching staff because you have Montero and you have Skubal. You no longer have Flaherty. You don't have Mize. You don't have Manning. You don't have a lot of the parts that you started the season with that thought was going to be a part of this rotation. And you kind of always felt like Flaherty was going to be a piece sold if they weren't in it at the trade deadline. They have. And since then, they've been able to get back to 500. We thought they were going to be a team that was going to border on 90 losses.
Right.
And now you're looking at it going, okay, if we're going to buy into what Scott Harris is selling, his plan, that is to develop a core, create a foundation. All right, you've done it, Scott. Hey, good job. Now follow through. When that foundation is there, you've been promised by ownership that you'll be able to supplement it with free agents.
I think what's real is that a foundation has formed. I think the nucleus and the core is developing. It's blossoming. And so I don't think people should ignore that. I think it's real. I think Meadows is an everyday player. That Keith is he's growing as a player. You've already got Green. There are foundations in the lineup that we didn't think were there. It's way too early to trust Torque. Here's why they're fake contenders, though. This is why it's the best way to frame it. It's not being negative. It's the truth. To get to 88 wins, which is kind of where we've targeted what would take to get a wild card.
Sure, give or take a game. Sure.
They got to go 22-8 from here. They've already gone 11-3. That would be a 33-11 finish. That's 75% of your games you win the rest of the season. That is horrid in baseball. Has it been done? Yes. It's extremely unlikely, and that's why it's fake.
Right. The Lions thing, and then we'll get to Doug. Is there any regret as we see Donovan Peoples-Jones cut? Any regret understanding that the Lions have $42 million in cap space? Any regret that they didn't just pay Josh Reynolds?
I don't know.
I know I'm doing this in hindsight. Because
Right.
at the time we figured they'd find an upgrade, but they haven't. And I don't know that someone's going to be cut that's going to be a better fit than Josh Reynolds. So do you regret it?
I don't necessarily know that I regret it because of what they ended up paying. I think he was being paid more than he was worth. But I
2
also
years,
know,
$9 million. I mean, they could have afforded it.
That's not the question. Yes, they could have afforded it. They could have afforded a lot of. They could afford Hunter Renfroe. They could afford a lot of guys that are still out there and available, and maybe they will. But I find it really hard to wrap my head around the fact that Josh Reynolds has been vilified for one drop. If he's not there last year, I don't think they're in the NFC Championship game. I don't know, how it pans out in terms of the division or winning a game or two in the playoffs, but he was a vital key to where they had gotten. Now, they thought they had the answer in DPJ. That didn't pan out. There are other options. They can trade. They can find somebody off the scrap heap because there's going to be a lot of qualified receivers on the scrap heap as of 4:01 tonight.
And we'll be all over it. I know, Doug, you're going to probably be talking about that today at some point, too.
Some point, yep. Going to get to it. Absolutely.
Where are you at? What's going on today?
With Josh Reynolds or with
just in general?
Well, we'll start with Sign Stealer. Got up early this morning to watch it, and I'll give you my 2 cents. I thought you said something that I agreed with, and we will get to that at some point during the show. Initial wave of cuts, and we've got it down to, I think there's 15 more obvious cuts to go, which would take it down to 61. So there's some tough decisions still to be made, and there are some options. And I don't think I don't think they're going to regret not having Josh Reynolds, because I think there's a plan, and I think it's big. And we'll get to that at 11.
Oh, boy. I got to wait an hour for Doug to deliver the name, the move, the domino that falls and makes it all make sense.
Yep.
All right, Karsch and Anderson's next. It's 97.1.
Hi, welcome to the program. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Anderson out today. So, look, game week, we move closer to openers for Michigan and Michigan State. But obviously, overnight, the Sign Stealer Netflix documentary was released, and had a chance to watch it this morning. I will give you my evaluation of it and what is new and what is interesting in this. We'll start with this. I mean, the whole thing isn't good. The optics aren't good. I wish it never happened. I get some people don't care, and some of those people were in the documentary. But it did. And then the question is, all right, what is the fallout? What is the significance? What is the fallout of this story? And I think the Sign Stealer documentary, I think it was clear when the NCAA gave Michigan the notice of allegations, and it came before Sign Stealer came out. I would imagine that the NCAA was pretty up to date on what the content of that was, and that's why they felt comfortable going with the notice of allegations before this documentary got released. There isn't a particularly new ground broken in the eyes of the NCAA. As far as people are concerned, if you've been keeping up on the story, there's a few things that are new, but if you have not been keeping up on the story, everything's new, and it's definitely a recap. I mean, it is definitely there is a lot of stuff. It's like, to me, it was like 90 to 95% all stuff that we already knew and kind of already lived through. But when the NOA, the notice of allegations, which is probably the most important thing that Michigan is dealing with right now, is okay, what did your investigation reveal, and what are the actual allegations? What did your investigation find? And that is sort of their reality, okay? There is wild speculation out there, okay? Absolutely wild, that at this point seems like it's nothing more than that. Wild and crazy stuff. If there's evidence to look at things deeper, I think, sure, go for it. But at this point, it's amazing how much stuff is out there. The reality is what Michigan is looking at is the NOA. As far as this whole thing, Jim Costa said this morning, and I think it was wise, it's probably not going to change anybody's mind. They went through Connor's background. He started at Navy. We walked in, said he wanted to help coach, and it was suggested by a member of the staff. He tried to decipher opponent signs in his first game was against Ohio State, and he said it wasn't that hard as he was on the Navy sideline. Then he went to a coach's clinic that Jim Harbaugh put on. He met Chris Partridge, who was a linebacker coach, asked if he could help. They said yes. At some point, I'm sure there was some vetting, but there clearly wasn't enough. I mean, there clearly wasn't enough as to what this guy, might be capable of. He claims, when he started, that Michigan was at the bottom of the totem pole in the intelligence operations. And he kind of described how he went about his strategy for stealing signs. And at this point, as you're going through this thing, the 21 season, the 22 season, and the 23 season, they haven't even mentioned accusations that they might be doing it. He might be doing it through means that would wander into gray areas in the NCAA rulebook. But the story breaks. Michigan immediately confiscates his phone and computer. He lawyers up. Michigan wants to hold a hearing with him, and his attorney advises him not to show up, so he doesn't. And, the story goes on as to sort of all the fallout, what he was feeling at the time. And I mean, at the end, he concludes, I wouldn't change a thing. And I'm like, man, I don't know if I could say that if I were in his shoes, that he wouldn't change a thing. But it recapped all the reporting on how he got there. And, the part that came across as a little sketchy is, right, Connor and the buddy, specifically the buddy of his that apparently was bought tickets to go to a game, kind of smiling, saying, no, I didn't do it, with a wink and a nod. But the most important thing I get back to from a Michigan perspective, all right, from Michigan football's perspective, the most important thing is the NOA, the notice of allegations. And, this Netflix documentary hasn't done something that is, probably the nuclear result, which would be that the coaches were involved, that the coaches were either instructing him or knew what he was up to. And the Netflix documentary doesn't conclude that. The NCAA's notice of allegations doesn't conclude that. And as far as the possibility of, the worst sanctions against the program, that's where there hasn't been that tie. Now I know there's going to be people say, you can't tell me. And if whether it's me that's telling you, hey, it's the NCAA telling you, it's ESPN reporters telling you, now it's the Netflix documentary telling you, but that's the reality of what's on Michigan's plate right now. And then there was a lot of implications in this documentary. I mean, it is absolutely implied a lot that Ohio State was the one that blew the whistle on Michigan. They mentioned Ryan Day's brother, who's got a private investigation service. There's the reporter that was all over this from the Washington Post, who was at Boston College the same time as Ryan Day was, although he says the first time I found out Ryan Day was at Boston College is when people started linking those two together when the story broke, which is fine. And then there's Dan Wetzel, who's been – look, Dan Wetzel and the Yahoo guys, as you follow all the reporting and you talk to people, they don't really run with rumors over there. And, Wetzel said, look, we FOIA'd other schools. There are other schools doing this. But he didn't name them. And the reason he didn't name him is because my guess is, even though he's got those FOIAs, it doesn't mean that they were buying tickets for people to sit in seats. Other schools are buying tickets for people to sit in seats, just like Stallions is accused of doing. But he didn't name names because he needs to corroborate that they actually were doing this, because Dan's a really good reporter. But time may tell on that one, and time may tell on if through illegal means. And that was the one thing that Stallions team said to the NCAA is, how was this information obtained? How was Connor's, because they think his computer was hacked. Was it hacked illegally? But again, it's not a great story. If you're a huge Michigan fan, you probably want it to go away, but there's nothing particularly new other than seeing Connor testifying to the NCAA and being evasive. He was absolutely evasive. And that's the part that, that is breaking news to us. It's not to the NCAA, because obviously they were the ones conducting the interview.
Well,
Kang, any thoughts?
It's also, I think, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm sure a lot of people haven't watched it yet because it just came out at midnight or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But you get to hear and see Connor talk. That's completely new. So this whole process, we never really, as a public, never got to hear him and say anything. First of all, did you watch it in one sitting, Doug? You didn't do chapters like you normally do? You weren't folding laundry? You weren't working out? You weren't painting or something? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
This really had your attention then.
Yep. I knew it was going to be talked about, so I was up early today.
And two, surprisingly, you don't think Michigan and Michigan State fans will come to an agreement after watching this Netflix
look, I mean, I know how this goes, right? I mean, there's
no one's opinion's going to be changed.
No, I'm suspecting that's the case.
I do want to ask you on the notice of allegations, though. I know your type of personality is like, hey, if I did something wrong, take my punishment right now. Let's get it over and done with. The way this thing is playing out right now, it looks like this could drag on for a while. How do you feel about that?
So, look, I would imagine that right now that they are starting the process of, can we just negotiate a resolution, which they tried to do a year ago when they suspended Jim Harbaugh out of the gate, and the NCAA wanted more. So I'm going to guess that they're trying to negotiate a resolution. They've got, 120 days before they have to respond. So Michigan's going to bunker down. And unless the NCAA, there are more leaks out of the NCAA, I don't think we're going to get any fresh news on this for quite some time. But I don't know that those things happen quickly. But it's also how motivated is the NCAA? Are they happy with their pound of flesh with Jim Harbaugh? Or do they want people at Michigan to be held accountable, more people at Michigan to be held accountable? And they have to deal with an accusation that the institution wasn't cooperative. Now, is it the institution as a whole? Is it specific individuals? There are two times that Charlie Baker once at point early in the process said Michigan was cooperating, and recently I had a source that's not a Michigan employee tell me that, Michigan's absolutely cooperating. But they need to, I would imagine that there is going to be a negotiation process right now with the NCAA to just try and come to a conclusion and wrap this up. And it may result in a suspension. It may not. But if you're Michigan, look, I've seen these things play out before, in covering Michigan athletics. When something bad happens, the sooner, whatever it is, and maybe they have come clean with everything that they know, and they're still being accused of being evasive, but the sooner you come clean, the sooner you can wrap it up, and the sooner you can move on. That rollover for Michigan basketball that happened in the early 90s hung over that program for like 6 years. 6 years. Now, things have changed a lot in that players aren't as scared to go to a school that is facing sanctions because they can transfer right away if they want to. They can absolutely just leave right away. Well, before there were more binding, and they were like, well, I don't want to go to a place that's hit with some probation. So it doesn't impact programs the same way it did investigations, the same way it did back then. But I still think you want the quickest resolution on this thing. But there you go. It's all there for you to watch for people who saw it. If you have any comments, questions, feel free. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of this coming up. Carson Anderson. Don't forget, Lions cut down day at 11 o'clock. I'll tell you what I think the plan is. I think there is a plan to improve this roster, and I do think it's smart. I'm looking forward to seeing it play itself out. That at 11, it's Carson Anderson, Gator Out Today, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding Sign Stealer, the Netflix documentary, the Untold series, which documents Connor Stallions' time at Michigan. And Kang, you're right. It's funny. I forget that not everybody heard from him, saw him, ever heard him talk before. And so that was new for a lot of people to hear his side of the story. Chad writes in, I just finished the Stallions doc. He's a smart guy who loves the game. That recruiting manifesto is gold. Love his lawyer who hates the NCAA. Michigan gets caught, goes 7-0, wins the Natty. Textbook NCAA will be obsolete within 5 years after watching this. Got me fired up for the season. Go Blue. Well, people don't know what's going to happen with the NCAA. They're still the enforcement body, and they, are still the people that you have to answer to for now. But yes, there is discussion that the NCAA will be replaced in some facet. I don't know what's going to happen with college sports because many of their rules are now obsolete, and it has nothing to do with this, why the NCAA is perhaps not going to be around for a while. But I know a lot of people have speculated that the direction of college athletics, especially college football, may not include oversight from the NCAA. The most important revelation has yet to be made in the Connor Stallions saga. That is what happened in Central Michigan. Why is it taking so long to find out what happened there? I don't know. I honestly don't. There's again, the possibility that he was there in an effort, and this is what people think, that he just went to steal signs from Michigan, but it would make no sense when he could, if he were in charge of a sign stealing operation, go sit in the stands, or better yet, have somebody else go sit in the stands. It would make no sense to go do it yourself. The other speculation is that he got asked by CMU guys he knew to come help. But that's all just speculation at this point. The NOA and the Connors thing, I don't care. We have a national championship and you can't take those memories away. I don't give one F about this. I just want football games. Well, look, I mean, it's up to everybody else. It's up to yourself how you process this or how much you care about it. I am looking forward to the start of games again, yes. But that's why you get into this. Wait, so what was he doing on the CMU sidelines? That's from an unnamed texter. Do not know. That hasn't been addressed. Well, it was kind of addressed in that he got a picture of that and says, this guy doesn't even look like me. And then Dave Portnoy says, he told me that was him. So, but what he said to the NCAA when they asked, he said, I don't recall. And that's the parts that I say where he was evasive and doesn't look forthright, which is probably why he's looking at a punishment from the NCAA. From Scott, take your medicine and get it over with. 100% cover-ups all the multiplier applied to the crime. Yep. That is correct. 248-539-9797. Now, the one thing that's come out of this is helmet communication. So you won't see any more of this. I do wonder if some of the other branches and the accusations in the Netflix documentary will be followed up on, or if this is just going to be over with. And and what I mean by that is Wetzel saying the FOIA with 5 other schools buying tickets and putting people in the stands of games. But, I don't think they're going to report anything there they don't know. Yahoo's been really good. They corroborate everything.
Yeah, that little side note, though, of using the helmet to communicate now between sidelines.
Yep.
It just blows my mind that much money is poured into college football, billions and billions of dollars, and they weren't using this technology before. At some point,
they were still using the big boards with a picture of SpongeBob on it.
Yeah, and then the cast of Game of Thrones or whatever. Right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, the NFL just announced that they're not. They experimented with the digital ball spotting and all that, and they're like, we're just going back to the chain gang. Dude, we just watched the Olympics where there are runners with safety pins holding on their number on their the bib. They're using safety pins. So there are some things in sports that haven't quite caught up with technology. But yes, they're going to helmet communication with one green dot on offense, one green dot on defense. 248-539-9797. As far as there's no Michigan administrators or coaches in this, Mike Barrett tells the story from the players' perspective and how they, didn't like having to deal with all the questions and all that came with. And then there's a character that runs a message board for Ohio State named Brohio, and he is in ski mask, glasses, and a hat, and I believe he has voice alteration to protect his identity. If nothing else, you think about this whole thing that's led us to a ski masked Brohio on a message board being a voice in a documentary. This is the real world.
Listen, all sports, you have your fanatics. I get it, right?
Yep.
But I tell you, man, college football, y'all are crazy. Like, I think you guys are the craziest of the bunch. The college football landscape, everything that involves, and actually, but that's what makes college football fun to me too. At the same time,
right,
is the crazy fans in college football, Brohio. That's part of college football. That's part of the pageantry.
Yes. 248-539-9797. All right, the Lions started shaving the roster yesterday. We'll get to some of that today at 10:35. If you want to continue this direction, we'll talk some Tigers today as well. I think there is a master plan for the Lions that we'll get to a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Sign Stealer recapped it to open the show. Your thoughts, 248-539-9797. And then there is yesterday the first wave of cuts before our Detroit Lions season. And they included names that were speculated about, probably the biggest of which was Donovan Peoples-Jones. Detroit kid, played at Michigan. And it just unfortunately didn't work out here. This is the second time I can think of that Brad Holmes traded for a receiver that didn't work out. They traded for Trinity Benson. And isn't he engaged to somebody famous?
He is. We did this.
It was Trinity. Was it
something to do with his name Trinity as well?
He's not engaged to Trinity Rodman, is he?
Yes. Oh, no, he's dating her or something. Maybe
Okay.
dating or engaged, one of the two. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Yeah. Trinity Benson.
Yeah, because her name
is
would
dating
be
Trinity Rodman.
Yeah, if she married him and she took his last name, her name would be Trinity Benson as well.
Yes.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Anyway.
And they have a daughter. They name her Trinity as well.
Trinity, and then
Of course, you have to be.
3 of them.
Yeah, that's right.
Well done. Well played. So, yeah, they let Donovan Peoples-Jones go. Now, second wide receiver I can think of off the top of my head that was traded for since Brad Holmes got here, and the second one that didn't work out, which sucks. You know, I think we all hoped that it would happen. I think in some ways they thought it would happen, and they felt comfortable in letting Josh Reynolds walk, but it didn't work out here. It was almost stunning to me that he made, I mean, I want to say so little of an impact. And it's because when you get into the preseason and you are a starting caliber player, if you're a starting caliber player playing in the third and fourth quarter of a preseason game, quite frankly, I expect you to dominate. And he didn't even really register all that much. He made some catches, but where was the domination? And so I guess that doesn't go as any big surprise. This morning it was announced that cornerback Stephen Gilmore, Jeremy Fowler reported that Stephen Gilmore had been let go, the cornerback. And I started working my way through the depth chart of what they have back. And yesterday they got down to 77. Then they cut Gilmore today, which takes him down by my count to 76. I think remaining, there are 15 obvious cuts to get down to 61. I might be shocked, but you start looking at safety Lawrence Strickland, tight end Parker Hess, quarterback Jake Fromm, running back Jake Funk. I don't think any of these guys are going to be kept on the 53-man roster. Those are the types of players I think are of the 15 obvious cuts, which gets them down to 61. And they're on their way to 53. Once you do the obvious cut thing, then you start looking at players that, you're like, okay, is Maurice Alexander going to make it? He hasn't been cut yet. Defensively, is Isaac Ukwu going to make it? He hasn't been cut yet. Is Chris Smith, the defensive tackle, going to make it? Well, he's still around. And, Ben Neiman, special teams guy, linebacker, is he going to make it? Is CJ Moore going to make it? So, maybe some of these, if you got to come up with 9 guys, all the names I mentioned might not make it. And that's where it gets difficult in terms of, you can make a case for some of those guys. People want to see Ukwu make it. People want to see Chris Smith make it. But, it's a numbers game, and there's still some work to be done, some heavy lifting to be done. And maybe I'm wrong on the obvious 15. Duke Clemens, the guard, is in the obvious 15 that I think probably gets his walking papers today. Jalen Garnes, the safety, probably gets his walking papers today. Javelin Guidry, the corner, probably gets his walking papers today. But look, they went through this is how it works. And these are all reported. My sense is that agents, when their guy gets cut, lets reporters know to get their name out there quickly to hope that they will get re-signed. Agents are a lot of people's sources for a variety of topics in this league. Agents will talk to you, but these agents are, they're trying to get their client's name out there, and so they're the ones that are probably leaking these stories about guys that are getting cut. But as it stands right now, we're still awaiting, what I say, they're at 76, so they got 23 more to cut.
And don't forget, too, that there's going to be possible cuts even if guys make the initial 53-man roster. Like we saw with David Blau and Tim Boyle. I think they first released, was it Tim Boyle, I think it was. And then, so we're like, oh, David Blau's the backup. And then I think David Blau got released shortly after that. And they went out and got Nate Sudfeld, actually. So, but yeah, so, I mean, I know that these are real jobs, real people, everything on the line here. So they make that first cut. They still got to wait to make really a second, unofficial cut to make sure the Lions don't see somebody else on a waiver wire they like. Because I think we're all under the assumption that the next receiver, especially with DPJ being cut already, that it's not on this roster. They still might be looking for another receiver from someone else's team.
Well, that's where some names are coming up, and we'll get to those names in a minute. Did they make a mistake by not bringing back Josh Reynolds? I mean, Josh Reynolds, I don't get the sense that he was going to break the bank. Dave Burkett kind of tweeted as much, brought up whether or not they should have just paid Josh Reynolds. I think they were planning on Donovan Peoples-Jones getting that job done. And I'm guessing that they're a little disappointed that didn't work out. I mean, Josh Reynolds was a role player, but he was good at his role, who unfortunately made the massive mistake at the in the NFC title game. He actually made two of them. They had two drops, which wasn't his, it leaves a very weird legacy here in Detroit. What you always have to consider is maybe Josh Reynolds didn't want to stay here. I mean, it's a two-way street, right? Maybe he said, I want to go strike out and try and be a number 2 receiver. I'm not going to be the number 2 receiver ever in Detroit. I want to go be a number 2 receiver somewhere. Maybe that was his goal.
Yeah, I guess until we hear from him specifically, we'll never know the reason. I tend to think it was probably a contract issue. I think he would have got over the fact that, he had a bad last game here,
Yeah.
But he was so good before that. They were so close as a team to get into the ultimate goal as a player, winning the Super Bowl, at least making it to the Super Bowl. I think in the end, I feel like I agree with you. I think the Lions thought if we don't get Josh Reynolds at a number we feel comfortable with, we'll just lean on DPJ. We got him late in the year last year. Now it gives him a full offseason to get up to speed, develop into the type of receiver we think he can be. Unfortunately, that didn't work out. And this is all hindsight. Maybe in hindsight, they regret, hey, you know what? Maybe we should have gave Josh the number that he was looking for.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this, and I'm wondering, is he going to be the number 2 receiver in Denver?
No, Denver, first of all, he goes to a place where they didn't have a quarterback, okay?
Yeah.
And they go to a place where they had really good receivers already in place. So, to me, that's why I feel like this was a contract issue. Over there, they've always, they end up trading Jerry Jeudy. They have Sutton. I guess they're going to release Tim Patrick, which is a good receiver. Who's the kid from Penn State that they drafted a couple years ago? He's on the team still, isn't he? Hamlin?
No.
Is he injured again? But they had a bunch of receivers, but maybe they were sick of waiting because guys were getting hurt all the time.
But here's the other thing. Whether he was seeking to be a number 2 receiver or not, let's just say he was seeking to be a number 2 receiver. That doesn't mean that's why he chose Denver. He might have chose Denver because they were one of the few teams that wanted him and he didn't get what he was after. But you can make the case that they would be in better shape having kept him, but that's in hindsight. And I think the way it went down with Donovan Peoples-Jones is probably a big disappointment.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a big disappointment for them.
Sorry, KJ Hamler is the receiver I was thinking of. They also have Marvin Mims. They have a plethora of receivers over there that just can't stay healthy.
Yeah. And maybe that's why he's there.
Yeah.
But you mentioned Tim Patrick, okay? That they are reportedly going to cut him and they're seeking a trade. Tim Patrick is a 6'4" receiver that has persevered through back-to-back catastrophic season-ending injuries. 2 years ago, it was an ACL. Last year, it was a torn Achilles. in the 1920 or the 2020 season.
1920.
Yeah, sorry.
They didn't throw the ball then.
No. In the 2020 season, he had 51 catches and 6 touchdowns. In the 2021 season, he had 53 catches and 5 touchdowns. Could he be the solution at wide receiver for the Lions? So the report is that Denver's seeking a trade, and if they can't come up with one, he will become a free agent. I mean, he could be. The problem is an ACL, I think he can come back from an ACL. Any position that relies on speed whatsoever, when you have an Achilles injury and you're 30 years old, that is a formula for losing a step. And if you're relying on speed, that is not great. That's bad for running backs, defensive backs, wide receivers. I mean, everybody wants to be as fast as they can be, but some positions it's more important than others. So that seems like a percentage play that might not exactly work, but maybe they're not willing to trade for him, but maybe they'll contact him in free agency. He could be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because, of course, you're not going to bat 1,000, and Brad Holmes did so well with St. Brown, right? And J-Mo, I mean, I think we see the upside that he could potentially be really good in this league. But every other receiver, it's been a swing and miss. You mentioned the 2 trades earlier. I don't think you mentioned Denzel Mims. Remember that late, trade? It was for late picks, and it was conditional, so I don't even know if they end up giving anything for him. But they went and signed with Traquan Smith in the offseason. When Holmes first got here, it was Tyrell Williams, Brashard Perryman on 1-year deal, so I'm not even sure how much he believed in him then. But if he goes out and looks for another receiver, I don't know how much of an impact they're going to make because they other than St. Brown, I guess Josh Reynolds, right? Who else has made a real impact on this team?
At the wide receiver spot.
At the wide receiver spot.
There have been some struggles. Allen Robinson just got released by the Giants.
He's a big receiver.
He's 31 years old. He's 6'2", 210, and he's a Detroit native. And remember, if you're asking for a third receiver, you're not asking for somebody to be a 100-catch guy. You're asking someone to be Josh Reynolds, who was like a 40-catch guy? Now, he caught a lot of passes for first downs, but will this Detroit native want to come home? The Giants also, did they actually release Isaiah Hodgins? Or
That's according to Jeremy Fowler, I believe.
Okay. I mean, these are both Giants who, the Lions, if they had joint practices, if those guys practice, they got a good look at them. So they could be possibilities at the receiver spot. I do think they're up to something else. We'll get to that at 11 o'clock. Also talk some Tigers next hour. Again, if your thoughts on Sign Stealer, we'll take those as well. Phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug here. I'm a Michigander. You're a Michigander. You know our roads can be dicey. Winter's coming up. Tough to drive. But if you get into an accident, you need someone who's got your back. And that's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, I'm connecting them with the team at Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. And that is what you want from your attorney. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law. Auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Made a mistake this morning. So I shaved.
Yeah, that was your first mistake. Grow a beard for Christ's sake.
I don't want to grow a beard, and I
Okay,
don't like
fine.
shaving. And
All right,
so I
well.
get into these routines where I shave, and then I let it grow until I have to shave again because it gets itchy. But the mistake I made is I missed a spot. And I don't know how obvious it is, maybe for people watching. There's this little tuft of hair that I missed right underneath my lip right there.
Oh, I thought you were going for a new look. Well, like flavor saver.
This is
No?
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly noticeable, but it's like right there, and it's driving me crazy. It's right underneath my lip. Now, I don't know if you can see it on Twitch or YouTube, but the one area you can kind of see. I think you can kind of see it, but it's annoying the hell out of me. You ever do that?
Man, if that annoys you, no wonder you're not growing a beard.
Well,
Right? 'Cause
yeah,
that little
I mean,
patch.
that's true. Yeah,
Imagine a whole chin
but you
full
also
of
don't
hair.
want to be walking around with this.
No
on
one
the
can notice
side,
it,
like
Doug.
literally underneath my lip on the left side of my face. There's this little tuft of hair that I missed. But did you?
Have I ever missed one
Have you
hair?
ever missed this? Yeah.
No. Yeah. But I don't shave often because I just could barely grow facial hair, so it's not a big deal for me. I don't think people even notice ever if I've shaved or not shaved. Have you ever noticed, Doug?
That you
Where? Yeah, whether do you ever say, "Oh, King shaved last night"?
No, I never say
Okay,
that.
see?
I never say that. I almost never say it with Gator. Like once a year,
Right?
Gator will show up and I'll be like, "Are you growing it out?" I'll be like, "Yeah."
That year
And I'll
was was that year 2021, Doug?
It's the last time he shaved. So anyway, as Hellborn Elf Child put on Twitch, I got a soul patch adjacent. It's not right underneath, it's adjacent.
Yeah, I think now you gotta learn how to play like acoustic guitar or something.
Yeah. It doesn't really show up on camera, but I can feel that I can feel it there. And by the way, congratulations to you. First day of kindergarten for your oldest child.
Oh, thank you, Doug. This used to be just a regular day. It used to be just Tuesday. And then I had a kid.
And now
it's the whole I like you went through this, I mean, obviously for the last how many years?
Yep.
Of once one kid gets to school, it's like a whole process, man. It's like
Oh, yeah.
a week leading up to it, the night before, getting stuff together. Wow.
Is she going all day or
Yeah,
half
this is
day?
all day kindergarten, man. She's
Okay.
yeah. This is it's a big step for us.
Well, did I ever tell you my oldest, who is now 22 and off in his first real job, his first day of kindergarten, he had a bus to and from. The bus came home after school and he didn't get off it. And the bus drove away. And we were like, what the hell? So we called the school. This is his first day of school ever.
Oh my God.
We called the school and they were like, no, he got on the bus. So now I'm driving around panicked trying to find the bus. Apparently he fell asleep in the back of the bus.
Yep.
Missed the stop, and the school bus driver found him at the end of the day and brought him back. But there was about 35 minutes of pure panic.
Oh my God, I couldn't imagine.
Yep.
I bet your wife was going nuts.
I think she was working and never.
So you didn't tell her.
No.
Yeah,
No, I told
he's
her.
right here, honey. Yep. He's tired, so just
Yeah.
I'll get him on the phone with you later.
Yeah. It was unbelievable. I have to ask him if he remembers that.
Well, when they're that young, they're going to school for the first time all day, and then how kids fall asleep in the car so easily. I'm sure this happens across America. Today, like there's going to be kids falling asleep on the bus.
Probably.
all across Michigan, right?
I would imagine that it's a tighter ship than it was 15 years ago, that they try and make sure stuff like that doesn't happen. But I remember at one point following a bus, like driving down the road, following a bus, trying to figure out if he was on that bus. God, it was so stressful. All right, feedback coming in regarding the Lions, 248-539-9797. If Josh Reynolds stayed, he would have been under a lot of pressure and on the end of a lot of boos. Would he? I mean, was he going to be looked at as a villain because of what happened at the end of that NFC title game? I mean, he was still had a ridiculously high percentage of catches that went for first downs. He was kind of the ideal number 3 receiver, 40 catch guy. 608 yards, 5 touchdowns. Okay, here it is. 32 first downs and 40 catches. Now, do touchdowns count as first downs? I actually think they do in the stats. If not, 37 of his 40 catches were for touchdowns or first downs, which tells you that he was a go-to guy.
Yeah, I don't think he was like a yak guy. He was like, get to the marker, turn around and catch it, right? Like, no, but he would catch it. Like, that's what kills you in the Niner game, in the conference championship. He got to the first down marker, turned around, and he dropped it.
Yep.
And then that was the fourth down play. And then the next drive, I think it was a third
Crossing
down.
pattern.
Yeah, and dropped that. And if he would have just caught it, it would have been first down.
Next one, Billy D writes in, I'm surprised Goff didn't lobby to keep Reynolds. They had a great connection. He might have. I mean, he might have lobbied to keep Reynolds. I mean, this is where it gets tough, right? And if this is a mistake, okay, the totality of Brad Holmes' work far outweighs mistakes. It doesn't impugn him as a general manager at all. It's just part of his permanent record, but it doesn't impugn him at all. Well, I mean, it doesn't change my opinion of him. Still think he's great for this team. 248-539-9797. Chris G writes in, Josh Reynolds didn't want to stay. He never took accountability for the huge drops and didn't like the heat he was taking for it. The Lions needed to go sign a solid number 3 or we are screwed. Okay, Chris, I don't remember seeing this reported that Josh Reynolds never took accountability and that he didn't like the heat he was taking for it. Kang, do you remember seeing that anywhere, or is this just Chris G's speculation?
I think they talked to him after the game in the locker room, but I don't remember exactly what he said. And sometimes it's never enough for people. You know, I think when you're a fan, you want the players, you want the coaches to feel exactly like you do. And if I feel pain, you need to feel pain too, you know? And so when, like the whole Prince Fielder thing, go back when he's like, hey, I got kids and I got other things going on in life, that didn't go over well with fans because fans were in pain. So after a loss like that, I don't remember exactly how Josh Reynolds reacted or answered the questions, but maybe it wasn't enough for that guy.
Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. Some people want a player in the locker room to say, I suck and I'm retiring.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
The same people that want to trade for Tim Patrick would probably be willing to give Emmanuel Mosley a 4-year contract extension. That's from Will. Okay, so here's the thing about Mosley. They clearly love Mosley. They signed him when he was recovering from an injury. He got hurt when he was trying to come back for them. They brought him back again, and he got hurt again. And, you know, sometimes players that get hurt in back-to-back seasons turns out to be worth it. Other times it isn't. But the dude's working his butt off. They still think he hasn't lost a step, and they think he can help him. It is a calculated risk. I don't know that Mosley's getting another shot here. 3 straight seasons he's had a season-ending injury. So I suspect he probably won't. As far as Tim Patrick, I mean, I know he was a fan favorite. Everything I've read about him, he was very popular in the locker room and very popular in Denver. So he could be their solution. But I don't think that's what they're up to. I'll get to that today at 11:02. In the meantime, I'm going to address something that has been specifically asked of me. No, I am not disappointed that the Lions didn't trade for Malik Willis.
Not even a little bit?
Not even a little bit.
Well, you're in a weird spot here, I think, with Malik Willis in this trade, because I think obviously you thought Malik Willis would be better than what he has shown so far.
He just hasn't gotten his chance, Kang.
Well, here's the thing. Green Bay trades for him, and I don't know, does Green Bay have a good track record of quarterbacks lately in the last 3 decades?
I really now I want to be wrong
right?
on this one.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want him to go there, and if Jordan Love gets hurt, he takes over and they don't skip a beat. I'll tell you what I'll do if we can all agree. Malik Willis never comes back to haunt us, and I'll own the L. 248-539-9797. All right, what they're up to. We'll get to that today at 11:02. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Nearly 1,000 players will be cut around the NFL prior to the 4 o'clock deadline to get rosters down to 53. The Lions have yet to officially announce their decisions. Quarterback Henden Hooker hoping to stick around, but says that this time of year can be a little anxious at the facility. Elsewhere in the division, the Vikings will keep tight end TJ Hawkinson on the PUP list, meaning he'll miss at least the first 4 games of their season. Detroit doesn't play Minnesota until week 7. Also, former Lion Amani Oruwariye was released by the Jaguars. Quarterback Bailey Zappi cut by the Patriots. That class draft of quarterbacks very thin now. Brock is about the only one left as a 7th-round pick. Former Michigan staffer Connor Stallions says that he stayed in the gray area for scouting rules and never broke them, only exploited them. He denies wrongdoing in the new Netflix documentary Sign Stealer that released at midnight. Back home to Comerica Park for the Tigers. They'll host the Angels beginning tonight, going 5-2 in Chicago against the Cubs and the White Sox. In their past road trip, they're back to 500 now. And Michigan football named transfer Dominic Zavada their new starting kicker on Inside Michigan Football. He said, dude has a leg and can kick it out of the park and will be a great weapon for the Wolverines. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Great to be with you on a Tuesday in Detroit. Gators out today, 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Open with discussion of Sign Stealer, the Netflix documentary on Connor Stallions. Give you my 2 cents. If you want to continue in that direction, feel free. Lions cuts outside of Donovan Peoples-Jones. I'm not so sure any of it resonated with people, but if it did, again, 248-539-9797. Talked about some of the free agents that might be out there, but I think there's a master plan. I want to get to that here in a minute. Just a reminder, you could stream the show with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Great ways to take in the product here and participate in the streaming chat. Love people that do it that way, and certainly like to pay attention to the posts when we get time. So there's some funny stuff there. Also, you can stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show anywhere in the United States. Same thing through our website, and I believe Champ and Chump are posted. Yes, you can go see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. We'll tweet out that link at some point here today. So you can see who won the Champ and Chump vote yesterday here on 97.1 The Ticket. So stay with us for that. Let's get to some of the feedback coming in. Jamison Williams is Reynolds' replacement. Khalif replaces Jamison's role from last year. We don't need to replace Reynolds, just sure-handed alternates to fill the roster. It's from Eric. Yeah, Khalif Raymond is often forgotten. They love Khalif Raymond. Khalif Raymond is a leader in that locker room, and Khalif Raymond he's a popular dude. So, and he's good. I mean, Khalif Raymond's good. He's not great. He's not elite. Do we want an elite player at every position? Yeah. Yeah, we do. Is Khalif Raymond going to be asked to do too much? I think he can handle it. I guess maybe what we should be talking about more is there anyone that can replace Khalif Raymond in Khalif Raymond's role? Can Khalif Raymond be a 40-catch guy and fill that role that Josh Reynolds did? Yeah, he can. Of course he can.
But I think, Doug, it's more than numbers. I think everyone's looking at just straight stats, all right? I think, first of all, the Lions really like Khalif Raymond. I really like Khalif Raymond, but he plays a particular role on this offense and on special teams. Dan Campbell straight up asked about it, right? He's like, yeah, Khalif's our number 3 right now, but we don't want to get him. We don't want to overuse him, right? He plays a vital role on special teams. He has a role on the offense. There's particular routes they'd like him to run, things like that. I don't think it's the numbers there. I think it's a type of player they're looking for.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, Khalif Raymond basically put up incredibly similar stats to Josh Reynolds last year. Not as many first downs, not as many touchdowns, but he had 35 catches. So if you're asking me, can he deal with another 10 targets? Of course he can. So you're right. It's a different style of receiver. So, but there's not like a perfect formula. Like you need to have a guy that's 6'4" on one side, and you need to have a burner, and you need to have an Amon-Ra, and you need to have. No, there's been successful. I mean, successful receiving cores that don't have a Josh Reynolds.
Of course, but I think there's also reasons why there's an outside guy, there's an inside guy, there's a guy that can do both. You know what I mean? Everyone's got a position and a role to play. And I just feel like what the Lions are looking for that they didn't get at DPJ is, I would be shocked if they brought in another receiver here that wasn't over 6'2". I think they're going for like a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" type guy who can make contested catches for first downs. That's what I think they're looking for, and I think they're really disappointed what happened with DPJ.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. I would imagine that they had big plans for Donovan Peoples-Jones, and it just didn't work out. All right, so I've talked about what the plan is. I mean, they still have $38.5 million in cap space. That's a lot of cap space. And while they can't commit it beyond 2 years from now, it seems rather obvious that if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you shouldn't be afraid to use that cap space. I think they're war chesting. They're going to go into this season and they're going to figure out during the year what their real needs are. Because they got 2 more years before a lot of their contracts that they just signed really kick in. Those players got a bunch of money up front in signing bonuses. They're very happy. But the big cap hits are still, not this year, not next year, but I guess it's the 3rd year. And I think they're gonna see what their big needs are and then get more aggressive at the trade deadline. And they have very few spare part players, but who are some players that might have some value on the trade market? I mean, they might be able to afford to move on from a Malcolm Rodriguez, who'd be a young player that if I were a team that was looking for a quality linebacker, I would think that I can give that guy more of a starting role and give him more snaps here, and certainly draft picks. And if they decide it's wide receiver, I mean, the Vegas Raiders start by playing their first 8 games, 5 are against playoff teams. If they get off to a slow start, they've got a receiver that's already at one point in his career, it's been speculated on he was trying to get out of Vegas, and Devontae Adams. And you know how many more years Devontae Adams is under contract? That's right, 2. So his cap hit would fit. It's a big one, 35.6 both years, but it would fit under the Lions' current cap situation. But they might not need a receiver. They might need an edge rusher opposite of Hutch. There might be an injury that takes place before the trade deadline that has them shopping for, say, an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman or a running back or whatever. But I don't think they're going to do anything bold now. I think they're taking this war chest of money to the trade deadline. And they're look, last year they didn't make that move. And we've seen criticism of Brad Holmes come in. We did certainly in the moment in time when they didn't make that move. But that doesn't mean that it's part of his DNA as a GM. I won't make a trade at the trade deadline. No, I think this is all part of the plan is, okay, our plan A, which was Donovan Peoples-Jones win this job, it didn't work out. Our plan B is, we'll mine and see if we can get a cheap replacement alternative, a guy that's on the open market that just wants to come here and win. But the real safety net is a trade deadline move, which I feel like they are poised to do that, and they're preparing to do that. That's what the big picture is here. Make that move. Now, you're kind of at the mercy of which teams want to move a guy, which teams fade. But there's going to be a team that's disappointing that has a player that they're ready to move on from at a position of need. It's a risk, but not as many teams will have the cap space the Lions have that can take on a big contract. That's what I think's at foot here.
I hope you're right because I would love that. I just don't think you mentioned it. I don't think it's in his DNA. I just don't. As far as big money stuff goes, I think the big money stuff is reserved for players they have drafted and developed. And Goff is an exception to that. Quarterback, position is always an exception to the rule. But other than Goff, they're signing big money contracts to guys they drafted. I think we all wanted, not we, but generally people wanted Montez Sweat at the trade deadline. You got DPJ instead. I think that's what he's going to do. Like, if they're missing something or a little short somewhere, I think they go low at the trade deadline. And all that money that they're war chesting is for their own guys.
Well, I think they signed most of their own guys. Not all of them, but most of them. But, we'll just have to see how it plays itself out. I'm thinking this is so much money that they've got that I think they got a plan for it. Now, it doesn't have to look. Devontae Adams' cap hit takes up almost all their spare money. It doesn't have to be Devontae Adams. But it could be somebody else that is on a team that fades and they realize we really don't need to be paying this guy, and let's go get a draft pick for him. But we shall see. 248-539-9797. I need you to help me with a mystery. Something very curious happened last week, and I confirmed it today. I will get to that at 11:20. Here on Carson Anderson. Hey, you tired of hitting up the same old corner spots or wing spot for that same flat draft beer that's warm by the time you finish it? Well, let me let you in on a little secret. Twin Peaks is the best place to watch any game anytime. For starters, when I say they have the best draft beer in the state, I'm not lying. It takes at least 6 hours to freeze their mugs properly. I love that because I love a frozen mug. They keep enough on hand where the mug is used only once an entire day, and they got a beer system that pours the beer at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees. You'll see those glaciers rising up in the mug, the beer crystals, and you pair that with their wings. Their wings are a full meal in themselves. They have 4 different ways to get their wings. Their boneless wings are never frozen. Hand-cut and breaded and fried to order. You can't beat that. The bone-in breaded and smoked wings are bigger than your favorite wing spot. And you got 14 sauces to choose from. The new Tiki and Chili Crisp, just in time for football season. And then there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, and their favorite is the Spicy Thai Chili. And be sure you're there Friday for action in East Lansing and Saturday for action in Ann Arbor. Season's underway, college football. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. So I'm always trying to make sure I get everything right when it comes to the Michigan pronunciation of names. They have a two wide receivers, one named Amarion and the other named Imarion.
Really?
Yeah. Amarion and Imarion.
Are they going to be playing a lot? Are you going to have to use these names?
I think they're both going to be in the rotation. I think Amarion has a better chance to play than Imarion, who is Imarion Stewart is a freshman. Amarion Walker's in his third year. He's the one that transferred to Mississippi and then transferred back. So, I mean, I'm sure I'll get it. I'm hopeful I'll get it right. That I don't say Amarion when I mean Imarion. And if they're on the field together, then that'll be the interesting part of this. But Imarion.
Does Jansen even bother, or is it that he's just like, no, that's you, Doug. This is all you.
I think he tries. Yeah, I think he tries to get it right.
He's just like, I'll call him out by number.
I mean, it's bad. I try to get them all right, especially the pronunciations. And sometimes you struggle, and especially with the opposing teams. But if I don't want to butcher a kid from Fresno's name. I'm going to practice them and go over them, but it's a lot worse if I butcher a kid from Michigan's name. A lot worse. So
don't let it get in your head, man.
248-539-9797. Okay. Coming up at 11:30, got a question for Tiger fans. Last week, Gator and I speculated on something, and it was in a USA Today article about when will Starbucks release the pumpkin spice latte. They looked at the pattern in the past. It was usually, they went through 5 straight years that it was on a Tuesday in late August. But last year they released it on a Thursday in late August. And they had an employee at a Starbucks say that they were releasing it on a Thursday. They had an employee on the record saying it was coming out last Thursday. So last Thursday, I, being a fan, get on the app in the morning and I'm going to order one for my drive-in. And on the menu, it's not there. And I'm like, huh. But I see it trending online that it's being advertised. So I go through to a previous order, which is way back when, and I see pumpkin spice latte and I add it to the cart and I check out. And on my way in, I stop and I pick up the pumpkin spice latte. Now, I would ask you not to judge me, but I've kind of given up on that. I feel like I have been judged so much and thought so little of for what I eat and drink that I no longer particularly can care. And go ahead and judge away. But I know this is a big topic out there. People love their pumpkin spice lattes. Maybe not men, but people love their pumpkin spice latte. So anyway, I order it online, even though I couldn't find it on the app. I did a previous order, add one to the cart and ordered it and pulled up and there it was. And it was great. And I drank it on my way to work. Over the weekend, I was like, maybe I'll swing by Starbucks and get another PSL. And it says, not available at this location. I'm like, wow, they sold out already. And then yesterday, I'm like, well, let me circle back. Not available at this location. Today, not available at this location. So I started clicking on other locations on the app, every location. Like I checked 10 of them around Metro Detroit. Every single one, it said not available at this location. Did they do some sort of soft release? And now they pulled in the reins? Does anybody know what the hell's going on? Maybe another question is, does anybody care what's going on? But if anybody knows, I am intrigued.
Are these locations that are out, are they close by each other? Are they spread out? I
did some around my house and none of them had it. And then I did some here around work and none of them had it. It all said not available at this location. So I'm very curious. It's a bit of a mystery as to what the hell was going on out there.
Have you tried deleting the app and then downloading it again? Maybe something's wrong with your app. or your phone even. Maybe, shut it off, restart your phone. Because I feel like if this was really going on, I would have heard about it in the news. Like, I think it's just one of those pop culture newsworthy things like, hey, no pumpkin spice available right now. What's going on?
Well, I mean,
message boards, all that stuff.
Yeah, somebody else might be able to confirm whether or not they had the same. Because if they didn't have the same experience, I might have a flaw in the app. It might need to be. Did I miss an update or something? I don't know. I'm intrigued. Is it just a flaw in my particular app? But if anybody else experienced this, or if anybody knows the explanation, or was it just me? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Regarding Josh Reynolds, people are still texting. Unfortunately, the vocal minority that aren't smart enough to realize that Reynolds was an asset and would still be valuable to this team would probably make things too uncomfortable for him and his family to stay here. People are lunatics. I mean, some people, yes, are lunatics. I feel like it was one bad game, and even though it came at the worst time, did you get this? Like, right now, the most uncomfortable fan-to-player relationship in Detroit is Javi Baez. If Josh Reynolds was back, do you think it would have reached that kind of epic proportion?
I don't. Honestly, like, if you mean like if he came back here as someone from the opposite team or came back as a Lion? Like, if he came back as a Lion, I think Lions fans would get over it real quick because we have aspirations, and it was just really, really bad time to have his worst game as a Lion. I mean, I can't get it out of my mind either, but I'm not gonna. I wouldn't boo him. The first game of the year or anything like that. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. But there are fans out there, and this, Doug. They won't get over that, man.
There are, but I don't think it anywhere was approaching Javi Baez level type of
no way.
venom.
No way. Now, it could get there if you were like to continually started, dropping passes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's ridiculous. Like, Josh Reynolds has done so much more than Javi has done for this local area as far as sports.
Yeah, we're talking about that because the Donovan Peoples-Jones cut yesterday was kind of that didn't work, and he was you would have to think a veteran wide receiver that they traded for, they would have had him at the top of the list of players that they expected to replace Josh Reynolds' production. And I know Dave Burkett and Jim Costa are people in the media that brought up, hey, maybe they, in retrospect, really should have tried harder to keep Josh Reynolds. And some people think he was choosing to leave because of the venom he might face. I don't think it would have gotten uncomfortable. And it's mostly because Josh Reynolds was really, really good. Did he have a bad game at a bad time? Of course. But I can't imagine. I could be wrong, but I didn't think that it was about to get that bad for him. Next text, a lot went wrong in that game. It was not just his fault. I think it was merely a money contract issue is why Josh Reynolds didn't come back. That's from Adam at work.
I'm sure he got it on social media. The immediately after the game, maybe the weeks even after the game, where people are all over him. And I'm sure there was unsavory stuff tweeted to him or posted to his Instagram. I hope that didn't get to him. Being a professional athlete, you know how this kind of goes.
Yeah. It's possible. You never really do know. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97 won the ticket. Got a text here from a listener named Scott. What if Amarion hands the ball to Imarion on a double reverse? Then that's probably my worst case scenario. I think there'll be a lot of references to Walker and Stewart under those circumstances. I do hope that I do hope that doesn't happen. 248-539-9797. All right, phone calls, feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Got a Tiger thing I want to throw out there because this team, just for some reason, will not lose. They won't lose. And are they catching your attention yet? We'll get to that at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Feedback coming in. Doug, did you try calling a Starbucks and asking? I did not. Karsh is legit a suburban soccer mom.
Doug, you're basic, man.
Yeah.
But you don't care.
No, I don't.
You don't care, man.
Nope.
You do.
If I cared, okay?
Yeah, no, you would be totally different.
First of all, I probably wouldn't admit all the stuff I admit on the air.
Right.
Secondly, I would go home depressed every night. I checked my Starbucks app. It says pumpkin spice lattes are available at multiple locations on my app. It must be a flaw in your app. That's from Ted Downriver. Mike says I can order my pumpkin spice latte in Lansing. Doug, you be you, man. If you love pumpkin spice lattes, good for you.
You go, girl. You go, girl.
It's to the point where I absolutely lean into it. Like, what the hell? Where I am in my career and, working really hard to be the best husband and father I could be, and I get in here and get beat up every day.
Live your truth, man. This is your life.
That's right.
Who cares what anyone else
I'm not
thinks?
gonna lie.
You like candles? You like pumpkin spice?
Well, Gator really likes candles.
Yeah, he does.
He really likes the. He admitted he went out and got a pumpkin candle, and he looks forward to the pumpkin brews that come out.
You both love candles.
Yeah, I'm not quite as stoked as he is, but nonetheless, you're right. Everybody, you do you. Marlon writes in, Josh Reynolds will always be more valuable to the Lions than to any other team he plays for. The Lions shouldn't be desperate to fill their fourth or fifth wide receiver position unless they suddenly have a bunch of injuries. I would prefer a bigger wide receiver or a guy that can jump out of the building, but it's not a necessity to win. That's from Marlon, and it does feel a little bit like they are going into the season without a real safety net. It's going to be fascinating to see if Isaiah Williams does anything against first-team defenses. Right? I mean, is he going to be able to get the job done when we go live?
I mean, here's another guy when we go live is going to be able to get the job done or not. Jameson Williams. Mm-hmm. And I bring that up, and you know me, I love J-Mo. I never gave up on him through everything. I thought that he could be a real asset for this team. Just take the top off the defense, be a home run hitter for the offense, right?
Yep.
With that being said, though, he's never played a full year healthy for this team, number one. Number two, he's never been a hands guy. The coaching staff has even admitted this. Like, when he comes in and drops a pass, because it's going to happen, people are going to be like, well, that's something Josh Reynolds would have caught for a first down, right? I think, he's never been an elite hands guy. He's not an Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Josh Reynolds, even until that last game, basically, you could count on him to catch the ball almost every time.
Kang, we have a whoa.
Oh.
I don't think this is a I think this is a whoa.
I'm ready, man.
Ian Rappaport, source, the Lions are releasing quarterback Nate Sudfeld, who spent plenty of time as the number 2 quarterback. Now it appears it's Henden Hooker who has won the job. Sudfeld has impressed plenty in practice without a ton of game reps and will find his way into a practice squad at the least.
So this wouldn't have been a whoa had we not, the way they were talking about Sudfeld, he didn't even play the last preseason game. Maybe, okay, so what they did clearly the last preseason game was to make sure Henden Hooker was ready. That's why they gave him all those reps, almost the entire game, right? No, seriously.
Yes.
We know what we have in Sudfeld. We know exactly what we have. You stay here.
I was just thinking back to what I said yesterday about this, and apparently we reached it yesterday. The tipping point. I said at some point we're going to reach a tipping point where Henden Hooker, they deem him good enough to be their number 2 quarterback. And that tipping point apparently was either Sunday or Monday. Because here on Tuesday morning, according to Ian Rappaport, the Lions are releasing Nate Sudfeld. Whoa.
that leaves an open spot for a defensive lineman, a cornerback, you know?
It does.
A wide receiver. I think Isaiah Williams has a much better shot of making the team now.
I mean, right now, Isaac Ukwu is like, I might make it.
Yes.
Or they've identified a player that they are going to pick up off the waiver wire.
To replace Sudfeld? Like another quarterback, you mean? Like
No.
Bailey Zappi is available.
Yeah, no, I would think it's a wide receiver.
Okay.
Do they want Isaiah Hudgens? Do they want Tim Patrick?
Sure. Allen Robinson.
Do they have another deal in place? I think this is really interesting. And you're right. The reason why this is a whoa was Dan Campbell's, what he had to say about him last week.
Going into that last preseason game, he said Nate Sudfeld had the upper hand, right?
Yes, he said it last week.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about it. Now, you can look at this a variety of ways. I know how this works. Some people say Dan Campbell was lying. I don't think that's the case. I think they were so impressed with Nate Sudfeld on Sunday. I came away impressed with Nate Sudfeld on Sunday. I didn't think he was perfect. But it's Henden Hooker. You are the backup quarterback in Detroit. According to Ian Rappaport, Nate Sudfeld will be released. I'm not even going to ask this question because typically we do this under these circumstances. I just don't think it applies here. Typically we would say, is there going to be any ruining?
Dude, good luck. Unless Nate Sudfeld's family's listening and no one's calling in, man.
I feel bad because Nate Sudfeld came in and he did his best and he was a part of the team and he was clearly a confidant and a sounding board for Jared Goff, all these things that they really liked about him. Mark Brunell liked about him. I don't want to trash the guy, but I don't know that we literally got one call saying, no, I think Nate Sudfeld, I think they're fine. I think some people accepted that he might be ahead of Henden Hooker, and that might have been the case. I think Sunday might have been the tipping point.
I was going to tweet out one day, is there anyone, this was like, no sarcasm intended, is there anyone that thinks Sudfeld, should be the second quarterback? Like, who are the Sudfeld supporters?
Yep.
Because we never got that text. In fact, Doug, after the last preseason game, we got more support for Jake Fromm than Nate Sudfeld.
Who hasn't been cut yet.
Okay. Don't get carried away. That would be a whoa.
Well, this is enough of a whoa. That would be another whoa.
So you think it's not to go get Bailey Zappi or Mike White or a quarterback that's been,
trade for
but this is more like get a receiver or open up a spot for Hudgens.
God, why am I blanking? Who's Gators guy? The kid that was with the Jets that was a
Zach
disaster.
Wilson?
Zach Wilson. Go get Zach Wilson. No, I don't think it's any of that. I think they're going to either put Nate Sudfeld or Jake Fromm on the practice squad.
Well, probably Sudfeld
If he gets through. And look, I mean, Rappaport speculated immediately that he will end up on someone's practice squad. But that I did not see coming that fast. Hold on, let me be correct. I saw it coming. I talked about it yesterday. I said there'd be a tipping point. I just was way off on when that tipping point would come. So there you go. Henden Hooker did enough Sunday. He's the backup quarterback in Detroit. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, big news there. I cross a name out. We now have, remember I said there were 15 obvious cuts?
You didn't have Sudfeld as an obvious cut.
There are still 15 obvious cuts. I did not put this in the obvious cut camp. But I'm working my way through the roster. Cross that name off. Henden Hooker's your number 2 quarterback, Detroit. How do you feel about it? 248-539-9797. I'm excited. I'm excited because I liked a lot of what that kid showed on Sunday or Saturday. Said as much yesterday. He had a couple of throws where I was really impressed. Like the running thing, it feels like that, he doesn't look slowed at all physically or mentally for that matter by the knee injury. Really comfortable moving around the field. Probably needs to work on sliding. He did take another big hit this past weekend. But the quarterback in the incubator is already the number 2. And good for him. Good for him. And I think good for us.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Because that means they don't have to keep a third quarterback. They can make themselves better somewhere else. It's so funny when your football team is good and you're really straining over the last few spots on the roster, which is what we're doing.
You're absolutely right, Doug. That keeping 3 quarterbacks, really, like if you're trying to get to the next step, you need that spot. You know, I don't care who it's for, but if you're solidified with Henden Hooker as your backup, you feel confident. He's shown enough. He still has a ceiling, by the way, right?
Yep.
Yeah, go use that roster spot and someone else who can help this team get to the Super Bowl, man.
248-539-9797. Tom, you're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, I'm just wondering if I might be seeing this wrong, but I for sure don't want to put the ball in Hooker's hands to lead us, for 4 or 5 games or something like that while Goff is out. But if I watch him in the preseason and I watch his mobility, I just wonder, do you guys think he could be like a Taysom Hill where you bring him in like on a 3rd and 7 periodically and just use his mobility to help you get a big first down or something like that? Whereas I don't know if Sudfeld or Fromm could do something like that, but what do you guys think about that?
I think if they go into this season with 2 quarterbacks and are going to have 2 quarterbacks ready to go on game day, I do not think they will use Henden Hooker in a role other than to play if Jared Goff is out of the game for one reason or another. I don't think you risk it if you only have the 2 quarterbacks. If they had Sudfeld, if Sudfeld had won the number 2 and Henden Hooker was available on game days, I think that might be more likely. But I could be wrong on this. Kang, do you think they'd use him in a Taysom Hill type role?
No, I mean, he got concussed just being a quarterback. So I don't think, that's not an option at all.
Doesn't seem like it. 248-539-9797. We got sidetracked a little bit. We still have some Tiger stuff we want to get to, but that is a bit of a wow. Or a whoa. Nate Sudfeld released. Henden Hooker's your number 2 quarterback. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them, and it didn't happen just by accident. It starts at the top of great leadership, and they have exciting new news to share with you. They're teaming up with Will Johnson, national champion, cornerback, All-American. He's awesome. Good chance to be defensive MVP in the league. And you can be an MVP with MVP checking from UMCU. It's an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from the University of Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt. By becoming a member and opening up an MVP checking account, you can set up direct deposit, transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA, University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. Got to admit, I'm a little surprised, but very pleased that the Detroit Lions have deemed Henden Hooker good enough to be QB2. And Nate Sudfeld, according to reports, is going to be released by the Lions today. And hey, man, we appreciate your efforts, Nate. And certainly he seemed to play a valuable role in that locker room with Jared Goff. And so might be tough for Jared, but bottom line is, Hooker did enough this preseason in the view of the coaches that they were like, let's go. Let's give it to Henden Hooker. He's good enough to win us a game if we need. And I think it's awesome because it opens up another roster spot. They don't have to keep 3 quarterbacks. And the truth is, there is a possibility. I don't know how strong it is, but there's a possibility Nate Sudfeld might not get picked up by anybody and ends up on the practice squad.
Oh, that's a real strong possibility. I think the key was, all right, can Hooker come in and fill in, for a game, a week, a half, whatever it is? Because Sudfeld, if they release him and they thought this out, there's a great chance, Doug, that no one claims him and you just throw him back in your practice squad. And if Goff is out for a significant amount of time, they could just bring Sudfeld up with Hooker, and feel okay about it because they know Sudfeld, they trust him enough, they're comfortable with him. So yeah, Sudfeld gets through waivers. They were never going to cut Henden Hooker.
Oh no.
So basically, hey, let's open up a spot by just letting Sudfeld go.
Meanwhile, Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Cleveland Browns for Cleveland.com, just tweeted out the following. With the Browns quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson being informed today that he's made the 53, sources tell me the Browns will field calls for Jameis Winston and Tyler Huntley and could trade one of them. I don't know if it has any relevance to us.
No, but it seems like they have the opposite situation that we were going on over here. I think we all wanted Hooker to be the guy for sure, but there was some question marks, right?
Yeah.
Over in Cleveland, behind Watson, and you could say Watson's questionable, but he's their locked-in starter. Winston, Huntley's played well this preseason. Have you seen him? And DTR is a young, developing type of quarterback you might want to keep around. So they've got too many quarterbacks.
Yeah. I don't think this is important because I feel like Henden Hooker just got the stamp of approval. I feel like Henden Hooker beating out Nate Sudfeld, a quarterback that they trusted, they spoke highly enough of to say that last week, was it last Tuesday, last Wednesday? At that time, Dan Campbell said he had the upper hand. They give Henden Hooker that most of this game on Saturday against Pittsburgh, he goes out and does some very encouraging things. And, like that fumble he had is when he got hit, when he was just standing in the pocket, getting ready to deliver a football. I'm wondering how much they said to themselves, okay, this guy's making plays with nobody around him. If we put him with the starters, he won't get hit in that situation as likely. He'll have better receivers. We'll have a running game that has weapons. We'll have an elite tight end. Like Henden Hooker with the starters becomes an incredible, maybe he'll be that much better. He'll be that much better than what we've seen in the preseason. And you might have noticed a change in my tone yesterday when it came to Henden Hooker. I'm like, okay, he was making throws. He was standing in the pocket, taking hits. And I'm sure there's a ton of development to go still. But I thought he looked like an improved, more comfortable quarterback. And that's why I said yesterday, at some point we're going to reach that tipping point where he passes Nate Sudfeld, and that's when they might tell Nate his services are no longer needed here in Detroit. Or, it's also possible this. They're like, we want to keep Houston and Ukwu. We need to keep Chris Smith. Where do we free up that roster spot? We might free up that roster spot by releasing Sudfeld, hoping he gets through, and we can put him on the practice squad. Do you think Jake Fromm measured into this decision at all? Do you think his performance when he got here, they're like, we'll be comfortable practice squatting him?
I'd like to think that Henden Hooker just won it outright. You know what I mean? Like, there's no other factor. Like, hey, he's better than Sudfeld. He's the guy. Now, if they think for some reason Sudfeld goes somewhere else, and they felt like, you know what, actually Fromm did okay, we'll be okay with him as a practice squad quarterback. I guess that maybe, Doug.
I can't imagine he did enough. I mean, I'm just workshopping this idea, and the more I think about it, I can't imagine the short time he was here, he did enough to make them say he can win us a game on a Sunday if we need him to.
Who, Jake Fromm?
Yeah.
God, I hope not. I mean, no disrespect to Fromm, but he's here for not even a pumpkin latte, right?
I don't know if anybody is. Okay, well, but I think they want Sudfeld on the practice squad.
They probably do. I mean, how they talk about him, he's like another coach.
Yeah.
You know? He's just someone that Goff can lean on, another set of eyes. But as far as on the field, Henden Hooker, I guess he did enough, and he did enough in our eyes. It was whether he did enough in the coach's eyes, and cutting Sudfeld today tells you that he did do enough to be the backup. Henden Hooker did.
Well, there you go. Breaking news at this hour. Henden Hooker is the number 2 quarterback in Detroit. Nate Sudfeld will be released today by the Detroit Lions. In Rappaport, the first with the story. 248-539-9797. Is being reported on MLive that Abraham Beauplan, the linebacker, is getting cut by the Detroit Lions. So that's another one in the obvious 15 that I thought they went into today with. I did not have Sudfeld in the obvious 15. So somebody's going to make the team because of that. But for those of you that were excited about Henden Hooker, and there are a lot of people out there, you're getting to see your guy as the backup here in Detroit. And I think most importantly is they've invested in this player. At minimum, they were going to hope that he was good enough to be a backup quarterback. Jared Goff is your locked-in number 1, but the draft pick they made, the investment, the risk that they took on an injured quarterback, he went out and proved that he can at least be the backup this year. Now, winning the job and then being good at the job are two separate things, but it seems like this is decent enough news today for the Lions, freeing up a roster spot for somebody else. 248-539-9797. All right, here's what we got on the plate today. Because of that Sudfeld news, we deviated from the plan to talk a little Tigers. I do want to get to that next hour. We opened the show talking about Sign Stealer, had a chance to watch it and review it. I don't think it's going to change anybody's mind. It's 90 to 95% recap. And then the interesting stuff is, well, there's a lot of speculation about some other stuff that could be involved here. Like, did Connor's computer get illegally hacked? Who was behind that? You did see Connor be very evasive with the NCAA, which is probably why he's looking at a possible ban, at least a suspension or a show cause. And I mean, if you're a Michigan fan and you're worried about what might come out of this, there was no link between Connor and his scheme and any coaches. So there is that. 248-539-9797 if you want to continue talking about that. We'll get to some Tiger stuff next hour. There's open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Detroit Lions making news today with Henden Hooker being named the backup quarterback in Detroit. That's a pretty big story, and good to see that they've freed up that roster spot. We'll continue to monitor throughout the day other players as they get released, because there are still some interesting decisions to be made. Does Chris Smith make it, the defensive tackle? Does Isaac Ukwu make it, the defensive end? Will Brandon Joseph make it, the safety? Will James Houston, is he in any trouble? Matthew Betts is still there. Player that people had some expectation for. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the day. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Now, just about 4 hours until the Lions have to officially have their 53-man roster set. The latest cut, according to Ian Rappaport, was backup QB candidate Nate Sudfeld, who until last game has served as the primary starter in the preseason for the Lions, where he completed 53% of his passes for 292 yards with a touchdown and 2 picks. Dan Miller explained the move on X, quote, Hooker would be claimed. He becomes your in-game backup absent an elevation of Sudfeld, assuming he's on practice squad. If you feel strongly you need a vet and Goff is out, you activate him during the week, save spot on roster, end quote. Stephen Gilmore also reportedly getting waived today. The Rams continue to lose pieces ahead of their Week 1 game with the Lions. Their latest is tight end Tyler Higbee, who's hit the PUP list with a knee injury. He will not be eligible to come off until Week 5. Brant Herter has made 4 bulk inning starts, and now today he earns a traditional outing as the Tigers open up a series with the Angels. Herter, through 4 bullpen appearances in the big leagues, holds a 3.57 ERA in 21 innings of work. He'll face Johnny Cueto on the other side, who was just signed with the Angels. He has a 6-inning outing under his belt here in 2024. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, what's up? Gators out today. It is the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 A Ticket, 248-539-9797. All kinds of stuff going on. I mentioned before the break there, the Sign Stealer documentary with Connor Stallions, taking some feedback on that. If you want to get in, 248-539-9797. The additional news that Nate Sudfeld has just heard in the update, cut by the Lions. Will he be on the practice squad? I mean, he very well could be. Could get picked up by somebody else, but very well could be. And yet, we'll see how it plays itself out. I'm excited that Henden Hooker did enough where they feel comfortable enough that if they lose Nate Sudfeld, he will be their backup quarterback. So there is that. In the meantime, we haven't had a chance to bring up the Tigers. We were going to at 11:30, then the Sudfeld story broke. They're back at 500. They've won 11 of their last 14 games, which wouldn't be particularly significant or as significant if it wasn't with who's doing it. Like, if this was all being done by Gio Urshela and Mark Canha and players like that weren't part of the future, it really would be, unfortunately, I think for most people, just a big yawn. So what? Back at 500. But they're doing it with this new first baseman they got, this Spencer. How do you say his last name? Torkelson? Like, are you kidding me? He looks great since he's returned from the minors. Parker Meadows has looked great since he's returned from the minors. And then there are other guys who might be establishing themselves as part of the core moving forward. I mean, cool moment last night when Jace Young went 2 for 5 in front of his brother Josh, who was in town. The Tigers had, as Josh put it, a wraparound series with Chicago, meaning they played into the next week and had a game on a Monday. Texas opens a series with Chicago tomorrow, so Josh Young was there to watch Jace Young. So you got an all-star big brother and a little brother. And the little brother showed out last night. Almost hit one out while they were interviewing Josh Young. That would have been really cool. But they're doing it while they're playing guys like Dylan Dingler and Trey Sweeney. They're doing it without a pitching staff. What the hell is going on? Again, if it were with Urshela and Canha and McKinstry leading the way, although McKinstry made a heck of a play on a what would be double the left field where he got the ball in so quick. They almost picked the runner off, scrambled back to first. But, this is why I am interested. I am not worried about this group of Tigers letting me down because they didn't make the playoffs. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about how much ground they have to make up. I'm not worried about that. But I would currently characterize my my state of mind as it pertains to the Tigers as interesting again. I think they're interesting again. And I guess that's what we want from you at 248-539-9797. Yeah, when you're 6.5 games out of a wild card spot, you're looking at a team that is technically on the fringe of being considered in the playoff chase. I would only describe them as on the fringe. But let me throw this at you. We can say, they're only back to 500 because they just played the White Sox and took 4 out of 4 from the White Sox. Yep. It definitely had something to do with who they're playing. There are 30 teams in Major League Baseball. 27 of them have a tougher schedule than Detroit based on opposing winning percentages the rest of the way, meaning the Tigers have one of the easiest schedules the remainder of the way. So did they feast on a bad baseball team? Yep. Can they keep doing it? Yep. They can. Now, are they going to win 11 out of 14 every 2 weeks? Probably not. And unfortunately, that's probably the kind of run they're going to have to get on to really play themselves back into this thing. But 248-539-9797. I want to know, Tiger fans and just Detroit sports fans, you tell me right now, how would you describe your level of interest in this team right now? Basically, what's your current state of mind as it pertains to the Tigers? Because I said it. I'm not worried about them letting me down as it pertains to the postseason. I'm being realistic. Probably the most important thing that's going on right now is them potentially establishing the core of young players to build around. And if they continue to play well, I would hope it propels ownership / Scott Harris or whomever to say, all right, we didn't block young players last year. We didn't. We gave them a chance. Here are the 4 or 5 that we really like now. And let's go ahead and add at positions where there's not immediate help from a young player. Like shortstop, trade, free agency, whatever. And let's go ahead and add another good starting pitcher. Because as much as A.J. Hinch, along with Chris Fetter, are doing an amazing job of piecing this thing together with undecided going 2 out of every 3 games now, 2 out of every 5 games now. I mean, hell, Tom Milliken brought up in the morning show today, are they going to actually reconsider calling up Jackson Jobe and say, all right, we'll clear a spot on the 40-man, we'll call him up, and we'll do so before, brace yourself, before September 1st so he could be on a playoff roster? Would they actually consider doing that? Seems awfully unlikely. But hey, man, like I said, I am now finding them to be very interesting. Kang, what's your state of mind with this team?
No, they've drawn me back in. It's amazing. I can't believe it. I was completely checked out for obvious reasons. Football started coming around too. Yep. That, of course, never helps, baseball out, especially when your team's not good. But you see the vision. Sometimes you have a hard time seeing the vision when it's just nothing good is happening. But the players are not only getting better and developing, they're winning as well. And I understand it's against the White Sox, maybe the worst team in the history of baseball, by the way. I don't care. The fact that they go out there with to-be-determined starter, like Ty Madden made his first start last night.
Yep.
And they piece together enough pitching, and the young guys come through. I see the vision for next year. Now, the issue is next year, do something, right? Continue this momentum. Give these young guys support that they need. You know?
Yep.
Tarek Skubal, you have him at least under team control for 2 more years. And that's the one thing that always hangs over my head, Doug, is this guy is a Cy Young pitcher, and you just don't want to waste those 2 years because I don't know what's going to happen after that. Scott Boras being his agent, you know how it is. And that's where the is Illich cheap talk comes in from a lot of fans, right? Are they going to get a deal done? If they don't get a deal done, you have to trade him for assets. I don't want to trade Tarek Skubal.
No.
I want to win with Tarek Skubal. So, but yeah, they've drawn me in, Doug, and I find them very interesting to watch. It's fun to watch these guys finally come around a bit here.
It's been so long since they've had a homegrown young core. It probably really goes back to Trammell and Whitaker and Lance Parrish and Gibby and that group. In between, there was that weird stat that they hadn't had a homegrown all-star for like 30 years, position player. They had some homegrown pitchers, but we're just talking about position players, everyday players, and that guy was Travis Fryman. And now, and not all of these players are homegrown. Obviously, Sweeney is not homegrown. But when people are saying good things about your minor league system, and then you turn around, and when you call those minor leaguers up, some of them are playing pretty well. I mean, it's not like they got a bunch of guys hitting 300, but I mean, since his return, Parker Meadows is, Spencer Torkelson is. And Colt Keith just seems to be getting better and better. Then you start looking at, all right, in this whole mix, is Jace Young here to stay? Is Dylan Dingler going to be here to stay? He's not hitting as much. Parker Meadows, man. Gator said it last week. He thinks he's here to stay. He thinks he's an everyday player. I heard Milliken say it this morning. I'm not there yet, but man, this is encouraging.
I got to be honest with you, though, how good he is defensively. He didn't need to do a ton offensively to stay here, and he's done above and beyond that. I think when they sent him down, what was he batting? Like 160? Something ridiculous. Like it was god-awful, right? And they had to send him down. But since he came back up, and after the injury, when he first got called up, I can see why Gator and people like that are high on him because he doesn't have to continually bat this well. He's just got to show that he's somewhat can do something with the stick because on defensively, like I said, he can control center field in Comerica Park.
And what's funny is one of the least popular stances taken by a GM is why we're seeing this. People were like upset that they didn't sign free agents, and our GM would say, hey, or our president of baseball operations would say, hey, I don't want to block young players. I don't want to block young players. Now all these young players are here in part because they're not blocked. And given, hey, they're probably not going to the playoffs. But it's led to this fun few weeks of Tiger baseball. 248-539-9797. Asking you, Detroit, what's your state of mind as it pertains to this team that won again last night? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Of course, it's open line, so anything on your mind, fair game. Sign Stealer is out, and Henden Hooker is the number 2 quarterback in Detroit. Nate Sudfeld is getting cut today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, trailed most of that game, came back late, and that was a big blast. Spencer Torkelson. And if you look at the RBIs last night, and this is why this team has been fun. And why, hey, win or lose, I've been watching. And they've been fun because of who is doing this. And last night, I'm sorry, I'm bringing up the box score right now. The RBIs. Parker Meadows had 1. Colt Keith had 1. Chase Young had 1. Torque had 3. Those are all young pieces. And look, I just feel like say this and duck for cover. But why not them? 6.5 is a lot of games to make up with just over a month to go. But based on opposing teams' winning percentages, only 2 teams in Major League Baseball have easier schedules than the Tigers. Only 2. Yeah, they just feasted on a bad team. They'll play more bad teams than anybody else not anybody else, anybody but 2 teams the rest of the way. And those 2 teams are the Angels and Texas. Texas has the easiest schedule the rest of the way. And so this Tiger team, and the Angels in Texas are in way worse shape than Detroit. Can they capitalize on this? I can't imagine them keeping up this pace. It's hard for established good teams to win 11 of 14. Can't imagine it, but hell, man, they shave another game or 2 off this lead, and it'll be hard to keep people from going wild with speculation and excitement, honestly.
Doug, you asked, you basically dare to dream. The question is, is this sustainable? And it doesn't seem like it's sustainable. Like, good teams have a hard time doing this, like you mentioned.
Yep.
But what's more unsustainable, or what's more sustainable, I'm sorry, the pitching or the young guys coming through at the plate?
Dude, I don't know. The pitching thing, I don't know how the hell they're piecing this thing together.
Yes. It's not just one or the other. Right now, both are clicking somehow, some way. The young guys you were hoping to, okay? But the pitching thing is like, I don't know if A.J. Hinch has an idea what's going on to a day-to-day basis. Like, I'm sure he does, but I feel like it's one of those charts where he's got strings everywhere, and he's trying to figure out, right, who's going to pitch this many innings and who I got to call in the 6th, the 7th, and who am I calling up tomorrow?
And at some point, he's literally going to have to ask a position player to give him an inning in a close game. Man, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Mitch is in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I love your show.
Thank you.
As far as the Tigers, I think they look like they're playing with some pretty good energy. I'm definitely interested. I watched them when they weren't so good this year. I've still been watching them when they're good. I got the Bally app when Xfinity had the whole issue.
Yeah.
I definitely a little bit of ambivalence. I wish, they would have done a little bit more in the off season because I really want to see some playoff baseball in Detroit. However, it is nice to see, these young guys playing with some good energy, being productive, helping, getting some wins, helping the team get some wins. So, I'd be curious to see if they can keep this up. I know they're at a, like you guys talked about, a pretty good pace. I think this next series will be pretty interesting because I feel like they usually have a hard time with the Angels, whether it's home or away.
So the thing is, the Tigers are playing the Angels. The Angels are 54 and 77.
I meant to say Angels. I don't know if I said A's or Angels.
No, you said Angels. Yeah, they're
Okay.
54 and 77. They have a .412 winning percentage. They're in town for 3 games. The team that the Tigers would be in theory chasing for the final wild card spot are the Minnesota Twins. The Twins have a 3-game series against Atlanta, who's 71 and 60, .542 winning percentage, and they themselves are battling for the playoff spot. So, if Atlanta takes care of the Twins and the Tigers stay hot against the Angels, which certainly is not asking for ridiculous miracle stuff, could the Tigers get that 6.5 down to 4.5? Could they get it down to,
Sure.
could they gain a game in this midweek series?
Oh, sure. Things could get interesting if, obviously, you do a little bit of scoreboard watch and certain teams lose. Tigers keep up a good pace against, some of the not so great teams. I think it could be a fun watch. But I just one question for you. I don't know if it's me, but I feel like Torque looked a lot better, like his plate discipline and, the pitches he's choosing to swing at. I feel like he looked pretty good.
They talked a lot about him shortening his swing. I mean, I'm no swing expert, but if he's whatever he's got here, if he's figured something out, it's going to be, the big picture with Spencer Torkelson. I'm not sure if they can trust him going into this offseason and say that we can count on him moving forward. If he keeps us up for the last, and stays up in the last month and a half of the season, obviously he's going to stay up. But if the last month and a half of the season that he's up, he continues to rake, they'll probably have to go into next year and hope that they can count on him being part of the solution moving forward and put resources into other positions. Because I got to tell you, this is just a hunch, okay? It's not insider information. It's not super secret stuff that people whispered in my ear. This is simply a hunch. I think Javi Baez has played his last game as a Tiger. It's just a hunch. I mean, the way he's playing, now the injury, the surgery, especially if they keep this up, I'm sure they're dying for one of these young shortstops to take his spot. And it sucks because they owe him $75 million after this year, which is a lot of money to eat. But I'm just telling you, I got that hunch.
Yeah, that's not a crazy hunch at all. People wanted him to play his last game as a Tiger without the injury, Yep. And this can't help his cause. This goes back to at the end of the year. I mean, they just have to move on, right? It's just the right thing to do, I think, for all parties. And yes, you're going to have to eat a lot of money. That is part of sports. That's, good thing is in baseball, you don't have a cap. You might have a personal cap, but there's no actual league cap. You can spend your money elsewhere if you choose to do so, and the fans want them to do so. We'll see. Yeah, the Javi Baez thing, I don't think there's anyone out there you're going to find that says, hey, give him another shot.
No, I mean, the fans aren't. I mean, The team might be in a position where they're like, with $75 million still owed, they might say, we got to squeeze everything we can out of this. But I just feel like this is it. 248-539-9797. Mike, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
Love talking Tigers. It's great that we're thinking about playoffs, but I think it's more crucial that the Tigers play above 500 more than anything. At the end of the year, be above 500.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be enough for those young guys, because they're all here now. All the guys we've been talking about and listening about for the last 3 years, they're here. So this is the time. It's going to start. So a good start would be to start at 500 and don't worry about the playoffs, but get over 500 so they come in the next year thinking they got something going. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, sure. And pressure on the front office and ownership to, hey, we're done with the blocking the young players thing. We need to add some gas. We need to give this young core a better chance to go out and compete, because they're competing right now. They're competing right now, and it has nothing. Look, it was happened well before the White Sox series even started. We all saw the math. 4 games with the White Sox, Tigers 4 games under 500. Can they go win 4 out of 4 against Chicago? And they did. They did.
Well, Trey Sweeney looks like he's a pretty good player.
He might be. And look, the Lozano guy they got from the Dodgers in the same trade has been just smoking the baseball. So,
I'm not familiar with him.
Well, he's down
plus,
single A.
The Tigers have Casey Mize, Jackson Jobe, and Max Clark sitting there waiting. I'm feeling pretty good about this team right now.
Yeah. It's nice to see the organization is an injection of life, man. How would you characterize your state of mind right now as it pertains to the Detroit Tigers? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson with the day off. 248-539-9797. Glad to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Lots of football to open up the show. College football with the Connor Stallions documentary released. I don't think it's going to change too many people's minds. It's about 85-90% recap, and there's some new stuff at the end. But if you have any thoughts, 248-539-9797. I gave you my 2 cents at the beginning of the show. There's also, I think, a bit of a surprise. Our first whoa of the Lions offseason or preseason is they released Nate Sudfeld today. Now, maybe the thought is, hey, we're going to get him through to the practice squad. We'll still have the same 3 quarterbacks, but they've exposed themselves to losing Nate Sudfeld. If somebody signs him and puts, they decide that they would prefer him as their backup quarterback, so be it. Seems like it's a good possibility they're going to be able to get him on the practice squad if that's what they choose. They really valued him and his relationship with Jared Goff. So that could be what they're hoping for here. But Henden Hooker, man. Henden Hooker will go, and barring injury, right? You'll go into game days with Henden Hooker as the number 2 quarterback. He's done enough to impress them to the point where they're like, we can roll with this guy if we need to.
Dan Campbell, he had me a little worried, Doug. I'm not going to lie. He's talking all that stuff about Sudfeld, upper hand. He's got something Hooker doesn't have, experience, reps, and all that stuff. I got worried because I'm like, wait, I really believe in everything Campbell says, but he's telling me Sudfeld's the backup. Essentially, that's what I thought he was telling me, right? And then he goes out and totally redeems himself today and let's go with Sudfeld. Hooker should be the backup. I mean, our eye test, we're not there at practice, of course, but what we saw in the preseason
we were there.
Well, not all the time is the point. What we saw in the preseason game was Hooker he's ready enough to yes, he needs more experience, more reps, but he's ready enough to help this team win a game if Goff leaves the game early and maybe has a full week to prepare for one or 2 weeks. I mean, that's the real question here, Doug, is do you believe Henden Hooker is good enough to win this team a game or two if Goff has to be out for a few weeks?
I don't know, but I'm more encouraged now than I was. Yeah, I think he can. This past Saturday, people probably noticed a change in my tone yesterday. I was really encouraged with what I saw from Henden Hooker. And it's so funny because literally just yesterday I'm saying at some point there's going to be a tipping point where he develops enough and they just say he's good enough to be our number 2. They'll elevate him to that spot and they'll let Nate Sudfeld go. Today, they cut Nate Sudfeld, which they still might want him to be here. And this might be a strategic play that nobody will pick him up. And Henden Hooker's your number 2 quarterback, but Sudfeld is still in the organization. And if Goff gets hurt in week 3, they prepare for week 4, they activate Sudfeld, and they'll have those same 2 quarterbacks, and maybe Hooker doesn't get the start in week 4. But what we do know is that if Goff gets hurt in week 3, Henden Hooker's finishing the game. They think they've seen enough that if they got a lead, that he can hang on to the lead, or if they're behind, it gives them a chance to win. They've seen enough to feel comfortable with giving him the car keys. And then, if Sudfeld's still in the organization, they activate him if it's any kind of extensive injury and see what happens. But 248-539-9797. In the meantime, we are also discussing the Tigers. What's your state of mind, your current state of mind with the Detroit Tigers? Because it's hard to ignore what's going on. That doesn't mean you come back in. You might say, okay, this is cool, but I'm still not watching. But it's kind of hard to ignore what's going on. 248-539-9797. They've won 11 of 14. They've won, what is the numbers? Their PR department. They're 28-20 since the start of July. Second best record in the American League. And did you know there's only 2 teams with easier schedules than the Tigers the rest of the way? The Tigers have one of the easiest slates to finish this baseball season. They just feasted on a bad team. So 6.5 games out, only 2 teams between them and Minnesota. Minnesota with a tough series in Atlanta. Detroit's got a reeling Angels team. Just saying. Now, I don't think they're going to the playoffs, and I won't be disappointed if they don't. What I am excited about that's probably more relevant than any kind of playoff talk is that they might be establishing a young core. Let's get to Jack in Bloomfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jack?
Yeah, Doug. First off, I had a question about Baez.
Yeah.
Is it possible the Tigers have insurance on him in case of a very serious injury that would prohibit them from paying that $70,000?
Well, it's $75 million. But
$75 million.
Yes,
excuse
it's
me.
okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your channel.
Yeah,
I have
you
no
would
idea.
think with the expense, they might have made that decision. But the major point I wanted to make is I think we have to look to the past and the tremendous criticism that Al Avila took as general manager. Even though people that know realize he was cut back on his scouting team by 70 to 80%. And number two, there was very little money for him to spend. And I think that's part of the reason why some of those trades weren't what they should be, because his scouting budget was way down. And I heard that from an insider with the program. But more importantly, I think it's very important that we look at the present roster with all of the young talent that were all drafted, with very few exceptions, by Al Avila.
Yeah, it's a lot of Avila guys. There's a lot of Avila guys here.
Yeah, and I think we should look back and say, well, maybe some of the criticism might have been justified.
Let's see how this ends before we do victory laps for the Avila crowd. But I don't know anything about what you had to say, what you got from an insider about them cutting budget and scouts and all that. I don't remember seeing that reported anywhere. Do you, Kang?
No.
Okay. I just want to be a little bit careful with that kind of accusation. But is Avila at the end of this whole thing potentially going to be vindicated? Potentially. Potentially. By the way, did you see who just got cut, who just got waived?
There's a lot of people getting waived, Doug.
Yeah. Chad Ryland, the kicker that got drafted a couple of years ago by New England, they just waived him. He and Jake Moody were considered like the two top kickers coming out. Ryland, who was at Eastern Michigan and transferred to Maryland, has an absolute cannon of a leg. But last year he missed some field goals. He went 16 of 25 and really struggled with accuracy beyond 40 yards. Beyond 40 to 49 and 50 plus, he was 50%, 7 of 14. I can see being 50% from beyond 50, but you've got to be 95%, 90, 95 inside of 50. And, would he do better kicking indoors all the time?
I think most kickers would.
Yep. Something to think about if things aren't going well with Bates.
I mean, yeah, we'll see how Bates goes. They've seemed like they have all the confidence in him. They never brought any competition in for Bates after Badgley got hurt.
Yep. Kickers
Kickers are such a wild card, man. That's why when a team uses and even a mid-round pick on a kicker, it's really risky for, you just don't know how these guys are going to end up. And some people think it's not a significant part of the team enough to use that kind of type of resource, Of course we know kickers are important, but to use someone that could be a potential game changer for your team, that most teams wait super late or they just go undrafted, and kickers get released all the time now, right? All the time.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Gator out. Let's get back to your phone calls. DJ in Detroit, you're next. What's up, DJ?
What up, Doug? How you doing, my dog?
I'm good, DJ. How are you?
I'm great because it's wonderful to have a competent organization. I'm so loving the Lions, man. The eye test that I've seen, you've seen, and other people seen for the last 2 or 3 weeks, Henden Hooker was better. I've seen enough of Nate Dogg, man. I've been telling you that. So the fact that they're competent enough to go by the eye test and a rule that I've been aware of in sports ever since I played sports and I coached a little bit, the rule is, Doug, if you got a young guy and the old guy and the talent is anywhere compatible to where they're on anywhere the same level, you keep that young guy because he's going to get better, and you let the old one go. And that's exactly what they did with Hooker, and I applaud them for that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I typically feel that way. I think my mindset changes a little bit if you're thinking you can win a Super Bowl, and you got to balance. Okay, I'm not getting rid of Henden Hooker, but I got Nate Sudfeld here, who I think can win a game for me more likely than Henden Hooker on Sunday. Now, clearly that's changed. Clearly they loved what they saw against Pittsburgh, and it tipped the scales where they're comfortable with potentially losing Nate Sudfeld. But if they can, if Sudfeld doesn't sign anywhere and they can put him on the practice squad, I suspect if there's any significant injury to Goff, it may change the whole plan. Maybe they'll give Nate Sudfeld a chance to win the job and win a start. But right now they're perfectly comfortable with going in each game day if they have to, with Henden Hooker being the backup.
Can I say this real quick, Doug, before I let you go? And this is the thing that I've said when I've called in the show, and I'm sticking to it, and I've been telling you for a few years. With this offensive line, you can't tell me that Henden Hooker right now, who's probably average, is not going to look good with time, because they're going to get him time to go through progressions, to see the field. So the fact that he was playing with the threes or whatever the case may be was not a true indication of what he could be, because he wasn't getting time.
Yep.
You don't give any quarterback time, they're going to look almost how he did the other day. So I think the fact that we had that offensive line helps him too.
There's a little yin and yang there, right? He's going to play with the starters, have an offensive line, have more weapons, but he'll be going against first-string defenders. I'm just glad he's done enough. I was really impressed Saturday. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them recently. They got great leadership. Starts at the top. And they've got some exciting new news to share. UMCU is teaming up with Will Johnson, cornerback, All-American. Awesome. Chance to be defensive MVP in the Big Ten. You can be an MVP with your checking account. Their MVP checking account, it's an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from UMCU gives you a chance to intercept your debt by becoming a member and opening up an MVP checking account, setting up direct deposit, transferring your existing loans from another financial institution. Just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt and become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. We'll get back to your Tiger feedback, your Lions calls, unscripted, the Connor Stallions story, all that next hour. King, I don't know what to make of this thing you sent me today. There's a Twitter account. Let me make sure I got this right. Midwest versus everybody.
That's right. Us versus everybody, Doug.
And they tweeted out the following: petition to add 100-mile-long bridge to connect Michigan to Wisconsin.
I'm here about building bridges, not walls, Doug. I want to connect people.
All right. Got it.
Well, I brought it up to you for a couple things. One, everyone knows you and your fear of the Zwocky Bridge.
Yep.
You don't fear all bridges.
Nope.
Just that one, right?
Just that bridge.
So I brought it up because, first of all, this is local. Michigan, Wisconsin, we're neighboring states. Right now, we have to get to Wisconsin, if you're going to drive, if you can't fly, you have to drive all the way, through Indiana, Illinois, right?
I mean, you can go through the UP.
Yes. I guess, yeah, I meant the southern route.
But yeah, there's no direct route.
The direct route would be to build a bridge. Now, I don't know how serious this account is about that, but I just thought it was a funny, interesting question to bring up. Like, would you take that bridge, Doug?
Okay, so there's a few things about this.
Would anyone take that bridge?
I can't emphasize enough that I am not indeed afraid of bridges. One bridge. One bridge.
Would there be two bridges after this?
I was trying to figure out the longest bridge I was ever on. And my first thought was when we went to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, we were on that, it turns out it's called the Twin Span Bridge, and it goes into New Orleans. I think it's across Lake Pontchartrain, and it measures at 5-something miles. I don't remember exactly. Then I was like, I've been on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in Maryland, or I guess is it Maryland to Virginia? That's 4.3 miles long. Then I realized it was the Confederation Bridge. It was the longest bridge I was ever on, and that was the bridge from New Brunswick to Prince Edward Island up in Canada. Would I be afraid of a 100-mile bridge across Lake Michigan? I'd have to see the bridge.
Come on, Doug. It's your typical bridge. You know what they look like.
Well, here's the thing about it is, I think given how, I don't even know if this is possible.
Of course not. I don't either. I'm
In fact,
I'm not a civil engineer.
I think about how deep Lake Michigan must be. The engineering on this thing, the amount of time, the amount of money seems virtually impossible to me.
Would you rather take a tunnel all the way across or a bridge?
Probably a bridge.
Yeah?
Yeah, I get claustrophobic in tunnels, but how deep is Lake Michigan? It's got to be way too deep for them to actually build a bridge across Lake Michigan from like South Haven to Kenosha. But okay, let's say that the engineering works.
Yes.
You also have to have, there's ships that go from Chicago.
Sure.
So the bridge, not the whole way, but it's going to have some pretty high spans.
Or it's got to be a drawbridge at some point.
I don't even think you can do that. In the
I don't know.
So I want to know where Midwest versus everybody got this. Petition to add 100-mile long bridge to connect Michigan to Wisconsin. I'm not even is it 100 miles? From South Haven to Kenosha?
I thought you did the research this morning.
No,
How long would it take?
Well, if it's 100 miles, it'd take about an hour and a half. Ish.
An hour and a half ish.
On a bridge.
On a bridge. I couldn't do it, man.
Really?
I don't know. That's long. I'd always be thinking bad thoughts. Like
too paranoid.
Do we have enough lifeboats on this car?
Yeah, is there an area for me to pull over?
Is there a Buc-ee's on the bridge? Is there a Sheetz? I know Sheetz are opening up this week, right?
I would have to think before you put your car on a 100-mile long bridge, you would have to prove that you have enough gas to get across said bridge, or in my case, enough charge to get across said bridge, right? They don't need everybody running out of gas halfway across. You have to stop and show them at the toll booth. So this is filled with problems. But in theory, I would not be afraid. In theory.
In theory, you would not be like. Let's say, what if it was like a bullet train across a bridge?
I'd like
hey,
that better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like that way better.
45 minutes. Don't worry about gas. You're just going to be over.
I heard it was only 90 minutes from New York to Paris. By 76, we'd be A-okay, but not the case. If this is, again, where did they get this? What makes them think that this is even possible? How would this get paid for? Would Mexico pay for it?
You're asking real questions here, Doug. I don't need this.
You're right.
Have you ever been to a Key West? Isn't that Long Bridge?
I've never been to Key West. What's a long? So you know what I wouldn't do it in is one of those like November gales.
Oh, no way.
Like if it was bad weather, we're going through Chicago, honey. We're going through the UP. I'm not taking any bridge if there's any semblance of bad weather. Not a chance. Did you look at the responses to this?
No, are they funny?
Well, there's
usually the comment section's the best.
There are almost 2,000 responses.
Do we get enough signatures? Is this happening?
Mm-hmm. First one is driving this route is the literal armpit of the United States. Traffic here is horrible and always under construction. In particular, it's the bottom of Lake Michigan into the state of Michigan that is bad. There is the ferry. Everybody knows about the ferry, right?
Yes. We're getting a lot of ticket texts about the ferry here.
Yep. Andrew responds, sure thing. So as long as you build it 100 feet long and 600 to 700 feet, 100 miles long and 600 to 700 feet depth of water and be 155 feet above the water surface the whole way to clear boat traffic. Oh, and ensure people don't use it as a suicide tool for the whole 100 miles.
Way to ruin it with like real,
real problems.
Yeah. These are real obstacles.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're not getting it.
No, I would not think so. But if they were to build it, here's the other thing. I would not be like the first one across.
Oh, no way.
I never want to be the first to do anything. Jason in Grand Rapids, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, great topic, Doug. We talk about this all the time in Grand Rapids.
Do you?
If you ever want to go to, if you ever want to go to Milwaukee or Green Bay, going through Chicago is the absolute biggest pain. And you're fighting the traffic, the tolls, the construction, or do you spend a couple $100s to take the ferry? And there's another ferry that goes from Ludington to Manitowoc, also further north. And, that's an even further drive around the bottom of the lake. But to add to your topic about the bridge, the silly one I've seen on the internet is having a roundabout in the middle of Lake Michigan that would connect Grand Rapids, Benton Harbor, Chicago, and Milwaukee, and you just do a roundabout in the middle of the lake. So if your bridge here is there, imagine a roundabout in the middle of Lake Michigan with all the waves and ocean going on out there.
We can't handle roundabouts on normal land, let alone on a bridge.
Yeah, right.
Oh, God.
So,
yeah, I would
That's
imagine
hilarious.
On the west side of the state, I think when you, at some points on Lake Michigan, you could see across to Wisconsin, right?
Oh, absolutely. The Indiana State Dunes, you can see 50 miles and you can see the Chicago skyline behind the sunset, and that's an awesome view. But you can get Chicago radio stations in Southwest Michigan. It's right there, if not for all the truck traffic around Gary and all the tolls. It's crazy.
Hysterical. All right. Hey, thank you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today. Get back to a bunch of your feedback coming in here on a variety of things. 97.1 The Ticket.
The Lions are waiving backup QB option Nate Sudfeld, according to Ian Rappaport. If he clears waivers, he'll likely join the practice squad. The Connor Stallions Sign Stealer Netflix documentary dropped this morning. In an article in The Athletic, they put 30 NFL quarterbacks into tiers based on the opinions of 50 NFL coaches and execs. Last season, Goff was the third-tier QB. Now he's risen to the second tier and 10th overall. One defensive coordinator had the following to say, quote, "They've got a good run game. They have a bunch of checkdowns to the tight end. They've got good players around him. He just has to go 1, 2, 3 and fire the ball. But he's another guy who, if it came down to a 2-minute drive, I wouldn't feel great about him in that situation," end quote. The Tigers face the Angels tonight. Brant Herter heads to the mound for his first Major League start. He does have 4 appearances out of the pen under his belt with the Tigers, though. He's looked solid in those. First pitch at 6:40. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What are you laughing at?
Doug, you got to check your Twitter account.
Okay.
We've been tagged on something, and it's fantastic. It has to do with our conversation.
Okay. About the bridge?
Yes.
Jennifer Hammond just said, Zilwaukee Bridge scares me too, but Mackinac is terrifying.
Well, wait till she gets to this bridge. Wait till she gets to this bridge.
Somebody sent us a sketch
Yes.
of the roundabout
Yes.
bridge.
Ghost Malone, 90.
Yeah. Is
Funny,
that the one
funny
you're-
Twitter name, by the way.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes. The roundabout bridge.
Well, to be clear here, it's a map. The picture he sent us is a map.
Whatever.
And in the map,
I see the vision.
he drew basically, there's a circle in the middle of Lake Michigan with 4 spokes, look like they're written, with a very crude graphics package. 1 to Milwaukee, 1 to Grand Haven, 1 to I don't know, somewhere I-94, New Buffalo-ish,
Yeah.
and 1 to Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, this works. You hand this over to the civil engineers in
Yep.
the Midwest region and say,
build this bridge.
yes. And someone's going to mess up because they don't know how to use the roundabout.
That's right.
That'd be annoying.
Yep. You're right, though. They'd have to have rest areas
Yeah.
for a 100-mile bridge.
Dude, hashtag problem solved, man.
It is kind of funny. We are privy to one of the most anybody from Michigan that ever has to go to Milwaukee. And it really suck if you're directly across the lake from Milwaukee and you don't want to take the boat or can't take the boat or can't afford the boat or whatever. The ferry, driving around through Chicago. I'll tell you a funny story. Michigan had a football player who recently passed away by the name of Steve King. He was from Miami, and he had a cousin that was playing for Wisconsin. And so they made the comment that they would drive up together when they were going. One was going to Wisconsin, one was going to Michigan. Maybe it was a friend. But he told this story in front of the media one day. So his thought was, yeah, we'll just drive up there. We'll drop your stuff off. Then we'll go, and I'll go, start in Michigan. So they set course for Madison. And they get to Madison, and he's like, well, wait a sec. How the hell do we get to Ann Arbor from here? And they were stunned. So they decided to drive up through the Upper Peninsula. It was it took us 10 hours. They were we just looked at it on the map and thought they were close to each other. Didn't think about the lake, which was silly, but he was kind of stunned that there was no easy way to get there. Chicago's a nightmare to drive through. I mean, it's a good city. I think it's a little overrated, but it's a good city. But the driving, we've all done the drive into and around Chicago. There's no clean drive through Chicago. But I don't think people would be taking this 100-mile roundabout 4-spoked bridge.
Do you think there's like a USC football fan who's like, yeah, we're in the Big Ten now. We'll go see a Michigan game. We'll just drive across the bridge to go see a Wisconsin game.
Probably, yeah. Although I do the same thing in the West Coast, right? I'm like,
you don't know the area.
I'm like, we'll go to Denver, and from there we'll drive to Vegas. They're right next to each other, right? You don't have familiarity with how close they are. I have to look up how long the drive is, but I bet it's not close. From Denver to Vegas. Drive from Denver to Vegas is 750 miles. But when I said that, like, I've done some West Coast travel where I'm like, oh, crap, this is way longer than I thought it was going to be. Because the states are out there. They're all right next to each other. Can't take that long to get from Denver to Vegas. Yeah. 10 hours and 53 minutes is how long it takes. All right. Look, we opened the show with my thoughts on the Connor Stallions sign stealer, Netflix documentary, the whole thing. I mean, it's just not good. The optics aren't good. Wish this story never happened. But it did. And so, all right, what is the responsibility? What is the culpability? Where does it fall within the football program? And I think Jim Costa said something during the morning show that I totally agree with. It's probably not going to change too many people's minds. It is mostly rehash. And then you're getting it from Connor. You're getting Connor's side of the story, which for most people, it's the first time they're hearing him talk. But it's not just rehash. It is kind of amazing. I mean, maybe they cut out the details and maybe he didn't go into details of how easily he got the job as the sign decoder at Navy and how easily he got the job to do the same thing at Michigan. Story breaks. Michigan takes his computer and his cell phone. He lawyers up. Michigan says, we want to hold a hearing to talk to him. And his attorney advises him not to show up. So there's stuff that, I mean, Connor denies a lot and is very evasive. And they show some of his testimony with the NCAA, and it's incredibly evasive. And basically says, I don't recall, and stuff like that. And that's hard to believe. Okay, it is hard to believe. But, it's why he's probably looking at some sort of show cause before he can work again in NCAA football. The stuff about, there's a lot of implied stuff about whether or not his computer was illegally hacked, which could be a cyber crime, to get this information out there. But it's all implied. There's no evidence of that. It's stuff that we've seen. And we've seen everything under the sun as far as internet rumors with this story. The reality is what Michigan is dealing with is a notice of allegations. That is their reality. And their notice of allegations is sort of what the NCAA has been able to prove. What they think they've been able to prove, and Michigan has, I think it's 120 days to respond to it. The good news if you're Michigan, or if you're a Michigan fan and you're worried about, a nuclear option, there is still no connection between Connor Stallions, the scheme, and the coaching staff. Were they using Connor as a sign stealer? Yes. At this point, there's no connection that they knew what he was up to. But, that could change. But as of right now, that's the way it appears. And Connor is, one of these guys that comes across as if he's like one of these guys that doesn't want to ever take no for an answer. And, people say I was so driven and I wouldn't take no for an answer. But this is some of the stuff with him and the story in The Athletic last week. It just feels like he goes over the top. Now, with that said, the reality of the notice of allegations, that has no tie between the coaches and Connor. This doesn't tie those things together. ESPN reporters are saying there's not that, and that probably has Michigan avoiding a nuclear option. But again, it's still not great. I mean, at the end of it, Connor says I wouldn't change a thing, and I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really sure you wouldn't change a thing? Because this has got you in a point where your career goals, it's not helping those things. And it's led to a lot of headaches to say the least. So Michigan has time to respond. We'll see what it leads to. But if you haven't seen it, there's a lot of stuff. It depends how closely you followed the story. If you are really hardcore into it, you probably know most of this. At one point, one of the telling things is Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports, who's a really good, we got a lot of journalistic integrity, said that they FOIA'd other schools and they found 5 that have purchased tickets to opposing games that would fall in line with whether or not they were doing scouting. But they don't know that people were doing scouting. But it was their scouting guys buying tickets. And he didn't name the schools, which is responsible. You can't do that until you know that they are doing what they are accused of being done. And I'm glad they're using, that he's using some degree of integrity. But if they get that evidence, I'm sure they'll run the story. But nonetheless, it has certainly been a bit of a firestorm. I suspect what's going to happen here is people are going to react the next few days. Season's going to start, and then we await Michigan's response. And I've said it before, and that is the negotiations are probably ongoing right now as to what the resolution will be with the NCAA. And maybe they will come to a resolution, maybe they won't. But that's my take after watching it today, and I'm sure many people will watch it. And get your 2 cents at 248-539-9797. Still a ton of feedback coming in on the Tigers. We asked the question, what is your current state of mind with this baseball team? How do you feel about this baseball team? Because they keep winning. You know this Tiger team. It's who they're doing it with. 248-539-9797. And another big story today from Lions. The Lions, prior to their opener, well, they've cut Nate Sudfeld. Meaning they will, at this point, have Henden Hooker on the roster as QB2. Now, could Sudfeld make the practice squad? Could he still be in the mix here? Yeah. Yeah, he could be. But as it stands right now, it's Henden Hooker. He's your backup quarterback in Detroit. 248-539-9797. Get your phone calls and feedback next. Hey, summer might be in its final days, but the savings are not. They are still hot at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Blazer for just $255 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right. $255 a month for 24 months on a Blazer LT front-wheel drive. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Remember, this is the number one Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, and that means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, and Trax, and EVs, hundreds of them on the ground to choose from. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. See dealer for details. Get there fast. All offers end September 3rd. Together, let's drive. Doug Karskater out today, 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. All right, we're getting bridge texts. Doug, would you rather take a hot air balloon across Lake Michigan or drive over that bridge? That's from Mike and Fenton.
That's easy, right, Doug?
Bridge.
Yeah, all day.
Yeah. They're putting a gas station and a Starbucks on that bridge just for you, Doug. That's from Rich in Waterford.
Depends if pumpkin spice lattes are at that Starbucks.
I think there's a problem with my app. Building a bridge across the Great Lakes is filled with numerous engineering, logistical, and political problems, but still ways easier than understanding how women think. That's from an unnamed texter. Lake Michigan is 950 feet deep. Google it.
So it'll be a tall task.
The Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel in Virginia has a restaurant with a fishing pier midway on a bar on the bridge. We can't even get our roads to working condition. This bridge would cost infinity dollars. Good idea, though. That's from Sean on Livonia. 248-539-9797. Brandon's in Shelby, and he is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're doing great.
Karsh, they're going to build you Starbucks in the middle of the Gordie Howe Bridge as soon as that opens.
Oh, okay, I'm down with that. I spent not a lot of time in Canada, but I got relatives there. I go to Canada.
It's going to be a Tim Hortons, not a Starbucks.
Yeah, that's right. It probably would be a Tim Hortons.
So right now it seems like all the young guys are batting 250 or above with contact. Like they're drawing walks. They got some speed. But there's always that second year where the pitchers adapt. Like, because at first they don't look at them like they're serious. They're like, all these young guys can't do anything. But next year, if they take them seriously, are they going to drop or are they going to keep where they're going?
So I don't know if it's that they don't take them seriously, but they don't have a lot of, baseball is the road to success is filled with trapdoors and grenades. Like the moment they figure out that you can't lay off this pitch, you can be done, And so there's not a lot of scouting intel yet on these young Tiger hitters. So I hear what you're saying. Now, like Torque has been around. So there's a lot of intel on Torque, and Parker Meadows has been around. There's probably a lot of intel on him and Riley Green, but Trey Sweeney or Jace Young, those guys are just got here. So it could be an issue. I mean, the thing about it is Torque was looking super productive and like he was going to be here to stay. And then this year he spent a couple months in the minors, right? So the idea that anybody else has arrived yet when we just saw how long it took for Torque to kind of get back is, there's a long way to go, but these are fun games and early returns. But you're right. There's still some challenges ahead.
If these young hitters are going to do next year what they do now, we have a good team for a while because, it's cheap money, like a lot of young players, and if they're going to spend some money. But, if these young players keep it up, not only do we have a young team, but, we have people under contract.
Yeah, they do have people under contract. And look, the thing that sucks is they got a $75 million anchor. And I would like to see, I have a hunch he played his last game in Detroit, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to have to pay most of that contract. And that's just it's a huge tax to pay. And if you're going to make a splash in free agency and eat the Baez contract, we're talking about an extraordinary amount of money that needs to be spent, but I want an owner and a GM that are okay with spending an extraordinary amount of money. Hopefully the kids justify that being the case. Hopefully the kids can say, look the way they finish the season, basically sending the message, just fill in the gaps here and let's go. Fill in the gaps and let's roll.
Well, one of those gaps was, do we have a first baseman?
Yep.
Do you think by the end of this season, Doug, you'll be able to answer that question?
So if he plays like this, and I would go with yes. Not because I'm sure, but because he could be the answer. And I would use resources to address other needs. A trade of free agency, I would go after starting pitching. I would go after a shortstop. I would go after a lot of pitching and a shortstop because he could be the answer at first base. Could be the answer at first base. 248-539-9797. More ticket text. This on Henden Hooker. Not having a seasoned backup quarterback is like driving your car with no insurance. Bad things can happen.
Does your backup quarterback have to have experience, Doug?
When you're trying to win a Super Bowl, I think it does. But this is like the first pseudo-pro Sudfeld text or response we got. And what's hard to quantify is how important is that experience in a regular season game. Because as much as we've taken a call, Henden Hooker will look even better with the starters, so would Nate Sudfeld. Now, Sudfeld, when this is all said and done, Sudfeld still could be in the mix. They might have gone with a percentage play here, right? This might be the strategy today. We want to keep 3 quarterbacks, but we also have other positions where we want to hang on to a guy here, a guy there. And so we're going to release the guy we don't think is going to get picked up on waivers that we can put on the practice squad. And we'll do that with the idea that if Goff gets hurt in a game, we'll just go with Hooker to finish the game. Then we'll call Sudfeld up if it's a long-term injury, and those two will be competing for who gets the start if Goff is out for an extended period of time. That may be the plan. Right now, it's hard to know. They could lose Sudfeld out of this whole thing. But I continue to say it. I think the organization's priority should be winning the Super Bowl, not developing young players. You can win the Super Bowl, try to win the Super Bowl, and also be developing young players, but that should not be a priority. The priority should be winning the next game. Things are different now. This is the first time in forever that we can say we're playing for the now, not the future. And I think it's great to have $38.5 million in cap space. And I think it's great to take that to the trade deadline. And I think if you take it to the trade deadline, you can add a Devontae Adams. If the Raiders stink and he wants out, you can fit him under the cap. Just as an example. Kevin writes in, would be totally pissed if we make the playoffs and lose because we traded away Flaherty. Yeah, I mean, I get it. The question is, with Canna and Urshela and that crew, were they going to make the playoffs, or are they only making the playoffs because they cleared way and added young pieces, and that this young core might be good enough to make the playoffs? I don't think so. But that's weird that they only have 2 teams between them and a playoff spot. They're 6.5 games out. They're one of the hottest teams in the American League, and only 2 teams have easier schedules the rest of the way. I keep thinking back to that St. Louis Blues team that was the worst team in hockey at like the mid-season point of the NHL season. They went on to win the Stanley Cup.
That was crazy.
It was crazy. I wonder when because I bet in St. Louis everybody wrote them off. And at some point they got people's attention. Hockey's different. You get a hot goaltender, right? But
did they sell at the trade deadline? I don't remember the
I don't
details
remember either.
of that team.
I don't remember either. But at some point the fans were like, this team. But that's obviously the exception and not the rule. But I'm not going to be mad if they don't make the playoffs. This team is not going to let me down.
Not at this point,
because
right?
What they're doing is the most important thing they might be doing is establishing a young core.
Well, I think what happened was the first half of the season, the first half of this year, they let you down.
Yep.
But now that expectations, I think things have changed, of course, and now different players are here than what they started the year with. They're doing so well that, not making the playoffs is not a letdown.
No.
That's no longer the goal. That'll be
they would have to the only thing they could do to let us down is if they quickly rise to the top of the wild card chase, get into a playoff spot, and then choke it away. I don't think there's enough time left to do that. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Gator out today, 248-539-9797. A lot of feedback coming in on a variety of topics. Henden Hooker is going to flame out. Run first quarterback never works out. Not to mention he's 26-year-old. They should have never drafted him. They need to trade him and get whatever they can. From an unnamed texter. So, I don't know how much you listen, the person that sent this text. I'm not crazy about quarterbacks that run. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. It's down the list of priorities, the things I'm looking for in a quarterback. But I thought it's the throws. It's expanding the menu of throws that Henden Hooker can make. And I keep going back to the one throw he made to Caden Davis, the now cut Caden Davis, over the middle, where he took a hit. There was a defender coming up the middle, and he stood in the pocket and delivered the ball on time while he was under heavy duress. And I was like, there it is. That's the kind of stuff that he needs to do primarily to win this backup job. It's more that than his ability to take off and run. Now, the good thing is if you aren't as sharp, and I don't expect Henden Hooker to be as sharp as Jared Goff, but you're just trying to find a way to get into field goal range late in a game when called upon, the QB run can be incredibly useful. If you're not going to be able to execute the whole offense the way Goff can. It doesn't matter if you're on script. If you're trying to get into field goal range and he's got to improvise, he's capable of it. And that's where it can be most useful.
You know how I feel about the backup quarterback, having the ability to be mobile. You don't have to be Lamar Jackson, but to be able to gain, like you just said, that's a perfect scenario. It's 3rd and 5 or even 3rd and long, but you need 6 yards to get into decent field goal range, and that pass isn't always there, and it's not always safe, and there's no guarantee the guy catches it. But if you have a quarterback that can move a little bit and get you those yards, that's what Henden Hooker provides that Jared Goff just doesn't, So get me those yards that I need, set us up to help win this game and close this out. And that's what you're asking for a backup quarterback a lot of time, is either to keep us within striking distance or hold on to some kind of lead. And I think Henden Hooker has shown enough this preseason, at least with my eyeball test, that he can do that, especially if he's working with the ones. The offensive line that he was out there with, there was a lot of leaking going on where he had to move around the pocket. He got sacked, right?
Yep.
You got to feel that he's going to have a better pocket with Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, and the rest of the guys, if you were to ever have to come into a game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. What else do we got here? Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Casey in Brighton writes in, does it feel like the Tigers are taking the same track as the 2022 Lions? Come on strong at the end of the year and make something of the following year. That's how it feels to me. KC, I wondered if we'd get that comparison today. I wonder if anybody would draw that straight line from the 2022 Lions to the 2024 Tigers. And here's something else that's so energizing about this. For people who have been around, there are probably a good portion of you that have never seen a young Tiger core. You've seen young Tiger pitchers, but have you ever seen a lineup that feels like it's a young, homegrown core of solid baseball players? You need a couple of these guys to be stars. You need Riley Green and Chase Young to be stars. You need a couple more to be really, really good, way above average. Parker Meadows, Spencer Torkelson, Parker Meadows, Cole Keith. You need others to just absolutely hit for power. Maybe that's Tork's role. You need good defense at catcher. You need more pitching. Can Jackson Joe be part of the staff next year and contribute? And will he be as good as he's, advertised to be, to join with Skubal? I don't know, man. This is stuff that we haven't seen in Detroit in a long time. And it makes me excited. And that's why we're asking, what's your state of mind with this Tiger team right here, right now? Back to your phone call. Stan's in Southfield, and he is next. Hello, Stan.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Doing good.
You have people saying that your backup quarterback has to have experience. That's not true. Brock Purdy took San Francisco all the way to the Super Bowl with no experience. He was a doggone third-string quarterback. You don't have to have experience to be a successful backup.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say that Brock Purdy is probably the exception and not the rule. You don't have to have it. I would feel much better with if Hendon Hooker had a little bit more experience. But look, I feel much better about Hendon Hooker as a backup quarterback today than I did 3 weeks ago. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that goes without saying. But each individual, each person, they're different, and some guys can do it and some guys can't. And you say Purdy is an exception. Who's to say Hendon Hooker can't do it?
Well, Hendon Hooker would be less of a surprise to be able to do it than a 7th-round pick in Brock Purdy. All
right, my point taken, and that's you made my point for me right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, we go back to the thing I always say: you want to be perfect. You want to be able to have a great player and a good player behind him at every position. But that's just not the reality.
You know what? NFL playing experience, yeah, Hendon Hooker doesn't have that. But he is an older, young player, right? We make
He's
fun
an
of
older,
it. Yes,
inexperienced player.
Exactly. So I think mentally, though, yeah, he could be ahead of like your typical second-year quarterback.
Yep.
As far as professionalism, just in life, man. You think about all the times, I know you do, Doug, I know I do. What was I like when I was 22 years old, 23? An idiot doing stupid stuff. He's not 22, actually. So maybe that helps him in his progression of, taking this seriously and being ready when the moment happens, if it is a called upon him at some point.
248-539-9797. Nick is in Berkeley, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Nick.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great.
Long-time listener. Big fan of the show.
Appreciate the phone call.
I just got in the car and heard you say kind of comparing this Tigers team to the 2022 Detroit Lions kind of coming out at the end of the year. I couldn't agree more, and I'm very optimistic, actually, for the Tigers' future. I do love that they're letting the young guys play, bringing them up now, and letting them have that
Nick?
Instead of having
we lost you there for a sec.
We
lost you there for a sec. You said you love that you have the young guys play, and then what'd you say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Love that they're having them play right now to adjust to that MLB level of pitching right now instead of the next year having some of your hitters lose confidence. So I'm glad that they're letting the young guys play right now because I do think they have a really good young core. I think Colt Keith's a guy that's going to be around for a long time. I feel like he might end up making the move to first base depending on, how his defense progresses. But, I think Parker Meadows is someone that's going to take a big leap probably next year. Chase Young, I think
Parker Meadows, if a big leap next year, if he's making a big leap, he's making it right now. This guy is white hot, plays great defense, has elite speed. He's hit for some power. Like Parker Meadows is really, really, what's going on with him is super encouraging. So if he's going to make a big leap, and maybe I'm getting, it doesn't really matter, but I think he's making it right now. Right now. Since he's been called up, I don't have his stats in front of me, but a couple days ago, he was hitting like 340, with a 390 on base and like an 888 OPS. It's ridiculous what he's done since he's been called back up. And he always had the defense. He always had the speed. And the question was, is the guy ever going to hit? They send him down. You always wonder if this is going to work. And let me see if I can find it here. Since he has been called up, and then he got hurt again and got healthy again, he's hitting 333 with a 368 on base and a 952 OPS.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Is that too good to believe? That's not like water finance level. Does
he settle in as a 290 hitter? Because a 290 hitter I would take.
Oh, I would take that all day. I'm for him.
Yeah.
250, man. Honestly. 250, 14, 15 home runs a year and play defense like you do.
I hope he's better than 250, but I don't think he's going to hit 333 the rest of his career. He's probably going to drop down below 300. How far below is the question?
but I think there's
to be a real difference maker. I think he's got to hit more than 250. If he's hitting 250, then he's kind of a role player. Well, it depends. I mean, role player, elite defense, good team.
Yeah,
if
that's
they're a
all
good
you
team.
need. That's all I need personally. I need the corner outfielders to provide something. I need Torque to provide something. Colt Keith and Jace Young. You know.
All right, straight ahead. A bunch of players got released today. Kang and I will predict who gets picked up by the Lions. We'll get to that today at 1:48. Here on Carson Anderson, a 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you've heard us talk about FanDuel, which is America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we got something a little bit different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season game Sunday afternoon, all your out-of-market games, and all you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel at any time. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will automatically be charged seasonally after the free trial. There are no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. It is the Carson Anderson program. Gang behind the glass. All right, so cuts coming fast and furious in the NFL. Have you seen a name where you thought that guy's going to be a Detroit Lion?
I've seen plenty.
Okay.
Honestly, because the receivers are the ones that I'm really focused on.
Yep.
And there have been a bunch of receivers that a lot of people have heard of. And I'm not just going after names or anything like that. I'm looking for a specific type of receiver. And I see a couple of them that I think are going to be future Lions, that could possibly be future Lions.
Okay. I agree. I'm monitoring the receivers. I'm kind of down to 2 for reasons other than that I'm trying to connect dots. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Totally get it.
So why don't you shoot me yours? Who you got?
All right. The 2 guys I'm down to, or just the one guy I might end up picking? Here?
Well, who are your finalists here?
My finalists are Terrace Marshall Jr., cut by the Carolina Panthers, former LSU Tiger, was really good in college, a former second-round pick. And my other one is Noah Brown from the Texans. Okay? He had a good year at the Texans, but they obviously went out and got Stephon Diggs. They're supposed to be releasing John Mechie as well. They just got too many good receivers over there. But I think him and Marshall are 2 perfect candidates to find themselves in the Detroit Lions uniform.
Okay, so I looked at Noah Brown, gave that some thought. I'm going to go with the one we talked about earlier, Tim Patrick from Denver. I think they might like the perseverance a lot from a guy that's battled back from season-ending injuries. He was back and playing this preseason. But what I think they might really like, and this is a bigger receiver, a 6'4" guy, what they really might like is everything I'm reading out of Denver is he is like a really good locker room guy. And I think that matters here more than it matters most places. So you don't sign a guy who can't play because he's a good locker room guy, but I could see Patrick absolutely being the type of personality that they would go after. I think he's the one that they will, but I think Allen Robinson, who was just released by the Giants, 6'2" wide receiver, Detroit native, St. Mary's kid who, has had some good years in this league. Again, a bigger guy. And, those joint practices, you get to see people. And I think that helps as well.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 would make sense. I'm going to go, my final choice is going to be Noah Brown. I just think the fact that, and he's not huge, but he's not small. He's 6'2", had a decent year last year. I think he could play special teams as well, which is a big thing for, when you're down the depth chart at receiver, you got to be able to help the team in other ways. He plays special teams. He's an outside guy, which is what I think they're looking for, a 6'2", 6'3", 6'4" outside guy. The slot guy could be St. Brown, can be Khalif, Isaiah Williams if he makes the team. But I think Noah Brown fits what I think Brad Holmes is looking for. But I got to tell you, there's a lot of options out there, and I like that. Hopefully the Lions get one of these guys.
Yep.
My issue with Tim Patrick is, and I get what you're saying, but with the resilient and all that stuff, perseverance, that also means injury prone.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of injuries.
No, I get it. It's scary to me that one of the injuries is a Achilles. Like the ACL doesn't scare me like it used to, but the Achilles will always be an issue for speed players at his age. And it's, you go back to, well, why are these guys available? They're probably available for a reason that makes them less attractive to be in Detroit. If I were to guess what's going to happen, I'm going to guess that while they might sign one of these guys, they'd sign him cheap, but your number 3 or 4 receiver, probably your number 3 receiver, is a player that they could trade for at the trade deadline. With all that cap space, I feel like they're war chesting for something. So that is still in play here. It's just nothing that happens anytime soon.
Listen.
By the way, it could be a rush end.
Well, I'd like that. I would love that. I just don't think it's Brad Holmes' MO. That's not the way he does business. I think he saves the money for the players they draft and develop. And the next guys in line are Lee McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson. Those guys are going to get paid at some point. So, and very soon, by the way. I think that's where they save their money for. Like this offseason, they had a chance to go get what was the cornerback from Kansas City? I'm forgetting his name now. Not McDuffie, the other one. Snead.
Yes.
They could have gone out and paid him, and that never happened. I think, and what they do, they went out and drafted Terrion Arnold, Enos Rakestraw. He identifies talent. They want to develop that talent, and then if it works out, they give that talent money. I think the trade deadline thing, it's probably going to end up being like a DPJ type move, a smaller move, barring any big injury from the Lions. But I think in the end, we all trust Brad Holmes, and he's done such a good job. But we're so close. I feel like you, me, the fan base, we can taste it. Like, get us to the Super Bowl. There's no reason why this year can't be the Lions' year.
There's absolute truth in that, and not every call is going to be perfect. An example is Donovan Peoples-Jones, who just got released. I'm sure they wanted more out of him when they traded for him, but there's no other way to put that. That was a pretty big disappointment. It's too bad.
Especially so that now we're looking for somebody, you know?
Yep.
It's one thing if it doesn't work out. All right, that didn't work out. Threw a dart, didn't hit the bullseye. But now not only did they miss that, they lost out on Josh Reynolds, and we don't know if that played a role into them saying, you know what, we'll move on from Josh Reynolds because we believe in DPJ. And now what it looks like they might be hitting the waiver wire here.
All right, tons of feedback coming in. This is on people's mindset right now as it pertains to the Tigers. Wes in a car says, so wouldn't you like to have kept Flaherty and added a bat right now? AJ was absolutely correct. They shouldn't have sold. They should have bought. Well, AJ didn't say they shouldn't sell. He said, I always want to buy at the trade deadline. Jeff in Bay City says, and yeah, I mean, if they still had Flaherty, I mean, it's easy to say. If they got Sweeney here playing now, and the Lozano kid is just hitting the cover off the ball, but he's a few steps away from the majors. Jeff in Bay City says, I'm interested and invested. I live out of state. So July, I bought the MLB TV package so I could watch the Tigers' young core the rest of the season. Roger in Mount Clemens says, interest is very high. This is the most excited I've been regarding the Tigers for next year. AJ won't, but he should be considered for manager of the year. AJ won't win it, but he should be considered for manager of the year for what he has done with the pitching. Would Verlander be a benefit on the staff? I mean, I'd get worried every year you hang another year on a pitcher like Verlander. Was done with the Tigers, especially when they dealt at the deadline. But they are so interesting again. They're legitimately a piece or two away from contending. I don't know if I'd go that far. I think they might be a piece or two or three or four away. But this is sure fun. It's about who's doing it. Doug, over the last 3 weeks, I'm watching, listening, and checking odds way more frequently. Feels like they have that inside straight bet to make the wild card with the remaining schedule, too. That's from Ryan. No, I hear you. The schedule is something like this week alone, you got Minnesota playing 3 against Atlanta, while Detroit is playing 3 against the Angels. The Angels have won like 2 of their last 12. Detroit's won 11 of their last 14. They could take advantage of their schedule. They just did.
Don't do that to people. Don't do it. Don't do that to people.
People are doing it to themselves.
Don't do that to people.
So
hold
here's
on,
the thing.
King. Hold on.
Here's the thing. I said they can't let me down because it's not even about making the playoffs. It's about trying to establish a young core. And in the mix, they've been reeling in playoff teams one by one.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they are one series away from actually getting in conversation.
I look at it like this. Can this baseball team turn into the 2022 Lions? You knew you were out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You knew, well, there's a slight chance. I mean, it was like you needed a miracle to happen, and the miracle didn't. But you finished strong, and you were able to carry that over. To me, that's a win.
There's
if that
no question
happens,
that's a win.
If that happens, I can throw away all the ineptitude that happened this year, the people who I thought they should have gone, the whole Javi Baez saga. I can let it all go if you finish strong, above 500, and then I can look at the next year and say, okay, we got a core.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's a win. The motivating the GM and the owner to get a little bit more aggressive and add some gas to this, that's a win.
Because, yeah, at that point, I can now hold Scott Harris accountable because he said once he gets his core, he'll spend money. So
it feels like they're establishing that core right now. It's so funny because the least popular thing that he said was, well, we didn't want to block players. So the only upside of that is now we're getting to see these guys that aren't blocked and they're coming through.
Right.
And so that stands.
Now the caveat is that was beer league softball. That was the White Sox.
Right, but I mean, they took 2 or 3 for the Yankees before that. They won 11 of 14. They've got the second best record in the American League since the beginning of July. So there is that.
But everybody feels good after beating the White Sox.
Well, we knew that there was a chance they could go from 4 games under 500 to 500, and they did exactly that.
Yeah, they showed up.
Yep, and they have the second and third easiest schedule the rest of the way.
So yeah, so my thing is, finish strong. And
that's a win.
I'll treat this like the Lions in 2022.
So there are wins, and then there are wins.
Correct. Correct.
All right. Hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. It looks like the Lions are going with Henden Hooker as their backup QB, at least for now. Nate Sudfeld was waived today, according to Ian Rappaport. Dan Miller providing some further context on X. Quote, Hooker would be claimed. He becomes your in-game backup, absent an elevation of Sudfeld, assuming he's on the practice squad. If you feel strongly you need a vet and Goff is out, you activate him during the week. Save spot on the roster, end quote.
Wait. Hooker, what just happened?
No, Hooker's still on the team. Nothing new. Nothing new.
Okay.
The Lions also reportedly waiving Darius Fountain. Fountain was in the mix for the last spots at wideout.
No.
I'm sorry.
Again! Shut up and let him do his update!
Fountain was targeted 7 times this preseason, collecting a pair of catches. A host of receivers around the league have been waived as well, including Detroit's own Allen Robinson. The Vikings placed former Lion tight end TJ Hawkinson on the PUP list today as he continues to recover from a torn ACL. The NFL also deciding not to move forward with Hawkeye technology to determine first downs for the 2024 season. The Tigers kick off a series with the Angels tonight at Comerica Park. 25-year-old lefty Brant Hurdle will make the start for the Tigers against Johnny Cueto. Cueto signed a minor league deal with LA a month ago after struggling to get it going in AAA with the Rangers. He gave up 3 earned runs in 6 innings in his first start of the year last Wednesday against Kansas City. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 640. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good to have you aboard on a Tuesday. We got a lot of ground to cover, and we have a 500 baseball team. We're going to get to the Tigers at 3. I will give you, if you want a dream, I'll give you what it'll take to accomplish the dream. If you want to pan it, well, I'll give you some stuff to do that. And I do think there is one thing this team, there's a laundry list, of things they could have done that would have put the gas pedal down. And there's one move they could make right now that if they actually wanted to try, they would make. And it doesn't involve a trade or, launching anyone out of a cannon. So we'll get to it at 3 o'clock. But obviously, let's open up with one of the dumbest things I've seen hit television. Sign stealer, Connor Stallions. I think Jim Costa said it best. If I'm going to bomb Jim, I'm also going to give him credit. If you had a dug-in position, this poorly produced television program was not going to change your position. If you believe they're lying scumbags and he's a psychopath, you walk away with exactly that. And if you live in a world where they didn't do anything wrong and Connor's a misunderstood, try-hard guy, well, then you walk away feeling that. The only thing I will tell you, and I want people's responses. Rico has watched it. You've read reviews. The Athletic had a review. National media people. I know despite what some Michigan fans believe, this is actually a really big story that everyone else cares about but you. National people have come out with their take. I would just tell you the only universal take to me is there was no need for this on August 27th, a day after notice of allegations. And I don't think anyone needs to hear from Connor Stallions right now. And when you close the broadcast out with, I would do it all over again, all I kept thinking about is the title of the notice of allegations of culture of continued noncompliance. How about we play the sound for the people? Oh, boy. Oh, joy. I just don't think any rational Michigan fan didn't cringe at that last part. Look, respect. I wish I loved anything in this life half as much as this cat loves Michigan football. I mean, seriously. He was born to love Michigan football.
But look, I would love your guys' reaction to it if you've had a chance to watch it. You guys have. Please talk amongst yourselves. I don't care. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. Because I've said to you from the start, if you want to paint him out to be a clearly unhinged guy, then why would I take his words? I think it's a terrible look when he pulled the Wolf of Wall Street and says, I do not recall.
Yeah.
The only thing missing was him shoving donuts in his face. I do not recall. I do not recall.
You're going to eat that Danish.
Right. I got a blood sugar thyroid thing. I do not recall. Look, guys, it's unemotional for me in this regard because I was Netflix does not have a good track record with their sports docs. Mm-hmm. They don't. Swamp Kings left you very empty. The Johnny Manziel thing left you very empty.
this.
They hype it up. They hype it up like, oh, we're going to show you something, and it's not Mike, and they're 0 for 3 when it comes to this.
So go ahead. What's your takeaway? 248-539-9797. Floor is yours. I don't care if I talk till 6.
Yeah. I'll put it this way. Clipped was better than this thing.
You and that cursed show.
No. This was Connor painting himself into the whole tragic hero. But what really got me was at the end where they're asking him, and they're showing, was this you at Central Michigan? Were you ever on the sidelines? And he was just like, no, first they asked him, have you ever bought tickets for people? Well, I bought tickets for a lot of people. He has to confer with his lawyers. And then, hey, buddy, have you ever been on sidelines? No. So then they put up the Central Michigan photo. We're going to ask you this again. Have you ever been on sidelines of games that weren't Michigan? I can't recall. I can't. Now, okay, if you want to go that route that you can't remember if you were on the sideline, okay, I'll allow that. Except earlier in the documentary, you're bragging about how you have committed to memory all of the different signs. He stands in front and poses with the different signs with a camera. He knows all of this stuff, but you can't remember whether you were on the sideline of Central Michigan. Let me help you. You were. Central Michigan. Shouldn't take you 10 months to figure out he was. You know what's going on.
I thought it was hilarious Portnoy ratted him out.
And that was the third thing.
I'm sorry.
You may want to tell your boy,
oops,
hey, we're going to keep this thing quiet. Oh, yeah, he called and told me that was him on the sideline. We all knew that. It was so ridiculous. And I said, no, this is Photoshop. It's not real.
It doesn't change my opinion.
No.
And I think if you think Michigan's totally innocent, it doesn't change your opinion. So the one thing I would say is this. This is my one thing, and then I'll disappear until 6.
Nah, you got to be here for the big finish.
Go to hell. I continue to be mystified by this party line defense I keep hearing from only certain Michigan fans. Not all. I'm not painting the whole fan base this way. Only the nuts or the shills. Well, they didn't tie any direct connection to Jim Harbaugh. Oh, okay, stop. First of all, how many times do we have to tell you? Under NCAA bylaws, it does not matter whether Harbaugh or the coaching staff knew. They are held responsible. There is a level 1 charge for continued noncompliance. It doesn't matter. But second of all, when Connor Stallions says, oh, the guy barely knew who I was, cutscene. Hey, what's that over there? Oh, that's the game ball Coach Harbaugh gave me because I did my super duper scouting on Iowa. Mm-hmm. Guys, it's very simple. It's not an issue of whether you knew. Willful ignorance is not an excuse. Okay? If your wife is running a cocaine ring, it's very hard for you to plead, I just didn't know. Really? She bought a gold toilet like Juvenile did in 98.
Or how about the fact that
the Hot Boys? Come on.
How about the fact that, he was barely there. The players didn't know who he was. They pleaded ignorant. There's Michael Barrett right in the middle of that's my boy. Like, people knew. And that's it. And then I think probably the most disappointing thing for me was all the journalists. I'll use that term loosely.
That's real loose.
Because
loose?
Seriously,
Loose?
Yeah.
Bro,
when
even prostitutes are accusing you of that's a little too loose.
Bro, all I got to say is I'm watching it with Evan. Tony Paul comes out like he's the only one that I'm like, okay. Tony just kind of did it. Everybody else was like, you might as well just put on a U of M onesie and do this from across the board. He wasn't in there, but I was waiting for him to pop in there. Like, seriously, I'm like, wow. Seriously, there was just, you have to hear from, Nicole Albert. Well, Michigan, they have a lot of records. And then there's Wetzel, like, gosh, you're hard on every other team, but it comes to Michigan, it's like, seriously? Yeah.
So it's why I don't let it upset me. I think I had a good idea what it was going to be before it came out and it delivered or didn't deliver, depending on your perspective. My question is, what is your response to it, guys? David, you're a Michigan fan. Fake or not, I don't know, depending on the day your fan base gets upset at you. What is your takeaway from it? I mean, I guess my thing is, I'm tired of hearing the latest party line of, well, there's no direct tie to the staff. Really? I see you in pictures taking this guy's work and gaining a clear schematic advantage. We're done here. I don't care if you're writing each other love letters. And second of all, is there anyone who believes this was a good idea? Look, and it was out of your control, let's face it. But talk to me as a Michigan fan. What do you make of it?
Well, what angers me is the part of the fan base that still says everyone does it, and which was also in the doc where you see people saying, oh, well, Ohio State this and Ohio State that. And
all hearsay.
I am so sick and tired of that part of the fan base still saying that everyone does it. This was not what everyone does.
I must have missed Jonathan Smith in a pink bunny outfit on Oregon sideline for State.
Including his lawyer when they were talking, saying, hey, we're asking, were you on Central Michigan sideline? Well, did you know Ohio State actually hacked his computer and stole all this stuff?
Yeah,
and
that's a felony.
And the lady is, what?
That's a felony. Where's proof? I'd be interested in that proof. It would make the story even juicier. If I could call Ohio State and Michigan cheating scumbags, that's a win for me. My team blows. I guess I saw the irony is, wait, so they hacked your computer to steal the stuff that you stole. Okay. That's O.J. Simpson stealing his Heisman back.
And then it was like the Ohio State guy in like glasses and like he had his voice distorted and like. This was weird. It was like some message board guy that got interviewed on here.
The whole thing just comes across as silly, right? Truthfully. This is, I said this to you guys when it was announced, and I don't want you to think I'm being unfair. But I don't need Connor Stallion's side. Like, there's nothing for me to hear. So when you produce this, and I don't know, like, what am I supposed to take from it? Kenny, you're a Georgia fan. Your team got aced out last year because your guy coached like a bitch, and you handed Saban a farewell. But, Michigan getting to play hurt you. What's your takeaway? I don't know. You probably hate their guts, too.
Yeah, I do hate their guts, but that doc just showed me every single talking point that Michigan has. That was in the doc, whether it was every team does it or how did they get Stallions' laptop or whatever it is. Every last bullet point from Rich Eisen and the likes, it felt borderline propaganda. And then they had the Ohio State guy on there talking about, well, like showing the side of, well, they definitely cheated and you can't convince me otherwise. It shook both hands and it was kind of gross and it was kind of unnecessary. I didn't gain anything from it. I didn't learn one single new piece of information from that doc other than Stallions is a complete lunatic, which I think we already knew.
Right. If I'm Santa Ono and I'm Ward Manuel, my edict is simply this. Let's make this go away. I am tired of this guy dragging down this program. I am tired of listening to what this guy has to say. He should never be this important to us, but he is.
Well, that's the other thing. And a lot of it is symbolic, right? Like I can't even muster the energy to raise my voice about this crap anymore. It's just simple. Like, you don't get to say that the guy was a low-level staffer. Low-level staffers don't get game balls. Low-level staffers don't have access to head coaches and their headsets at seminal moments of games. You just got to stop with that, all right? I've been on sidelines. Rico's been on sidelines. Guys, it doesn't happen. There are very few people that are in the pipeline or tapped in to the head coach. If you walk up to a head coach, a low-level staffer, and ask him and tap him on the shoulder and whisper in his ear, you get punched in the face. Rico, stop me if I'm wrong.
No.
So
it'll be your last game.
I just wish we could at least get to that point. Hey, we can disagree on penalties, right? Nobody wants their team penalized. I'm not mad at you if you don't. We got to stop. I'm with Kenny on this. Some of these talking points are from Planet Nebular. Like the train left the station a long time ago.
The biggest talking point is, well, everybody steals signals.
Yeah, well, not this way.
Everybody steals signals.
Right, once again, not this way.
And Michigan they won the title without him. Like, yeah, you're right. You had a very good team, and you cheated. Both things happened. You can't separate the two.
I'll tell you, Danny, did you see what Danny Cannell had to say?
Yeah.
That's, again, national media. I know you referenced the National College Football Show that you listen to. Like, that's the one thing. This idea that, like, oh, no, only Buckeyes are keeping this alive. Dude, the rest of the college football world views it one way. Yeah. You don't get to dictate how other people think. I'm not telling you how to think. I'm not telling you to not enjoy the trip you took. Frame the picture. Do whatever you like. I don't have to validate it. If you're seeking that validation, I tell you, you're gonna be waiting a long time. You know, it's like Kenny's been waiting to sleep with Pam Anderson for 20 years. Keep waiting. 248-539-9797. Poor Kenny.
He doesn't even know who Pam Anderson is.
Probably true. Summer is it's here. 96 degrees out today. It's a hot one. If you are stuck at an athletic complex tonight watching some god-awful youth volleyball or something your kids are into, get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. Save yourself. Hungry Howie's. Every pizza, any large pizza, $14.99. Starting with the pickle bacon ranch or the backyard burger. Hungry Howie's, deal of the summer. $14.99. Dinner on the table, 20 minutes. You can call from the ball field and have dinner by the time you get home. Download the Hungry Howie's app. You can go to hungryhowies.com. Start your order now. It is a limited time only offer from Hungry Howie's. Okay, the dramatic music's a little much. Like, this is not about a mafioso hit. Like, can we cool it with the drama music? Holy mercy. That's from Sign Stealer. It debuted at midnight. I give Cookies and Doug Karsh credit. They woke up early to watch this garbage. It's easier for us. We do an afternoon show. What's your takeaway, David? The ticket text. What are the early returns? I don't think anyone's going to be swayed by it, but I'm game to hear what people have to say.
The entire time watching was cringy. I'm a Michigan fan. I know they cheated, punish them, and move on. Chris in Imlay City. Someone else says,
isn't Imlay City the jerky capital of the world? Isn't that where they have that jerky emporium up there? That's like, Kenny, doesn't your family run that deal?
It's too far for me. I don't know. Probably nowhere near the range I'm allowed.
Kenny strikes me as an Imlay City guy.
How do I keep catching strays? He read a city on a ticket text.
Listen,
Kenny.
Listen, you have a good football team and I don't. Just let me project. Go ahead.
Didn't change my opinion. Only reason NCAA coming after Michigan hard is because of Harbaugh. He didn't play nice with the NCAA. Whole thing is silly.
Oh, I think there's a lot of truth in that, but I don't think it's silly. I think it, again, when the Athletic did a poll of head coaches in Division I, asking what the actual value of this caper was, and a vast majority said it was worth more than 7 points a game. I'm sorry, but like that swayed me. Now, if it doesn't sway you, it's fine, but that's where it changed for me in the fall.
Well, and the thing that I did take away from the documentary, he turned into Harbaugh light. It was like, you know what? I want to be as defiant as my hero, Jim. Mike, it's a point in there where he's verbatim taking a bold speech, talking about when you graduate and this is the last team you'll ever play for. And after that, it'll be for money and for contracts and blah, blah, blah. And he's just spitting it out like this is something he learned, like his ABC. So
yeah, he recited the whole speech. It was very weird, very bizarre.
So he looks a lot like Harbaugh being so defiant. And what are you going to do to me? Except for that's Jim Harbaugh, and you're not.
Well, it's also the culture that Jim Harbaugh fostered, right? I mean, who are we kidding? Your own recruiting coordinator kind of dimed you out, and that's what it was. Look, Connor Stein's clearly a very smart young man. I don't think anyone doesn't think he's smart, but smart and crazy is a dangerous combo. So it's just both. Just like Harbaugh. I think Jim Harbaugh is scary smart. He's also insane. Like, that's a dangerous combo.
But at least Jim has some credibility behind him. He has, experience. He's been there for a while. Like,
sure.
Connor, like, Tony. Once again, if Jim would have cooperated, and if everybody cooperates, this isn't a story, and we're talking about Lion Cutdown Day, and we're talking about the Tigers at 500.
No, we're not talking Cutdown Day, are we? Do I really have to do Lions Cutdown Day?
Yeah.
That's not in my contract.
Well, no,
Lions Cutdown Day.
There's a couple people we're keeping an eye on.
Oh.
If they get cut down.
Now that.
Yes.
I just have
We're not talking about all the different receivers. No.
I just have one thing to tell you. It's Tony time.
I thought you were going to say it's time for Hooker.
You know what, David?
It's Tony time. It's time for you to get a taste. It's time for Kadarius Toney's World Tour to come to the Motor
City. He just got picked up by the Giants.
You're a liar. I hate that guy. I want you to experience what I experienced. Guy's an idiot. He wears a head warmer in 85-degree weather. All right. It looks like Placido Polanco, and it's 90 out.
Right, instead of it being 40.
Dude, I can't take it. Go ahead, David.
Stallions has one of the biggest egos for a low-level employee I've ever seen. Guy legit thought he was number 2 behind Harbaugh.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it comes across like. You just want to stop and pause and just ask him, who are you again?
Bro, you were selling broken vacuums. Like, what are we doing here?
They didn't really touch upon where the money came from.
No, and again, you were
the parents were upset.
Again, if I were doing a documentary in a serious manner on Connor Stallions and the scheme, you have to dig into the LLCs when they were opened and closed, the Blake Corum stuff, the vacuum sales. You have to deal with who funded this operation. Okay, I'm sorry, but a guy in a $50,000 salary is not buying $1,200 tickets for random people out of the kindness of his heart. And before you sell me this tale about his parents are independently wealthy and his dad is Scrooge McDuck.
Mike, no, he was a military veteran. They pushed that on him.
Okay, and that's fine, and I appreciate his service.
But you're not allowed to criticize him because he was a military veteran.
I'm going to go ahead and criticize him. So my point is, you also don't have, like, mystical mortgage payments. And, like, it just, if you're doing a serious production, I didn't take this seriously because those things, and it's why I also don't take the NCAA seriously. If you didn't interview Sonny Dykes and TCU, How serious are you? I will believe it when I see it. And I know that is a lazy opinion, and I'm sorry to disappoint some of my audience. But I don't have great faith that a school like
out.
No, it's just I'm too jaded, and I'm too.
Gonna be in the booth with Doug on Saturday. I'm kidding.
You better watch. You better watch your whore mouth.
Listen, guys.
I'm gonna be a problem.
They all do it. Everybody does this. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Everyone
does this.
And who's doing it for state?
They steal
my
signs.
dog in a headset. I mean, seriously.
They're coming after Michigan because of Jim.
MSU's got a bulldog in a hoodie. That is that who's doing this for us?
They have 2 toddlers in a trench coat.
They put a headset on a Melting Moments cookie. I mean, come on. You got to stop with that. 248-539-9797.
Maybe it's Zeke.
Be better than his halftime act. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. What's up, Jay? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I called in last year. I stand by my stance. I don't care if they burn the program down. I'm very happy still. The Connor Stallions thing was unbelievable. Not really like anything new. What shocks me, and I have to say this, Jim Harbaugh's a nut, man. I mean, Jim Harbaugh is an absolute nut. I've said it. I'm a Michigan fan. I'm a former athlete, too, so I care more about the players. But Jim Harbaugh is a nut, man. This guy is crazy. He's been crazy. He's the same guy he was from day one. He does weird stuff. He's a weird guy. All I got from the game ball thing was, Mike, are you serious? The guy gave the guy a game ball. Like, what a weirdo.
No, I know. And that's where I get upset. And I don't know how you feel. And Jay, you have every right to say I don't care. You do understand from where we sit, the idea of callers, listeners, or heaven forbid, journalists using this talking point of, well, they haven't linked Stallions to any of the coaching staff. What? He's on video helping them in real time, and you don't give a guy you don't know a game ball.
Mike, I grew up with 50 Connor Stallions. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are not dumb with the game of football. This guy was a little dumb the way he handled everything. But the fact that Jim Harbaugh, you're the leader of the program. He's the guy that I just can't believe you would allow this guy to do some of the things. That's my problem. But the last thing I want to say is I thought the Ohio State guy was unbelievable. I can't believe they added that masked guy.
Oh, it was like Gangland when they have to cover the voice up, and you know what I will say.
I'm embarrassed by Ohio State.
Well, here's the problem. The guest list left a lot to be desired the whole way around. What I'll say is, I understand if you're a regular citizen that you don't want to get caught up in that crap. We don't need to go down this road. I'll just go ahead and tell you. When you're in the public and you're dealing with culty kind of fan bases, it gets freaky. Like, there's a reason Kirk Herbstreit moved his family out of Columbus. There's a reason, death threats are real. It's a real thing. I get why a regular citizen wouldn't want to be seen. The costume is a little tough. I get it. I would have just preferred, could we just blur you out or keep you in a shadow?
Right.
That's a little much. Right. Kenny, can you do me a favor? The first week you pick Ohio State in the picks, can you dress like that guy in the show? Like, we go to Kenny and it's boom. Kenny's wearing a sock with sunglasses on.
Yeah, it was a little cringy.
I think that's the word. You nailed it. That whole thing. If I were a Michigan fan, I'd be like, oh, for Christ's sakes, please. Mm-hmm. No more. Yeah. Can I just go watch Fresno State, please?
It's like your drunk uncle getting up at the wedding reception. Just somebody go get him.
You know, I know it's nothing we're covering right now. I was at a wedding where that happened. One of the bridesmaids had to be forcibly ripped from the microphone because she was about to tell a story that involved
the groom?
Things in plural, and we'll just leave that alone.
I was about to say the groom.
Nope. Roberts, great basketball team. 97-1. Hey, coming up at 3, we are going to get to the Tigers. They're back to 500. We're going to have some fun with it. I'm going to give you benchmarks. If you want to say they're a contender, I'll give you the number it'll probably take, and I'll give you a corresponding move they could make. Or are you just completely panning what they've done? Or there's choice 3. Choice 3 is, and that's where I'm going to be, is choice 3. I think this puts Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris on Main Street this winter, and I'll explain why. So we'll get to that at 3. Getting your feedback on the Connor Stallions documentary. None of us are upset because if you don't laugh at that last night, I don't know how to help you. That was as cringy as it gets. But if you're all in, it didn't change your opinion. And if you're all out, it didn't sway you either. But I think we could all, together at a party, hoist a glass in the air and toast to that being cringy. And I don't know that any real rational Michigan fan was like, that's exactly what we needed right now. Let's do that.
That represented us.
David, ticket text, and we'll get to the calls, my man.
What did it cost? Everything. That is, quote, Thanos.
It's true.
Someone's asking, is Connor Stallions really that smart? I'm not sure how smart someone would be standing visible on sidelines and purchasing tickets under your own name.
You know what? But there's a difference. I think he's intelligent. I don't think he's smart. He's intelligent enough to come up with this scheme. He's intelligent enough to decipher all the signals. That takes intelligence.
Yes.
He's not smart.
Rico nailed it. There are some incredibly successful people in this world that are actually stupid. There are some incredibly intelligent people who live under an overpass. It is not a this or that. I think there's a smart crazy, smart dumb parallel somewhere here, and it just you nailed it. That's exactly right.
David Warren says, I'm a Michigan fan that up until now has been largely okay with this. We won the title. I enjoyed the ride. However, watching the doc and seeing the whole story pieced together over an hour and a half, this really sucks, and I'm nervous about how this unfolds.
I really bounce back and forth between whether, this means the NCAA's got some. I got a problem. I got a problem is I would have to put faith into, the NCAA. But do they have you dead to rights? Yeah. It's whether they're really going to do something about it. Now, we just wait and see. But Michigan, if all Michigan's done, I guess, is give the NCAA a reason to be petty and a reason to nail you. And again, it won't change how you feel about it. You won't care about a vacated win. You don't have to. I never told you had to. For the rest of us, that's absolutely what should happen. But I've never gone down the seduction of what should happen and pounding the table. Guys, we don't live in a world where justice really prevails. We don't. I could give examples, but it would upset every American. So we'll just leave it alone.
Justice and just us.
Oh, yes. That's especially how David operates his sermon on a weekly basis.
Sure. On the NOA and the Connors thing, I don't care. We have a natty and you can't take memories away. I don't care one F about any of this.
You're projecting. I haven't told you to care, but you're feeling a need to tell me how much you don't. That's a you thing. I don't know how to help you, buddy.
Michigan fan here, Stallions is a nut. And I never want to hear his voice again, especially that clip. Cringe to the max.
Yeah, the dramatic music behind it is chef's kiss. Let's go to George, 97.1. George, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, fellows?
Good, George. What's up?
So, not much. I'm a Michigan fan. I go to all the games that are home. I agree with Rico. I think he is smart. I would love to see the documentary about how just exactly he did everything. The other point that I have is I guess I kind of allowed myself to believe that everything that was going to happen happened because they allowed him to play into the national championship. Why allow them to play the national championship when they're just now going to take everything away?
Yeah.
You screwed another team from that opportunity, and it should have never even got that far because Harbaughs and all them were already treating them like crap, the NCAA, and, wasn't playing ball with them then. So now we're here, and now we're going to get punished which I don't like, obviously, but they did cheat. There's no doubt about it. Last year, when it all came out, that team was totally different from that point forward. Before, they're almost goose-egging teams. Now they're just winning. So, I mean, because they couldn't steal signs any longer. So the team was totally different. But to allow them to go to the Big Ten championship and then go to the Natty, they should have never did that.
Well, and again, that's where I've never directed my venom at the NCAA. Now, obviously, the NCAA is not after my team. We're terrible. But my venom was directed at the Big Ten and then Rico's friends at the networks. They were the only people that could have stopped this nonsense. And I told you, factually, they never were going to do it. We don't live in a world of conviction. We don't live in a world of standards. The Big Ten had it right there in front of them. You simply stopped the train. I had no faith Tony Petitti would do it. Where's Tony Petitti's background? Oh, wait, I know. Scumbag TV exec. Fox. Look it up. The CFP is a clown show. For instance, who's the chair of the CFP?
Ward Manuel.
Mm-hmm. The athletic director of the school in question. And it's a made-for-TV product. So if you want to direct your venom at those places, that's where it belongs. It doesn't belong to the NCAA. The NCAA can't do things in real time. So, no, that's all.
They had an opportunity to do it in real time, and they chose not to.
Sure.
Because it would have been unprecedented, and because you need time to figure this thing out, and that's what you were
said
hearing.
It was never going to be on the table. They would be stopped from playing. We said, Sparty Radio said that.
I think the closest you got were the coaches. Harbaugh suspended for the last 3 games. That was the closest.
That suspension was laughable. Come
really
on. Kenny, you got your amicus brief, son? I'll take that as a no. 248-539-9797. We'll give Johnny in Ann Arbor the last word, and then we'll move on to some football. We'll get the baseball going at 3. Johnny, thanks for your patience. I'm sorry it took that long.
Hey, man.
What's up?
So when I first heard about everything last year, halfway through the season, I was like, oh, there's no way they did anything. This is just baloney. And obviously, over time, you realize, yes, they did something stupid, and they cheated. And now I'm really just at a point where I can't lie and say that vacating wins wouldn't hurt me. It absolutely would. And I never wanted my team to cheat. I never wanted any of this to happen. And a lot of my defending it comes from, I'm also a Lions fan. I'm from the Detroit area, so I'm starving for a championship. There's a lot of us starving for, I'm not old enough to remember the old Michigan Natties. So what it boils down to is, at this point, I just want the Natty. I don't care if they hit us with a 5-year postseason ban, man. There needs to be a penalty for it, because if Ohio State did this, I already know what kind of a person I'd be. I already know. I'm not going to act like I would not be, like, calling for their head. If Michigan State did this, I would be calling for their head.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm defending my team because it's tribalism. I'm going to stick up for the team that I've always rooted for. But I'm also not so stupid I can't see the truth to the allegations.
Johnny, people like you, I can buy a drink for you anytime. I'm fine. See, Johnny, I can't be mad at a guy like you. You're just being honest. Yeah. It's fine.
You can separate church from state. He gets it.
Yeah.
You know, it's my team and not proud. But
and
it's like I said, the thing that would hurt them the most, give me back those trophies. But it's the least effective punishment. It means nothing to everybody else.
Oh, no. No. That's Cat Williams. No. If that's a part of their punishment, there is no school that would hurt more than them.
And I said, but in hindsight, Mike, we're going to go back and change your grade from your senior year at MSU. Okay. It's not going to stop your job, what you make, your life. It's not going to do anything.
I can't have
except for it's a blemish on your record that no one cares about.
My existence was never defined by my grades my senior year at MSU. Their existence is defined by beating up on deaf kids. 4-0 against the Michigan School for the Deaf.
You can't take my title.
David.
You can't take my title.
David, you can have your memories. I just want to introduce you to something called an asterisk. There's a couple of those in the Bible.
Oh, no. They talk about that, too. They talk about that in the thing. There will be no asterisk. No. They flat out won the title.
Okay. So that's cool.
What media member said that?
That was a former player.
Wait. You're telling me someone on the team
Of course,
wouldn't agree with that?
Of course.
No way. 248-539-9797. Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Serta's got it all. They produce millions of mattresses every year, and they make them right here in the state of Michigan. 111 years of experience. Right now, during the Labor Day sales event, you save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, let's get to it. Little football on the field. David, what do you have?
Man, I'm so ready for the games to be played that count. I'm sick of this offseason crap. So let's do this.
What a great sales pitch for football today.
NFL or ESPN did a survey for 103 NFL players with 6 questions on quarterbacks, today's league.
All right.
So we'll start with one of their questions here, which is the biggest trash-talking QB.
Got to be Mahomes.
Biggest trash-talking QB.
He never shuts up.
Mahomes is on the top vote getters, but not number 1.
Biggest trash-talking QB. Because I would have said Mahomes as well.
I'll give it to you.
Matthew Stafford?
No, please. It is Josh Allen. Josh Allen received the most votes for the biggest trash-talking QB. Baker Mayfield was number 2.
I can see that.
And then Aaron Rodgers at number 3.
Aaron Rodgers?
He just invites you off to the to do some peyote or something.
Ayahuasca.
Okay.
Look, the Josh Allen one, it's pretty easy. He's built like a transformer.
Yes.
He's bigger than some linemen.
Correct. So Burrow and C.J. Stroud were also at the bottom of the list. They got 4 votes.
Joe Burrow's a gentleman. You can't tell me otherwise.
Sure he is.
I figure Stafford would be at the bottom. Like, he just seems like the type that, hey, you're okay over there? All right. And Cousins ain't talking trash.
Cousins a loser. Oh, nice hit, Mr. D lineman. I'll always be thankful for what he did at State. He was one of my favorite Spartans. He's one of my least favorite NFL players.
He shows respect, Mike.
Loser.
Very much so. He's asking about their kids and how's the family and everything.
I don't need any of that.
Hey, David, great hit. Hey, want to come to Bible study with me?
Next on the list, most underrated quarterback. You think the players voted the most underrated quarterback in the NFL?
I feel like Lamar has like a blood oath with players. Players love him, but he can't be underrated because he won the MVP.
Yeah, he's not voted as an underrated player.
Okay, good.
You know what? I'm gonna put Jared Goff on there.
He is tied for number 3.
All right, nice guess. Underrated player.
Is my man on there, Brock Purdy?
I got one. Don't you dare. Brock Purdy?
He's tied for 1.
Oh, God.
He is tied for 1. And you all mentioned another person that's tied for 3. You all just talked about him in the last one. It is Kirk Cousins. He is tied for 3rd, along with Jordan Love and Bryce Young.
Okay,
Bryce Young.
We'll just
Pretend
on the last one.
Maybe they feel it's almost like Justin Fields. He doesn't have a team around him, and hopefully he can get a team around him before they beat him silly.
Yeah, but can we? When are people going to let go of the Justin Fields thing? The whole league had a chance to get him. Nobody wanted him. He goes to Pittsburgh. Rico, he can't beat Mr. Dangerous.
Because I do think
you're baked,
Mike. I think there is a saturation point, much like you saw with the David Carr, where you get beat up so much you're useless.
Got it.
You have talent, you have skill, you have all of that, but mentally you're baked.
That's what my dad says about Daniel Jones. No, I'm kidding.
So I said Purdy was tied at first. Who do you think he's tied with? Underrated.
Somebody you did not name?
Somebody did not name. Plays on the west side of the state, of the country.
Geno Smith?
Matthew Stafford.
Oh, I said Matthew Stafford.
You didn't say it for this one.
Oh, I didn't?
Nope.
Oh,
such a liar.
You said trash talking is what you said.
Such
you
a
know
liar.
what? In the words of Kirk Cousins, golly gee willikers.
Oh, another. You can't trust somebody who doesn't cuss. It's factual.
All righty then. Most overrated quarterback.
Lamar Jackson. Just leave me in my world of spite.
He did not get a vote. No.
Well, the players are idiots.
Aaron Rodgers did not get a vote.
Overrated. Kyler Murray?
No.
Dak Prescott?
No. We already mentioned him as winning another category in this so far.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Yes.
Most overrated quarterback. Yes.
Look, I think he's volatile. At his best, he's unbelievable. At his worst, you're going, Josh, it's year what in the league? You just threw another interception in the end zone. What are you doing?
Okay, now, was he talking about Josh Allen or was he talking about Dak Prescott? How is Dak not on this list?
He did not get a vote.
Everything you just said about Josh Allen, applicable to Dak.
Yeah, he did not get a vote. Tied for second was Hurts and Tua. And also receiving votes, Brock Purdy as most overrated quarterback.
I agree with those votes.
Mike, That's your vote. You did that. You're going to be a problem.
No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I just gotta hate him.
I know you do.
And let's get
And
to
you take him for your Giants.
top
I wouldn't.
vote getters.
I swear to you. No, stop. I'm not going to allow that remark. I wouldn't.
You
could
wouldn't.
give me Brock Purdy for free. If he went to the Giants, he'd be out of the league in 6 games.
Okay, well, you know what?
He'd be Irish farm boy DeVito. He would be the same thing. He's in a dream scenario out there in San Francisco.
So
it's
you're
the only
saying
place
if Daniel
he can
Jones
survive.
was in San Francisco,
you'd win 4 games.
he'd be on the cover of magazines.
No, he just blows. There's a difference. Brock Purdy as a Giant, we would still be ass. He's not good.
Lamar as a Giant.
We would make the playoffs. He's an outstanding regular season quarterback. Into the playoffs, turns into reading rainbow. Can't read defenses.
You just get Eli back. Go ahead, David.
I mean, compared to Daniel Jones, yeah, I would take it. Eli sucked too.
I'll leave that alone. Which rookie QB will have the most successful career? Not
I got
career.
this.
Go ahead.
Caleb Williams. I'm sure that's on.
That is number 1, 34 votes.
He has been anointed. I only hope he lives up to the expectation.
No, you don't, because it'll make the Lions season a nightmare. What's the matter with you?
Which means he is hoping that he has a great career.
No, it would make the division games fun.
Oh, yes. That's right. Fun if this guy turns into a Hall of Famer and I got to deal with Brett Favre 2.0.
I'm saying, all I hear is about Caleb this and Caleb that, and it's like, God, did you see this throw and blah,
He's a
blah,
number
blah.
1
It's like-
pick, and he's viewed as a generational talent. Who else you supposed
and
to
the
hear
whole
about?
time I'm sitting there thinking, it's a preseason game. It's a preseason game. It's a preseason game.
Well, Jaden Daniels and J.J. McCarthy finish out the top 3 on that one. And then they voted on the top 3 current quarterbacks.
Mahomes.
Yep.
Lamar.
Yep.
And
Hurts?
No.
If you say Brock Purdy, I'm leaving.
No, it's Joe Burrow.
I agree completely.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow
Man,
is
the
a
hate
gentleman.
for Purdy.
He's not good, Reek.
He is good.
Whatever. You could start Kenny and win 9 games at the Niners.
You really think Brock Purdy's good?
He's good. Did you hear me say the other G word?
Kenny
But I
in
don't
a
think he's
T-shirt.
good.
I did not say great. He is good. He's good. He is. He's an NFL quarterback. He's good.
Put him behind the Steelers' offensive line and see
That's
how
right.
good he is.
That's right.
With our one receiver we have, see how good he is. No running game. See how good he is.
So tired of Brock Purdy.
But see, here's the thing.
I hated him at Iowa
Here's the funny
State.
argument that I hear about that. To slander him, you might as well slander Goff and say the same thing. Take away all his toys, and is he that good?
Okay, that's just not true.
Not what?
Year 1 with the Lions. Look how he played in the back half of the schedule. Phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Year 2, when they were nowhere near as good as they are now, he damn near got him in the playoffs.
I'm saying he's got toys, Mike. So, because the whole knock on Purdy
Has
is
Purdy played
put
a
him
day
on the
in his
Giants,
life
put him
without?
on this, put him on.
Has he played a day in his life in anything other than an optimal situation? No.
Okay, Mike, because of where he plays, you're faulting this man, but yet and still,
And
Jared Goff is like the greatest
and
thing ever, and it's like they're the same person.
I don't like the farmer bit. Don't like it.
They're the same.
Oh, look,
You
Brock
don't like-
Purdy's back on the farm in his bye week.
Hold
I
on.
hate that.
Let's list the things that Mike likes.
And that is in
What
football
on
today.
earth? Shocking. All right, well, you know what I hate is Brock Purdy. FanDuel, though, number 1 sportsbook, something a little different for you, September 22nd. Right now through then, all FanDuel customers, you bet $5, you get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket. Then, with your YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. You can watch Brock Purdy in his life of privilege. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's number 1 sportsbook. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Michigan State will put former head football coach Mark D'Antonio in their Ring of Honor in a ceremony September 28th against Ohio State. The Lions released receiver Donovan Peoples-Jones yesterday. One of their latest today is reportedly Doris Fountain. Backup QB candidate Nate Sudfeld also being waived. Sunday Night Football analyst Chris Collinsworth is looking forward to next week's Lions-Rams broadcast. In that game, the Rams will be without tight end Tyler Higbee, who's remaining on the PUP list. LA also sending linebacker Ernest Jones to the Titans in a trade minutes ago, according to Adam Schefter. Jones and the Rams were not able to come together on a contract extension as he enters his last year of his deal. The Connor Stallions Netflix documentary dropped this morning. They asked him if he was in fact on the sidelines at CMU dressed in Chippewa gear. He replied with, quote, "I don't even think that guy looks like me." Dave Portnoy said in the doc that Stallions told him that he was in fact in it. The Tigers' number 13 prospect Brant Herter makes the start of the mound today as they begin a series with the Angels as he opposes Johnny Cueto. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Former NFL star DeMarco Murray has been coaching for Oklahoma for the past 4 seasons. He was dinged with a 1-game suspension after the NCAA discovered he violated recruiting rules. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Let's turn our attention to baseball because this is kind of a weird one. So baseball is the only sport where the season is so long, you can be into it, forget about it, into it again, forget about it again, and then maybe be back into it all before football starts. So while you were away, Tigers swept the Mariners, who were in free fall, took 2 or 3 from my Yankees, and then you played the used condom of the league, the Chicago White Sox, and swept them dutifully.
Hey, real quick, remember that game you played about the White Sox stuff?
Yeah, we did the futility
Quick question
trivia.
for you, Mike.
Yeah.
How many series have the White Sox won this year? You guys want to play real quick?
3, I don't know.
2?
4.
David's closer. 6.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Why did I say 2? That would be insane. I'm sorry. They'd be like 10 and 120. Right. But the Tigers, for the first time in 2 months, are 500. Now, they are 6.5 games out of the wild card. There are 30 games to go. Realistically speaking, if you wanted to make the playoffs, you would have to get to 88 wins, which means you would need to go 22-8. It's not happening. But here's what we want to do. There are 3 ways to go with this. I'm not going to sit here and bleep in your Cheerios. If you're pumped up about this team and you go, look, we're fringy, we can make a run at this, you're welcome to believe that. I choose math and the fact that you won't be playing the White Sox and Angels every night. But here's the thing. If you want to say, why not make a run at this, then how about the organization does one thing this year that pushes the accelerator down? Currently, how many starting pitchers do you have in your rotation, Rico?
2.
That's right. So for me, before the deadline hits about players needing to be named to a potential playoff roster, September call-ups, why don't we just bring up Jackson Jobe? Cap him. Only let him pitch 5 innings. Bring him up for a cup of coffee. I don't want to hear about service time. I don't want to hear about 2031. If you were serious about this and you go, you know what? The kids are partying right now. Why not a light dress rehearsal? What's the harm? Now, I know. Organization has said he will pitch in AAA before he ever comes up here. But if you want to believe you're in it, why not be in it? You have 2 pitchers. 2. And you've stretched out Scooble to where he won't pitch on regular rest. He'll pitch on 6 days, 5 days, 7 days.
They brought up Ty Madden, but yeah, you're right.
So I'm saying there would be one that if you believe, would you ever consider a couple spins around the globe with
2
Jackson
starts.
Jobe. Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't believe and you just want to pan it, you're welcome to do that. But here's where I reside. I'm in choice C. I'm excited because they're doing what I need them to do in order to put Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris under the spotlight like an interrogation room this winter. Spend some effing money and let's win. Because for all the people who sat there and mocking people who wanted free agents this year, tell me again they wouldn't be 4, 5 games better had they tried. Oh, and by the way, you wouldn't have needed to trade Flaherty. How many games out of the wild card are you? 6.5. What's your reaction if you were 1.5? What's your reaction if you were tied? See, that's where I arrive at. That the winning, it's fun, but it's fake. This offseason, we finally, collectively, every Tiger fan should be able to bang down the door and demand they get serious about winning.
No, you don't even have to do that, Mike, because we were told by Scott Harris, using his words, when the core is there, then they will go out and spend. But they will not spend a dime until they're ready.
Well, the core is there.
And that's what I love about this.
That's my point.
Why, if this team finishes above 500, and this team goes the way of the 2022 Detroit Lions, where they had to buy a lottery ticket, and maybe if all the numbers fell, they would make the playoffs, and they fell short. If you go on that type of run over the last 30 games and you don't make it, but you've shown me that we have the core and we're ready to go this offseason, it is mandatory that you go out and you add two everyday players and an arm to this staff. And then, I think you're serious. You're a serious baseball team.
And here's the thing. They're kind of exactly what they are. They're just woefully average. They're a little bit above average in, keeping you from scoring runs, and they're below average in scoring runs. They're basically average. And Rico's right. I mean, look, Parker Meadows, I told you, I'm fine. Hit him 9th, starting center fielder, win a Gold Glove, do your thing. He can play here, but I don't think he's going to be a top of the order guy. You have Cole Keith. All right, we know what we got. Riley Green, we know what we got. Now, beyond that, if you want to sell me Torkelson in 10 games, I'll pass. But I want to know where you're at with it. But just understand, 88 wins would be a low side, maybe 87. You'd have to go 22-8 here on out. That's after going 11-3. Do you really believe this team's going 33-11 over a 44-game stretch to maybe just get to a game out?
That'd make you the hottest team in baseball.
Dude, that's not the hottest team in baseball. It'd be one of the hottest finishes in history. That'd be the 1978 New York Yankees and what they did to the Red Sox. Come on now. With 2 pitchers? With a bunch of kids?
Is that Bucky Dent?
Yes, it is. Good for you. Bucky bleeping Dent.
I was about to say Bucky effing Dent.
248-539-9797.
Home run over the Green Monster.
David, go ahead. Which of the 3 silos would you be in?
It's going to be choice C for me, but I will say this first. If I get cornered by Tom one more time telling me that the Tigers are doing this, they're doing this, aren't they? No, they're not doing this.
Who?
This is Tom Milliken, Gov, that guy.
Doesn't he get enough airtime in the morning? Every time I turn the show on, I hear him, not the 2 hosts.
I get cornered me or Kenny get cornered almost every day. They're doing this. They're making this run. They're making this thing interesting. No, they're not.
Why doesn't
making
Tom
this thing
do a
interesting.
podcast and call it Tecumseh area?
Thank you.
And he can talk about whatever he wants.
The only thing I take from this is if they're building a core, then you can force pressure on ownership and Scott Harris. That's the only thing I'm taking from this. That's it. Keep building. If you want to say being 500 is what you need to do to do that, put the pressure on, then so be it. But just spin in the offseason and stop cornering me, every Tiger fan that thinks they're doing something.
David, you've had this thing, and I don't know who these fans are. I haven't had anyone do it to me, but who are these fans that are buying their 1901 Society playoff tickets? You keep referencing these people, and I don't know who these people are.
There are fans, Mike.
No, there are idiots.
No, they're fans.
No.
But it's no. See, I think it's a little bit of a spillover from the Lions fans where you all of a sudden saw, wait, things can change. Your fortune can get better.
And next year, I agree with that.
But I think some are seeing this as that 2022 ending of the Lions, where all of a sudden,
I just see it as last year.
Thank
they did
you.
the same thing last year to rally and win 78
You're just being
games.
pessimistic.
No, I'm not.
You're a problem.
Dude, it's too little, too late.
I understand, Mike, but wow, because you're feeling good, you just swept a team. You went out and you won the series with the Yankees. You killed them. You got the Mariners coach fired. Like all of a sudden,
He got himself fired. They've been asked for 6 weeks.
And you're doing it with all of these young players. That's why I think you're getting the hope, because we all just assumed that after the All-Star, that after the All-Star game and the trade deadline, that this team was just going to go into the tank. And it's just been the exact opposite. And then it's like, well, you know what? Maybe Scott Harris was smart. And maybe they do have the players. And maybe this thing can be good.
But why would you say that? They're 66 and 66. They threw this season away by being the smartest people in the room. They should be a playoff team this year, but they decided they wanted crazy puffs and a cheap payroll.
But fans now see we get to start over. We're 0-0. And now we can go on and we can win and we can do this and we can go above 500.
They're ignoring everything that happened before.
Man, they're fans, Mike. It's short for fanatics.
No, it's short for people who think chocolate milk comes from brown cows. I don't deal in idiocy.
Wait, it doesn't?
You can be a fan without being a drooling idiot.
There's
I don't think you can.
Okay.
No.
I'm
No, Mike, a hardcore fan will always see the silver lining.
Not true.
Hardcore, because you want to see your team win.
We all do. But when you're 66 and 66 and there's 30 games to go and you're 6.5 out, and I give you the mathematics on it, I wouldn't predict any team in baseball, Dodgers, Yankees, Orioles, pick a team to go 22-8 over the last 30 and 33-11 over the last 44 with 2 starting pitchers.
But people like Gov are going full Kevin Garnett.
Once again, chocolate
Anything
milk,
is possible.
brown cow.
Anything is possible.
It's also possible. I just leave right now. I can't do this.
Oh, no. You're here till 6. 6:10.
David, someone say something. I just can't. The people are welcome to feel however they want to feel. Free country. I don't have to tolerate it.
No. You just want to know about the fans.
Say so. No, I didn't. That was your thing. I never asked to know.
Fans have every right to invest in this young core, but that's not necessarily going to result in winning this year. I think if you're one of the fans that Rico is describing, I just don't really share all that much in common with you. But at the same time, you have to. This does reflect, as David said, on Scott Harris and on Chris Ilitch. This needs to be the offseason that you spend, and if it's not, then you're actively wasting Tarek Skubal. You're actively wasting Riley Green and whatever you have in Colt Keith and the rest. You're actively wasting those guys, their youth, their prime years as it approaches, by not spending.
I'm with you. If this offseason brings you nothing but just C-D players that you bring in here,
don't you dare put that in the universe.
And then you bring Javi back, then we're done. At least for me.
248-539-9797.
How you doing?
I quit. I just quit.
Mike's here for the big finish.
I really hope your chair breaks while you're doing this read.
Let's talk
and
about...
you break your hip.
Wow. That's mean and hurtful. That's mean and hurtful. Big G raised you better than that.
To hell with him.
We will not. No. Get it together. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. There's still a few days left. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with a new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It is the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or your next adventure. And get this. You can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for just $259 a month for 24 months. Yeah, I said that right. $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it even easier than ever to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton for more detail. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Summer's here, and people driving like idiots. Car accidents. You're injured in one, call David Feminino. Him and his team ready to help you right now. Simple. David doesn't take a fee until he wins. And you could call David right now. He'll answer 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH or anytime at the website getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so we got 3 silos for Tiger fans. They're 500 first time in 2 months. God, the White Sox are bad. So, the hell does it mean? The math on 30 games to go, being 6.5 out, 88 wins, 22-8. After going 11-3, you got 2 starting pitchers. No, I don't buy it. It's fun. It's fun because me, Rico, David, and Kenny are all aligned. It puts Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch in the interrogation room this winter. It's time to get serious. Yeah. Time to spend money.
And I like your idea about bringing Job up here because you find out sooner than later if you have something for next year.
And it's controllable. Think about it. You're already doing bullpen games. You gently manage, hey, can Job come out and give us 4 innings? You're not pitching for we're getting Jackson a win or a complete get. No. The point is he's been very lightly pitched. I'm not saying do anything to wreck him. I'm not saying do anything stupid. But you know what? If you're really going to try to make a run at it, are we really going to do this with 2 starting pitchers? You're not going 33-11 with 2 starting pitchers.
No, I'm with you. You're doing the bullpen thing. Bring him up, see what you have.
It'd be fun.
Who cares about the service time? Because in theory, everybody could have been fired by the time that 2032 rolls around.
Yeah. What I'm not going to do is pan it because I do agree with the crew here. The young players are the one fueling it. It's fun. It's encouraging. It's encouraging not for now. It's encouraging because we get to demand something of Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch. For me, you believe they're making a run, congratulations. What I'm not going to do is pan it and play a fart noise. I don't think that's fair. Look, I don't blame the players. The players aren't responsible for management not caring or not trying or not doing the things they should have done to give us playoff baseball. The players are busting their ass. They're out there performing. They've never quit. I've never accused them of that. And AJ's doing the best he can. I'm more upset because, my God, any effort from this team in the offseason, think about where we'd be.
Yeah, you start thinking about all the 2-1, 1-0 games you lost.
How dare you? Be grateful for what you're given. How dare you? 1901 society. All right, to the people. Yes?
1953. All right,
go to Mike. He's in Rochester Hills. He's up next. Mike, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Good, guys. How are you?
Super. What's on your mind?
Good. So I would love for this team to be the 2023 Arizona Diamondbacks and just be young and dumb and win a bunch of games at the end of the season, because then that, to your guys' point, forces the hand of leadership to go and get players, or like, what are we doing? You need now 2 starting pitchers, unless, to your point, Jackson Job's a September call-up, and he's going to give you 3 or 4 innings every 4 or 5 days. Is that reasonable to you?
Sure. Mike, listen, I think the message has already been sent. I mean, for them to rally up, go 11-3 in a 14-game stretch, the kids are making some progress, right? Mike, the message is already sent to me. You have every right to make a demand of this franchise. And I think if they finish anywhere at or above 500, message is sent.
And I really like what I saw out of Jace Young yesterday. I don't know if you guys watched the game or not, but the ball he hit to right was just completely eaten up by that right to left wind.
Yep.
And then he had, I think it was a 9 or 10 pitch at bat where he just absolutely battled and fouled off pitch after pitch. And
there were 3 or 4 balls that should have left the yard last night.
Yes. And I think Torkelson getting a home run, say what you want about it, but Torque feels like he got the message since he's been called back up, because now Jace Young's putting pressure on him, because if he doesn't perform, Colt Keith's your first baseman. Jace Young could be your second baseman because an 89% fielding percentage in the minors at third base
brutal.
is not going to win you baseball games.
Unplayable.
But can
Look,
you go
I
and
think
get a third baseman
here's
or
the
left side of the
solution.
infield?
Think about this, Mike. And again, I'm not pounding the table. I'm not demanding it. I'm offering an option. What would your feeling be about this franchise if they went out and signed Alex Bregman and that was your third baseman? And
Yes, please.
you stop
I saw
effing
Bregman play
around.
in college. Yep.
That's it.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
I'm with you on that. Like, it is time. Like, I the one thing I will say, and Mike, I'm with you, but I don't know that I'm ready to put any more faith in Spencer Torkelson as an answer. I think it's a hope. I think he can be here. But are we really going to go into the offseason playing that game again?
Yeah, I think you are. Because he showed that no, Mike, he showed to me that you're going to buy and give him a little more time because he wasn't completely garbage when he came back.
Okay.
And he was the top pick, so you don't want to throw away that so quickly. I understand.
I'm not even looking at you.
So
I'm just
going
talking to
be,
David. I
so he's
can't
going
do
to
it.
be on this roster as their starting first baseman next year. You believe the Tigers would do that?
Yeah.
With no other plan? Because
And
that would anger me. There's no other plan.
Let me just clarify because I feel like I'm being painted in a bad picture here. This is not me, but looking at how the Tigers have done things, absolutely. This is the same team that knows that Javi Baez is the problem. So what's the answer? We'll bat him ninth, but we'll keep bringing him back.
I just feel a searing pain right now in my skull. It's Rico putting negativity into the sphere.
How is that negativity?
That is because it would show they are wholly unserious.
I'm just thinking like them.
Oh, God. There it is again.
Now, this ain't me. I would also move on, but they believe in these young players and they're willing because they don't think that they're
not willing to spend to fix the problem.
Right. They're hoping that the young players are going to bail them out, and we don't want to just go and be like the Mets and just throw a ton of money at people.
There's a little bit of a departure from when you're 65 million under league average and the Mets are like 300 million.
I understand, Mike, but they treat it that way.
I don't like it.
You don't have to like it. That's just how it is.
Kenny, please, I beg of you, just talk. Anyone but LeVar Ball over here.
Hey, you know
anyone.
What? I'll see you guys.
Never lost.
I'll be back tomorrow.
He's just beating me up.
Be back tomorrow.
I don't want Rico to be right about this, but with this group, there is kind of a prove me wrong situation happening here.
Yeah.
Like we haven't seen this group do it. I hate that. Rico might end up being right, and that's disgusting.
Here's
if
the
that's
thing.
The case.
I don't want to be right. I really don't. I agree with you three, but it comes a point in time where you stop wishing how you want to see things and you see things how people see them.
I'm never going to stop wishing of how I want to see things. I'm never going to stop wishing. Spend money. Don't rely on Torque. You can't not sit here and rely on Torque.
Not yet. Now, if it's 30 days from now and Torkelson closes a quarter of a season with immaculate peripherals, then I will listen to this huckster over here. I can't do it right now.
Mean and hurtful. You know what? I forgot.
Run the touchdown play.
When we come back, Mike's going to tell me what to say next.
That's right. I forgot about that. That's a good bit. Hold on. Where's the sounder for that one? Nope, not that. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here it is. All right. So, Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors and homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. Look, guys, they're the best in the game. And whether you're a builder, do-it-yourself, or anything in between, they will intro you to a Trex certified pro. You could be enjoying your deck. I know it's a little hot for that today, but just work with me. Deck season in Michigan in the fall is elite. Go to Northville Lumber. Get your deck built. Call them today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's go to the people. Talking a little Tiger baseball. They're back to 500. I've given you the math on what it would take to make it. I'm not panning it, and I'm not celebrating it. I'm only excited because the young people, Parker Meadows included, are carrying the mail, and it's going to force Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to get serious. Stop wasting our time. I truly believe if they had spent, they'd make the playoffs this year. You want to keep making fun of me? Go ahead. But what it takes away is your ability to be excited about this then. So go ahead. I set a little bear trap for you. Keep knocking people like me for holding them accountable. Oh, you think Matt Chapman would have made a difference? Yeah, I do. Especially sitting here at 66 and 66.
He'd have made a big difference. Yeah.
God forbid. Oh, and by the way, we wouldn't have traded Jack Flaherty. But that wouldn't make a difference either, right?
And now you got 3 arms. No, you're right.
See how stupid that argument is. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Good, guys. Let's talk some baseball.
Let's
in
do
August,
it.
no less.
I know, right?
So I don't think we're making the playoffs just because math is math. But I will say I got tickets for tomorrow's game at a charity event like in May. And so I've been dreading it for a long time. And now I'm like kind of excited to go to see some of the young players. I'm not, expecting them to again, carry us to like a 30-win wrecking or streak here to end the season. But I'll say what I'm afraid of, I guess, is like this is the off season where we find out if the young guys press the issue and show that like, hey, this team could be ready. Do we end up like the Reds, who also looked like that last year, and their big additions this offseason were Frankie Montas and Jeimer Candelario? Or do we look like the Rangers from a few years ago where they're like, all right, it's go time, and they go get Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, right? Like what? I just feel like this is when we find out if we are back amongst the Red Sox and the Cardinals from a fan base and ownership standpoint, or if we really just have to resign ourselves to being part of the Rays and the Pirates and the Reds, frankly.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. Like I want, Josh. I'm pretty sure I've had this conversation with you before. It doesn't matter the sport. I want the franchise to get to a point where you get to apply real pressure on the decision makers. It is an entertainment product, and if you are not spending to entertain your customer base, I find it offensive. It's time. I'm with you. Fork in the road. Are we the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Cincinnati Reds, or are we going to take our rightful place where the Twins are? Where good teams are. Hell, the Boston Red Sox, who are league average payroll. That's what I want, Josh.
There's an expectation of those other franchises, right, where people are like, oh, it's the Red Sox, they'll be back. Oh, it's the Cardinals, they'll be back. And for a while it was, oh, the Tigers, they'll be back. And it's not that right now. And so, yeah, like, there are a lot of good players available in the offseason, both on like those short-term prove-it deals and like an investment. And I'd like to see us make a real investment. I don't want to like walk away with Gleyber Torres and
let me tell you this,
like Sean Manaea. Like,
Josh, I'm going to help you with something.
Max Fried.
You got to let me help you with something now. There, you could give me Gleyber Torres for free. I would send him back. He's an absolute mutt. He's a mutt. He would be the one unadoptable dog at a shelter. No. This is my next Javi Baez alert for you, just like when it was free agency. This is a herpes-ridden mutt with bowel control problems. You do not want Gleyber Torres. He's a rat. He don't even belong on a Yankees playoff roster. Mutt. No. It's like that new commercial we play. No. Gleyber Torres? No. No one knows more about Gleyber than me. No. It's your friendly PSA today. Go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's up, buddy?
Oh, Mike, I mean, this season, it's great that they're winning. Thank you to the Tigers for contributing to the White Sox, who are probably going to break the record for fewest wins in a season. You just hate to see it. But this whole season, it just keeps getting highlighted, Mike, by I feel like I'm Mike and Heisen, not you, but that scene from Breaking Bad where Mike's talking to Walter and he's like, we had a good thing here, Scott. We had a good pitching staff, a chance to make the playoffs, but we're not there because of you and your little narrative. Oh, we have no bats available. Matt Chapman would have made you 5 wins better. If you'd done your job and known your role and did what you were supposed to do, we wouldn't be in this mess. But because of you, we're not where we need to be. And by the way, nice error last night, Torque. Can we just go get Christian Walker next year? I'm so sick of this guy. This guy is out here doing the same stuff that he did when he was 23. Oh, I'm going to play one off my hip like I'm Roger Dorn from Major League. That's rookie stuff. Oh, I'm going to go out in the right field and totally confuse my right fielder and blow out the ball to drop between us. That's rookie stuff. Your right fielder has the better line to the ball. Let him take it. And then this guy, he went out, he hit the ball to right field. And he's like, and I'm wondering, how he doesn't get to third. It's like, man, he should have gone to third there. And I go back and I watch the replay, and this dude was doing the Soto shuffle out of the box. He was jogging. I felt like I was Crash Davis from Bull Durham. Run, dummy! What?
Look,
Why?
I'm happy he hit home run. But Nick, I'm with you. And again, the Christian Walker thing is case in point. I'm not worried about this whole blocking of any. But first of all, Young can't play third and Keith can't play second. If you told me the offseason was Christian Walker and Alex Bregman, who's mad? I'll figure it out. I'll just figure it out. At one point, Wenzel Perez was a shortstop. You taught him the outfield. You'll figure it out.
Yeah. 2 everyday players and a pitcher. That's what I'm expecting in the offseason.
By the way, Mike Ehrmantraut is one of the great TV characters of all time. I love Breaking Bad. I know that reference probably went over a lot of people. Are you a Breaking Bad guy?
I am not.
You are a piece of garbage. I knew it. How could you not like Breaking Bad? You love television.
No, you know why, Mike? Because it was either Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad, so I started watching Game of Thrones.
And they're two totally different shows.
No. But I'm saying I had time to watch one series.
Okay, well, you know what? 10 years has gone by. Time for another. Watch Breaking Bad. You're out of your mind if you don't watch Breaking Bad. Are you kidding me? Top 5 all-time TV show.
See, I may not watch it now just to tick you off.
Then don't. Continue to be an unenlightened goofball. Breaking Bad is fabulous.
Do you like Brock Purdy?
No, he sucks.
Then I'm not watching.
That's not even a sensible argument. Hold on. Wait, let me get there. Hold on. You ready for this? I can ask these two construction barrels if they've watched Breaking Bad.
Are you serious? Of course I've watched it. But I have to disagree with you, Mike. I can't agree with you on everything. So, no, it's a horrible show.
Oh, I forgot the gov rules in the Tecumseh area. No, it's okay to say universally The Wire is an all-time great TV show. Horrible. Breaking Bad.
Horrible show.
Not true. McNulty.
We have the jank rule and we have the gov rule now. The show is evolving quickly.
You know what's funny? Because that was it. I was actually thinking about starting The Wire because I never watched that either.
What?
You've never seen that?
Do me a favor. Leave.
Whoa.
Just leave and start watching now. Don't come back until you've watched it. How is you're Mr. TV aficionado? You used to run a movie blog, for Christ's sakes, and you didn't watch these top 2 shows.
No, movies.
I got to be honest. I don't respect you anymore.
No, but at the time, when The Wire was on, I didn't have HBO. So, yeah.
You cheap son of a...
We just hit the anniversary of the end of season 2 of The Wire. Season 2 was amazing.
No.
It set everything up. That was so good.
That's just it, David. It was one of those that I'm like, you know what? I can finally catch up on The Wire. I saw it on there. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and watch this and see what it was all about.
Man, oh, man. Okay.
You know what I did, though? I did watch Oz. Still one of the best shows.
It's a good show. It's quality. Not nearly as
they
good as
all went
Sopranos.
on to work on Law and Order.
Tell me you've watched The Sopranos.
The Sopranos.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You've never watched that?
Is that the the mafia people?
You know what?
In New York?
I will be back. He won't. I'm done.
I've seen The Sopranos.
Oh, thank God. All right. Jesus,
He was
man.
messing with you, Mike. I can see that.
Dude, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. All right.
I've seen The Sopranos, along with the greatest ending of all time.
I disagree with the ending.
I disagree as well.
No, I disagree with the ending, just like the ending of Seinfeld. I hate it.
No. But I think it's the greatest ending of all time. Because
you like the ending of the Seinfeld?
No, you reminded me of it. Now I'm upset about it.
Don't be upset about it.
The Sopranos had the greatest ending. It was just for deep thinkers.
Oh,
There.
okay.
I disagreed with you.
All right, summer road trip, Ram Buick GMC. Pack up the family. Again, we got football games. Maybe you're going to go on some road trips. Get the vehicle you need for it. 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, $247 a month. 24 months, $19.99 down. The 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred, $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive, no money due at delivery. New stock arriving daily. And yes, Yukon Denali's are back in stock. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. You can visit online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
All right, David, a couple ticket texts. We're here till 6:10, taking you up to Tiger baseball.
Yeah, Dan in Farmington says, the Tigers piss me off. They'd have a wild card spot locked in right now and maybe fighting for the division if they just put a little more in the team. They just cut their losses with Baez early and had gotten a bat or two from free agency.
Or just that's what bothers me, because we always remember the end of the season, but the games at the beginning of the season count as well. And had you taken those more seriously, you would either be at the bottom of the the wild card run, or you would be a game or two out where, guess what? You would be in a de facto playoff every game. Every game would mean something, but you didn't take that first couple of months seriously. And you lost all of those low-scoring games because if you didn't score 4 runs, you couldn't win.
You have to absolutely have a plan B for Torkelson. He has played well since being back, but I just can't erase what happened in the first half of the season either.
I totally agree with that. I'm not saying I'm totally sold on him, but I think that management would love to just kind of bide their time and give him a little more rope so that he could do something, because that's just how they are. I think that the fact that all of these young guys started playing so well so fast surprised them, because it's almost going to – it's not almost. It will force them to put their money where their mouth is. They thought they had another year before the players started playing this well.
What is the core for the Tigers, though? I only have 3 names: Riley, Keith, and Carpenter. Who else?
Put Meadows in there. Meadows could hit 9th and be a Gold Glove center fielder. That's 4. I'm just saying, like, it's not complete, but your core is never going to be your starting 9.
Correct.
It's not how the game works.
Correct.
Yeah, I thought for a second Henry Malloy could do that, but no.
That's why you needed to go to rehab.
No. Hey, guys, catch this.
Stop pounding them rocks. I mean, Henry Malloy, you got to be kidding me.
I said I thought for a second when he came up, he was hitting the ball, but then water found his level.
You were hitting that box wine. You're out of your mind. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, catch my new pod, the Tecumseh area. This week, we'll talk about getting through the airport, spicy garlic wings, and who has minority blood in them.
If you can collect it.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you.
Someone says Breaking Bad is my all-time favorite show. After you watch that, watch the spinoff Better Call Saul. Still very good. Never got into that one.
Like I said, I've seen some. I have not seen them all. I saw, I watched Power. I watched Game of Thrones. I watched a lot of different. I actually went back and watched Lost. So
I quit. Okay, just keep reading, David. What a disgrace.
What?
I don't want to talk about
I'm sorry. I didn't watch the shows that you liked.
No, it's that Planet Earth likes. The Wire of all The Wire is incredible.
Mike, and I said
Bunk Moreland.
At the time, I couldn't watch it, and I just happened to scroll through and said, "Oh,
stop being cheap.
I can watch The Wire."
The Wire is amazing, but you can skip season 2. That is from Roy. No, you cannot
no,
skip
you skip
season 2.
Nothing. You just watch the show as it was intended.
Now, no Wire? Wow, I can't. David's canceled. No, I've watched The Wire.
David
I was
has.
joking.
Keep
Rico
rolling.
has not. I think I've realized, and I wonder if this is why people think I'm a fake Michigan fan. I think they think I'm you, Rico. I've seen plenty of texts on here during the Michigan talk, and they think we're the same people.
You mean we're not?
I think they're a little confused. They
Is
think
that why
black people
everybody was
sound
so
the same.
confused when I got up at Greater Life last Sunday? Well, who is he?
I'm starting to wonder if that's what the texters are referencing when they say that.
Well, we look and sound alike.
Just alike. You're exactly right.
Kenny, can we leave?
Nope. Let's make Mike more uncomfortable.
I agree. Breaking Bad is.
Gov agrees.
Breaking Bad is the number one show for me. I will watch that over and over again.
Tremendous.
Another one for the Tigers. I don't get excited about backing into the playoffs only to get bounced in the first round. But if you build a core, then I can be
You know
excited.
what? You would be excited. If you got into the playoffs and you lost and you got swept, you would enjoy it because you got there. The young players would get the experience. So normally I agree with that, but not this year. You would take that.
If the Detroit Tigers baseball team wants to make the playoffs, go for it. It won't be easy. Most likely will not happen, but they should try. I will cheer for them and hope they do it. Since there's no crying in baseball, I won't cry when they don't. Carl from Milan. Mike, you mentioned the Tigers being 4 or 5 wins better if they would have signed those guys. That wouldn't even get us close. We still be 4 to 4.5 back.
What kind
disagree.
of
You're-
mathematics is that?
You're at 6 right now.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
I totally disagree. I mean, once again, think about it. You won some of those games where you lost 1-0, 2-1, 2-0.
I just
only if you won 5 of those. 5. Not 12. 5. You're one game out, and you're in a de facto playoff chase right now.
We need a rage room at this station. Like the empty conference room that no one ever uses. They should just put some of these garbage-ass computers in there and a baseball bat. And that way I could just go in there, do what I got to do, and then come back on the air and broadcast. I'm serious. I'm ready to smash something. I think it's 20 years of doing this job where I just get so tired of dealing with stupid. That's really what it boils down to. Oh, if you're 5 games better, you wouldn't be any closer. What?
I am always hopeful. I have rooted for the Tigers all year. I agree with Rico. I am hopeful that the Tigers are just like the Lions when they went 9-8.
Then demand it from your owner and your GM. It's time. That's the biggest byproduct of the winning. It's exciting to know we get to make a demand. And if they don't, then I don't want to hear a thing from that team.
Every year the Tigers finish strong and there's hope for the future. The next year they start off 10 games under 500.
It's not happening.
You just fell
next
for the
year,
banana.
No. I don't even want to hear the rest. We are winning the Central next year. It's happening. They're going to spend. They're going to win. Why? Because I don't want to be angry. And I'm tired of dealing with this baseball team. We're going to win next year.
We'll have the rage room ready for you.
Please do.
They're not going to spin.
You shut your mouth. David, don't put negativity out there.
That wasn't David. That was me.
I'm in a vortex of stupid. And it doesn't have a name. Let's get to some football next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The NFL cut-down deadline has arrived here at 4 o'clock. We are still awaiting an official release from the Lions, but reports from this afternoon are giving us a few hints. Quarterback Nate Sudfeld appears to be headed out the door. Also new today, corner Stephen Gilmore. Dan Campbell says these decisions have been tough. Other notable names reportedly released yesterday: Donovan Peoples-Jones, Shane Zylstra, Zonovan Knight as well. Around the NFL, some of the bigger cuts: Patriots quarterback Bailey Zappi, corners Caleb Farley of the Titans, Desmond King of the Texans, Kadarius Toney, and also Chargers tight end Donald Parham. Tigers are red hot, back at the 500 mark, and they're back home to play the Angels at Comerica Park tonight. Brant Herter will start tonight against Johnny Cueto for LA. Yes, he still is around. Detroit now 66-66, winners of 11 of their last 14 games. That first pitch at 6:40, pregame at 6:15, right here on 97.1. And Mark D'Antonio is going to be added to the Spartan Stadium Ring of Honor before Michigan State takes on Ohio State on September 28th. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's turn our attention to football. Hit some damn music. Let's see what the hell we're doing here.
College.
Yeah, college football. So one thing we always talk about when preseason rankings come out or rankings period come out, we talk about how a team is basically overrated or they never finish strong or all of this stuff. So here's a list of the most overrated teams in college football since the college football era based on where they were ranked preseason and where they finished.
What era?
College football playoff era.
Playoff. So 2014.
Okay,
Yep.
Auburn.
Auburn is actually number one.
Yeah, they always do. They
ranked
always
high.
do this crap. Here, let me answer for him too. Clemson. Let's just get that out of the way.
Clemson is number 11
All
on
right,
the list.
I'm retired.
Hold on. Let me answer for Mike. Michigan State.
No, you have to be ranked to actually falter.
They start the year ranked and then
Michigan
they fall.
State is number 13th on the list.
Wow. When will we ever be ranked again? 248. Go ahead.
There, I answered for Mike. Overrated Tennessee.
Tennessee's not. Wow.
Once again, have to be
Oh,
ranked.
you know what?
Yeah.
The University of Texas.
Texas is number 6 on this list. Yes. There's some very obvious ones I thought you all would go
Hold on.
with.
Michigan.
Michigan's number 24. Tied for 24, actually, with Arkansas.
When the hell's Arkansas been ranked preseason? When Darren McFadden was there?
No, but if you're ranked like 23rd, technically you're preseason top 25.
Yikes.
Nobody pays attention to you, but you were there. Florida.
Florida is on. No, they're not on this list. That was somebody else with a
They've been
Florida.
guarding-
name.
Oh, Florida State?
Florida State is on this list at number 10, yes.
And it's about to be 11.
Miami.
Yes.
Then Miami.
Oh, yeah. Miami's number 9 on this list.
Now
yeah,
we're on a roll.
Yeah, Florida State's about to be next on. They're going to be number 1 real soon on this list.
Don't look at me.
You're college goop. You like
So
the janitor's socks
but
color.
the problem with this is you are asking me to. I hate preseason polls.
Right.
I don't even know who's ranked in this year's. It doesn't mean
USC.
anything.
USC is number 2 on this list.
Chronic underachiever.
So
All right.
these two teams are tied at 17.
Wait.
Okay.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
They're tied at 17. I thought you would guess them. Alabama and Notre Dame.
What?
Tied at 17 for being the most overrated.
All Alabama does is win the
Overrated
national
or
title.
under?
Overrated. We do have an underrated, but we're doing overrated right now.
Alabama?
Yeah.
Yeah, I David's been hitting that ooh-wee.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
my
understand
list.
this.
So what? The 5 years they don't win the title? They're
Oh, you know what? Yeah. Because they're probably ranked preseason number 1 every year. So anytime they don't match number 1, that's stupid.
That's why it's only 17th
I want
for
to
them.
file a grievance with that.
So if that's the case, Oregon.
Oregon is on the list at number 7.
LSU.
LSU is number 5. You're missing
Ole
2
Miss?
top 10 teams.
Oh, you got to be ranked.
They're never ranked.
Yeah,
You're not ranked.
They're never.
Notre Dame.
Penn State.
Penn State is not on the list.
But Ohio State is, I bet.
Ohio State is number 19th on this list.
Kenny, anything? Who are we missing? Because I'm tired of David saying, I thought you'd guess this.
I've already seen the list, and I have a grievance to file with a team that's on here, and it's my team, Georgia. Back-to-back natties in the CFP era. Why are they overrated?
Well, it's what you did prior to that.
If you're ranked number 1, as we just said for Alabama, if you're preseason 1 or 2 and you don't win and you don't go to the title game, guess what? You underachieved.
Kenny, pull up the top 10 from this year. I want to have some fun.
Yeah,
pull up the top 10.
Oklahoma's number 8 on the list. So you're missing number 4, number 3. Number 4 is Texas A&M. Number 3 is Wisconsin.
All right, the A&M one, you're right. In hindsight, the Jimbo Fisher years alone would have accounted for it. Wisconsin surprises me. I never feel like they're ranked high enough for me to care, and they're never really bad.
Yeah, but they'll come in at like 9 or 10, and then they finish the year out.
Kenny, you have that top 10?
Yes, sir.
All right, Rico, right here, right now, I want you to tell me which of these teams will underachieve for this season.
Yes,
Here
sir.
we go.
All right, Georgia 1.
No.
Ohio State 2.
No.
Yes. I don't believe
Oh.
Ohio State finishes number 2, nor do I. I don't know that they make the playoff.
I got them in my championship game, so I have them at 2.
Oregon 3.
No, they will not underachieve.
They
I
won't.
think they're going to win the Big Ten.
They'll underachieve.
Texas 4. Yes, they will overachieve.
Yes, they will
Yes.
underachieve. Horns down.
Alabama 5.
You know what? I think that's the right spot for them.
You
right
don't get
outside.
to say that. You don't get to say that. Over or underachieve. There is no
Push.
rightful achieve. There is no
They will
push.
achieve.
Okay, then you know what? They will underachieve.
Yes, agree with Rico. I think they make the playoff. I don't think they end up number 5.
Ole Miss number 6.
Underachieve. May not make the playoff.
I'm staying silent.
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Come on.
He wants to say under.
Come on. Quit hanging out at the catio.
No, I think it's
Stay under.
I think it's just like Alabama. They'll underachieve, but I think they make the playoff.
Notre Dame 7.
You think they're overachieving?
Yeah.
You think they finish top 5?
I do.
I'll go under.
Penn State 8.
Honestly,
Under.
they'll overachieve. They'll go 10-2, but they won't win either big game.
I'm starting to wonder about this weekend.
Yeah, Michigan 9.
Underachieve. I don't get it. They lost 18 starters.
And Florida State is 10.
Under. I told you they suck.
They'll be back.
When? Next year?
ACC.
With DJU at quarterback.
You must have them on your playoff.
I told you, he's doing them drugs again.
Yeah, you must have them on the playoff. All right, so what do you think
Jesus.
are the most underrated teams since the college football playoff?
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. College football playoff era.
Underrated?
Yeah, I'll give you one.
Hell, there was about 5 years it was MSU. But not
I'll give
anymore.
you one. At 16, you love them, Mike. Coastal Carolina.
Oh, the Shants.
Yeah, very, very much so underrated.
Yeah, because basically they rose from the ashes to be a top 15 team a couple of times.
So, Duke?
Duke is not on this list. Tulane is on this list at number 11.
Poor Willie Fritz.
And Louisiana, the Ragin' Cajuns.
So
are
basically,
tied
this
for
is the
7.
group of 5.
In
No.
order to make a high ranking on the list, Rico, probably.
Yeah, a high ranking, yes. So
Iowa?
TCU would be number 3 on this list. Iowa is not on this list.
I see Iowa is like the Big Ten TCU.
UCF is number 6 on this list.
I love them.
Western Michigan is on this list
So yeah, this
at number
sounds
17.
like group of 5 schools.
Yeah, no, you're right. Just give us the top couple.
Central
I'll
Michigan
give you
and
5.
Spyglasses?
Okay, 5-1. 5 is Kentucky. 4 is
Group of 5.
Missouri.
Oh, no, actually, Missouri's good.
Yeah. I gave you number 3, TCU. Number 2, Cincinnati.
Now see, that's one we
Yeah.
should have gotten.
Yeah.
And then number 1, Northwestern.
I hate their guts.
Northwestern?
I hate Northwestern. They are so ratty. They're
You know what?
such
Because
a pain
yes,
in the
they
ass.
are an every other year type of program where just when you think that, they're going to be good, they are 3 wins. And
I
just
still
when you
go
think,
back to like Zach Kustok. I can't. I hate it. I hate their offense. I hate their helmets. I hate their stupid coach. I hate the stadium. I hate everything about them. I can't stand them. And I've watched them destroy MSU at multiple times. We never adjust to the crossing routes.
I like the stadium. Every time I've gone there, the state's won. And it's like a giant. I mean, they're doing a whole new mini SoFi now, but it was like a high school stadium where all the other opposing fans on one side and Northwestern fans on this side.
I stand corrected. Iowa's on the list.
We should do a draft sometime of the most annoying college football programs.
I agree.
Northwestern would be one.
Northwestern?
All the nerds they put in the media. I can't stand it. Just go away.
So you're talking like
they don't belong.
Northwestern football can't bother you.
Take
It's like-
Northwestern. Yeah, they can when they bust your ass. They ruined our undefeated season back in '97. They beat you in unexpected times. Remember the Lorenzo Guest game with Wazolewski or whatever, the goofball kicker?
Yeah,
we only had 10 people on the field.
But see, you only remember the bad things. I remember when they came in ranked and Rocky Lombardi knocked them off.
And that is your college
D'Antonio's
football
100th
blitz.
victory.
All right, IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. Look, they'll get to work for you right now. All right, they're not just some tax servicing company. They're real attorneys. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They're going to fight for you. They'll be a buffer. You want to talk to the IRS, you let them get to work for you. They'll save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you call 248-539-5040, so you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, so cut down day. A couple of notes. I'm not going to play the Campbell audio. It's pointless. Every coach in the league swears it's the hardest thing in the world to get rid of the last few guys on the roster. I don't care. I just don't. All right, I know other shows are doing like roster countdown stuff. The noted one would be Sudfeld going bye-bye. Congrats. Like we've been telling you all along. Here's Henden Hooker. Enjoy. But here's my question. You let go of DPJ. Your wide receiver room is thin. You need someone who's got a little bit of juice, right? Now, this is a team who still has cap space, who still let Josh Reynolds walk away. It's a team who didn't draft a wide receiver of note. And now you got rid of DPJ. That doesn't mean you can't go get a receiver in free agency or at the trade deadline. I still believe that's plausible. But what if there was a guy out there that's a bit of a wild card? What if there's a guy out there that's got he's got juice, but he's an idiot? You think your locker room's strong enough to take on an idiot? You think Dan Campbell and the culture is strong enough to take on a moron?
Where are you going with this?
I'm going with this that it's a player whose juice and electricity was the driving force with the biggest play of winning a Super Bowl 2 years ago. It's a player who's a little bit lost in the shuffle, lost faith in the coaching staff he was with. And he wouldn't be relied upon for a whole lot here, but maybe Ben Johnson could scheme up a few things and just help us where we need to go. Are you comfortable enough with your culture that we could take a moron in the room? I'm asking.
No, I don't think so.
Then I won't bring it up.
But I want to hear this name because I think I know where you're going with this.
If the culture's not strong enough,
the culture is strong enough. But, it's always about we got to have our type of guy. So is he that type of guy?
I have always advocated that in every great team, in every great locker room, you got a couple of goofballs.
You need a couple idiots.
You need a couple idiots, morons. This guy is a certifiable idiot. He's got some ability. And in your offense, I just kind of, if you close your eyes and imagine his presence here, where you got Jahmyr Gibbs and you got Laporta and you got J-Mo and you got Amon-Ra and a lead offensive line, you go, what if I just needed 2 or 3 plays from him a week? That's all. You could be an idiot, and I could still get 2 plays a week. Do you know who I speak of? I want you to think Placido Polanco head warmer in 90-degree weather. Think about a player I hate. I hated him on my team because we didn't have a culture, and, well, he was an idiot.
Is this room for radio?
Oh, yeah. What if I told you today it's Tony time? Would you dare, as a Lions fan, with the culture you've built, take a reclamation project, Kadarius Toney, who was released by the Chiefs today?
Kadarius Toney.
Total moron.
That the Chiefs left off the Super Bowl roster
last year.
And he showed up anyway.
Year prior, he won him the Super Bowl. I'm asking. Listen, when the Patriots were the Patriots, were they not able to bring noted bad guy Corey Dillon to town and win? And how about Randy Moss?
See, I guess the question, Mike, is can the Lions culture turn him around?
I'm asking.
And make him a better player, or will he become the bad apple and spoil the bunch?
Hey, that's up to the people. People got to tell me if your culture's strong enough, your room's strong enough. And if Kadarius Toney steps out of line, we have Penei Sewell snap his neck like Steven Seagal. So go ahead, Kenny, go ahead, step to the plate. You look like you're about to throw up.
I hate everything about this idea, and I also kind of dig it too.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not asking him to carry a bunch of the load here. It's only a couple of plays a week, like you said. I think the culture is strong enough, but the reason I'm so exasperated is we just got done dealing with this with J-Mo. We finally fixed him or whatever the issue was.
Oh, let's get another version
He's fine.
of him.
And then now you're bringing Kadarius Toney.
You know what? Good call, Kenny. Yeah, because J-Mo quit all the ridiculous off-the-field stuff.
1 jet sweep, 1 screen a week. That's all I need. Look,
and one get behind the secondary and drop a pass.
That's right. Or record a rap album instead of practicing. I don't know. Look, I'm asking. Because when you look at the wide receiver room, you really are 1 injury from not having a room. It's just reality. And if you want to rely on Isaiah Williams, you want to rely on Khalif Raymond, you want to rely on player I haven't named, that's your business. But what I'm not going to do is this. I treat, when you're trying to win a Super Bowl, I treat it a lot like, and don't laugh, let me explain myself. When you're drafting late in a fantasy football league, you don't draft guys, he's safe enough. I mean, he's 34 years old and he might catch 12 passes. You got to take swings for guys that can win you your league. If I have a Kadarius, now look, if you go out on the radio and tell your audience we should sign Bernie Lomax, a.k.a. Julio Jones, that doesn't do anything. It doesn't. He's dead. There's no ability left. He's a cadaver. But while Kadarius Toney is a certified USDA prime moron, he has a ton of ability. Do you have enough faith in Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, Jared Goff, the power structure of this team, the veteran council, that you could bring this horse's ass to town and he might just make the play that's the separator in a game for you at some point? Something that Julio Jones will not do for you. I'm asking.
No, interesting. I don't think that they would, because they value that culture. And let's face it, it took a lot to turn around a losing culture. You don't want anything that can remotely make you go backwards. So I would understand totally if they said, that's cute, but no, we're going to stay here. Because I look at this offense and the way this offense is set up, unlike like certain teams, like Justin Jefferson is, the passing game. Like certain receivers are that guy. They spread the ball so evenly here in Detroit that you could have a game where Laporta has a ton of catches, and then the next game it's Amon-Ra, and it's like a different person every game. That maybe you're good enough that you could take an Isaiah Williams, you could take somebody else and make them the star for that day and not have to worry about tipping that apple cart. So if I'm the Lions, I think they value this culture thing a lot more. I'm not knocking your idea, Mike. It's outside thinking. It's good thinking.
Oh, it's silly. But my point is, of the players released today, there are very few difference makers. You have to take a boom or bust approach if you're going to make little moves. Like think about this. The best case scenario is they probably should have just re-signed Josh Reynolds. I think we can all look around. Well, that's hindsight.
I mean, it was almost like they just punished him for the championship game. Like, no, we're not going to bring you back because we got to have a scapegoat.
Yeah, and I was okay with that for a time. I got to be honest. I was upset. But we've arrived at a point, Rico, they just don't look.
And here's the other thing that I'll say.
If Amon-Ra gets diarrhea, who's in the wide receiver room? There is no room. There's J-Mo and M-Dot barrels.
No, but I think at that point, if that were to happen, and let's hope that it doesn't, I think that's where you put Montgomery in the backfield and you kind of move Gibbs to the slot and let him play that role for a game or two. And it's, once again, it's kind of how we talked about the kicker and a lot of other stuff. I don't think this team values that third receiver the way that we do.
Okay. And I'm not mad in the least. I hate Kadarius Toney. But when you are a Super Bowl team with a great coach and a leader at QB, a leader, your O-line is a unit. Leaders, you've got a culture. You earn a right to do things that garbage teams like mine don't have a right to do. I'm asking if your culture's strong enough. That's all. Super Bowl teams sign bad guys all the time.
No, they do.
I'm just a little something for you, because here's the deal. Kadarius Toney will show you tantalizing ability, and then he'll do something ridiculous. That's where Penei Sewell's going to snap his neck. Dead. That's it. Like a movie. Go to sleep. But I'm asking, because you hear dozens of names today. Only one of them at the wide receiver spot feels like a real, you know what? What if? What if the Lions are the team now? They fix people. You ever think about that? You just fix people. And if he's a horse's ass, get rid of him.
I get where you're going with, Mike. I don't think they're that team yet, because you got to be a Super Bowl winning team to fix people. You talked about the Patriots. Patriots had rings. It's why the Chiefs could take Kadarius Toney. They could take Juju twice. They could take these players.
Juju Smith-Schuster's back in KC.
Right, but they got rings, so you know what? We can fix him or we can jettison him. The Lions aren't in that category yet.
David, you haven't said a word. I'm surprised.
Because I wholly disagree. The guy...
How dare you change your opinion right now? Sign Tecumseh.
The guy sucks. I don't think this is about culture fit at all. I think this is about talent fit.
But have you heard his rap album?
I prefer not.
The Joker.
No, I don't see
Is
him
it better than Ray
as-
Lewis? Ooh, it's a push. It's tough.
We never got the full song for Ray Lewis. So if we get a full song from Tony, then it's much better than Ray Lewis. But yeah, I would say no to this because he just sucks. He's just awful. And on top of it, he's cancer. So you have to deal with that on top of him being trash on the field? No, thank you. If fans were upset with Reynolds for dropping the ball, what is this guy going to do?
But think about it. You could add a guy whose rap alias is Young, spelled Y-U-N-G, Joker, spelled J-O-K-A. Come on now. Think about it. Think about it.
You should change it to Young Joke. Young Joke is what his name should be.
Young Joker. No hard R, Mike.
I'm throwing an idea. I have no issue if you go, absolutely not. But it's a litmus test for how comfortable you are with Dan Campbell, the culture, the leadership, and what you think you could absorb.
Yeah, I think if you're Dan Campbell, if you're this team, you'll rely on if Williams makes the team, that would be our guy, and you would just move Gibbs into the slot because I think he's a mismatch anyway.
And again, I don't know if anything can fix this guy. But if I'm asking about difference makers, I just think it's a snooze fest for Rico and I to go on the air and go, well, why don't we sign Alvin Harper, who's 58 with 3 grandkids?
Terrell Owens trying to get back in the league.
Right. That doesn't help anybody. I'm saying if there's anyone who was released today that you could envision, oh my God, did he just save our season?
I think high risk, high reward, but man, as David said, if fans were upset, and Reynolds, think about how the many big catches he made throughout the season, had one bad game, and this city turned on him. If you signed him, I don't think he would make it past week 5.
You're probably right, but it would allow me in week 6 or 7 to use the trade deadline to replace him. As you sit here right now, what's the problem?
Except for you don't have a 3rd round selection.
Go to hell. 248-539-9797. We'll take your calls next. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Guess what, guys? Classes are starting right now. So you got a few days if you want to get in on a late registration. If not, you can join up next semester. If you want a career in radio, TV, graphic design artist, specs at LTU can help you get your goals started. Why? Well, because this is what you want to do. You want to actually go to work and you want to enjoy it. You've been thinking about it for a long time. Take a chance, bet on yourself, give Specs at LTU a try. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech, taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business, and with a hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, quick flash poll with the texters, and then we go to the people. It's a question. I'm not pounding the desk for it. I'm asking of the players released today. There's been a lot of talk about the third wide receiver. None of these dudes are difference makers. One of them is, but he's a complete horse's ass. Is your culture strong enough? Would you dare to bring in young Joka, Mr. Kadarius Toney?
Kansas City cut him. Why would we want him? Someone else then says Sewell, right boot. Absolutely not. It's not even that he's a moron. It's just that he stinks. I'd rather take a swing at Terrence Marshall Jr. Another person says, we cut DPJ, but we want to consider Toney. LOL. No.
Hold on, time out. What does one have to do with the other?
I think he's saying if DPJ didn't make this team, if he was awful, Toney's not better than him.
Okay.
That's what he's saying.
Okay, the point is, they are different players. They're just totally different players. Look, if your barometer is, well, Kansas City cut him, why would we? Well, then why would you ever pick up any player? If a team that's not good cut a player.
Because because this is where the rationale of fans kicks in. See, look, CD Lamb ain't coming here to be a third receiver.
You're kidding me.
No, but
really?
To some people, it's, oh, well, I don't want this guy because he once dropped a pass. He once did this.
Look, I'm totally fine if you say, no, but I want to make a trade at the deadline for a third wideout or something. That's fine. You're right. I should have pounded the desk for Donald Parham. That'll make the difference.
Culture is strong enough, but no one wants that bum. Someone else texts in, no morons. We don't want them on the team. No, I wouldn't touch Toney with a 10-foot pole. Adam in Utah.
All right, straw poll is cemented. It's a no. That's a no for me, dog. Got it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's another receiver.
Is there a yes in the ticket text?
I have not seen one yes. No.
Wait, I brought up a guy that, see, I hate this guy. He does have ability, but I just can't take jackasses on bad teams. Kansas City couldn't fix him. Could we? It's just I just had to ask.
I was going to line up and say, yes, we should get Toney, but then I realized I was offsides from BC.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? Quinn says Cephas is available.
Oh, that'll do it. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm one of the few that say yes. So I say yes because I know that Kansas City declined his fifth-year option. I know that last year he got his meniscus worked on and stuff like that. And I think maybe he had some internal problems with Kansas City that didn't necessarily show his abilities on the football field. And I think with Dan Campbell, and his ability to motivate players, you see it on, the New Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers talking about how they would love to go play for Campbell, how you have all these players talking about they love to go play for Campbell. This could be a wake-up call for him. Getting cut could be the wake-up call that he needs to be like, hey, you're going to go out there, you're going to play for a contract now, because essentially wherever he goes, he's playing for something, whether it be a one-year deal, a two-year deal, something. And this could be the wake-up call he needs. And with our culture showing that if you want to write off Jared Goff, you want to write off some of these players, this could be what he needs. And if it doesn't work out, then guess what? No harm, no foul. We just move on. And it happens all the time in the MLB, the NHL,
you know
the
what?
NBA.
You just brought up, I'll give you an example, Kyle. And, slander aside, but so Saturday was Travers Day at Saratoga. Former MLB All-Star Jason Worth owns Dornock, one of the favorites in the race. He was telling a story about why he's fallen in love with horse racing. The point is, he told a story about how I was viewed as uncoachable. I was viewed as a problem. And I got sat down by the GM who traded for me, and he goes, straight up, this is your last opportunity in professional baseball. F this up, you'll be unemployed. Embrace it, you can salvage what you got left in the game. That's Jason Wirtz's words. It's a direct component to what Kyle is talking about. I'm just saying, maybe you give him some religion. Maybe Dan Campbell's the guy who could unlock it.
Is he ready to hear that?
Probably not. The guy wears a head warmer at 90 degrees.
How about this? How about Amon-Ra's brother? He's available.
Equanimous?
You can make him happy. He's available.
I'll leave it to Kyle and McCall. Kyle gets the vote. Let Kyle have it.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. I'm just telling you a real story.
No, but that's one where you have to realize you have to be willing to listen to what somebody says when they tell you this is it for you, and set aside your ego. I don't know if Kadarius is at that point yet.
Yes, Kenny, you were about to say something, and David rudely took the microphone from you. Yes. No?
I guess I'm the only other yes then. I would take a flyer on him. I guess it's just me and Kyle from Macomb.
I found a couple yeses here. Yes, because Campbell did such a great job with DPJ. Then another one. Yes, I'll say yes, just to support Mike. LOL.
No. It's okay.
Wait. Is Trinity Benson available?
Wow. Yeah, let's go do that. Let's go do
The
that.
third time is the charm.
That's right. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, bud?
But if you take a C student, you surround him with A students, he becomes an A student, and that's what's happened with JMO. Now you're going to bring in another C student. I don't want him anywhere around JMO. And the problem with the third receiver in Detroit, he's your fifth option, so how much problem is he going to cause? I don't think he's worth the problem at all with this culture this team has built. It's all about winning, not individual goals. This guy is stuck on himself. Don't bring that clown to Detroit. I've waited 60 years for this team to do something. I don't want to wait another year.
But how do you really feel?
Mike, we go way back. You know how I really feel.
Tim, I got you.
No doubt about that.
And you're not wrong.
You know, but
you're not
but
wrong.
you know who I'm going to be wrong now because you know who I'd bring in? A guy you hate, and that's Kenny Galladay. You're looking at a guy that you need just for short yardage situations that can square up and post up. Problem is, I went to New York. They tried to make him Jerry Rice, and he never was Jerry Rice.
Hard to be Jerry Rice when he's never on the field.
I don't know what happened to him.
Is he alive? Did Kenny Galladay die?
I don't even. I'm looking at this.
Might have.
I don't think he's on anybody's team.
Didn't play this
Hold
year.
on. Is there just a chance when he hurt his hip that was the end?
That's what my guess is because he could post up better than most people. He didn't have speed. He didn't have real wide receiver speed.
All right,
but he had strength
so here's the
and size.
question, Tim: Kenny Galladay in a wheelchair or Kadarius Toney?
I would take Kenny Galladay because I don't want attitude ruining this team. I don't want this clown on my team
And
at
you
all.
have every right to say it.
We've had all kinds of those guys come in here and destroy what little hope we have, and I don't want that in any way, shape, or form.
No issue with it.
No, I got him.
I can stand down. I was offering an out-of-the-box idea that was somewhat tongue-in-cheek.
Well, going back to yesterday, Mike, your kicker is available, Riley Patterson. He got released.
Listen, if you're asking me, I don't see the harm in signing Riley Patterson, who under 45 yards, under 47 yards, will hit 85% of field goals. Are we sure Jake Bates is up for this? Missed an extra point, missed a chip shot. Are we sure? It's different. Rico's kicker, they drafted in the third, fourth round out of Michigan, Moody. He had pedigree. He had made big kicks. You're going to stick with the kid. What happens if Bates goes out in week one and bleeps himself? I wouldn't mind a little insurance, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would put him on the practice squad. I don't think you can keep two kickers on the 53-man squad.
I can do whatever I want. Go to Morgan, 97.1.
Okay.
What's up, Morgan?
What's going on? How are you guys?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
I just thinking about the Kadarius Toney thing. It sounds a whole lot like your buddy trying to talk you into, hey, I found this really cool car on Marketplace. Let's go look at it. It's a nice race car. It sounds like you're just digging into someone else's wiring and all these issues that could just blow up in your face that you don't know about yet. It seems like a huge risk with, yeah, it'd be nice to have a cool running race car, but, you could blow yourself up doing it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather not do that.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Yeah, we could work on it on the weekends. We could really fix this thing up.
I want to say
it's only a 6-hour drive. It's no big deal.
Whether it's Morgan or Tim or any of the callers, Kadarius Toney has been compared to some of the most unholy things, and I'm here for it. I hate this guy. But Morgan, you understand, I'm not working with a great list of players right here, okay?
Oh, no, I know. I'm saying we should wait a couple weeks and look again once the feed refreshes.
Okay, you have a deal.
Yeah, because right now there's not a lot on the cut list. No.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go get KJ Hamler.
You guys having me.
KJ Hamler?
Yeah.
Nah, I got Khalif Raymond. They're the same player. No?
Yeah, no, I'm just like this.
Plus, didn't Hamler die 2 years in a row?
Yeah, he did.
He had 2 catastrophic injuries.
He did. I do have a real yes for you, though.
What?
Mike in KC says Toney won 2 Super Bowls with the Chiefs, so he must be a good luck charm or something. So yes for the Lions.
Listen, I don't need a yes. In fact, I hope it's no. because the minute this guy does something to hurt you, I'm going to get blamed for it. So you know what? To hell with Kadarius Toney. Have him go to Canada. He'll need the head warmer. 248-539-9797. We'll get some football in the mix next. Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience, 111 years of it, to be factual. They make the best mattresses. They do it right here in the state of Michigan. Right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com and find that retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Lions have released their official list of cuts. Based on some reporting before the 4 o'clock deadline, we already know some of these names. Others are surprises. Nate Sudfeld, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Shane Zylstra, Tom Kennedy, Maurice Alexander, Stephen Gilmore, and C.J. Moore all have been let go. A couple of surprises, though, from today we just learned about. Tight end James Mitchell's gone. So is running back Jamar Jefferson. 2 touchdowns for him in the preseason finale. And last year's starting long snapper Scott Daly is also out. He lost a battle in camp. James Houston's safe. Wide receiver Isaiah Williams, too, after a big preseason. And tight end Parker Hess made it. That's a shocker. He'll be number 3 behind Laporta and Brock Wright. But don't get too comfortable with this group. The Lions roster sits at just 52, so they've got one spot to do some maneuvering. Think wide receiver. Only 4 right now on the roster and 3 tight ends, so they are in need of another at that position. Tigers red hot. They're back at the 500 mark, and they've got home series that starts against the Angels at Comerica Park tonight. Brant Hurter's going to get the start in a traditional game, not a bridge game for him. Johnny Cueto goes for L.A. Detroit 66-66, winners of 11 of their last 14. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And Mark D'Antonio is going to be added to the Spartan Stadium Ring of Honor. That's before Michigan State takes on Ohio State September 28th. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, breaking news. Rico's been replaced by a recycling bin, so he refuses to join the show. That's for your Torkelson take. Now we're even. All right. Now, eventually, Rico will return. Let's get to business. I want to ask your review of Rico. The show's moving on. You can do the show from in there, or that's your Torkelson take. That's the recycling bin.
Until my chair gets put back, I'm in here.
Then I guess, you know what? This is like fantasy football trade talks. We're at an impasse. So, listen. Let's do the sign stealer review. If you want Tiger Baseball, Odyssey.com rewind, where we didn't pan their winning. Not at all. But we have a different meaning behind it. For the Netflix documentary, it's up to you guys, right? Rico and I talked about it in all seriousness. There's no way you can be upset by anything in that documentary. It was cringeworthy at best. But I want to know what your review is. And you've seen reviews from national media. So please don't bore me with the take that no one cares outside of Buckeyes. You can just stop. That makes you comfortable at night. It's not reality. I just thought it was cringy. And I think, and we did this at 2 o'clock, I think the unifying way to approach it is, look, whether you're a dyed-in-the-wool Wolverine or you're a hater, Sparty, or Buckeye, or just a college football fan, I don't know anyone who goes, wow, that was a really good idea to have that on TV. I think Stallions comes across as, well, Connor Stallions. Smart, but a lunatic, a liar, and defiant. And I just don't think those are good things amidst the NCAA and your NOA. And look, they finished the documentary with, I'd do it all over again. I don't regret anything. You're like, oh, dear Lord. I did think it was hilarious for Connor Stallions to be presented with video of him at the state game and he was like the guys in Wolf of Wall Street. I do not recall. I do not have any recommendation on that.
Looked over at his lawyer.
Hey, buddy.
And his lawyer was, that's I don't know what tantrum you had when I went out on break.
You're all good. Continue. You sound great.
But I can't until that gets fixed. I'm over here.
Okay.
But yeah, it was like this lawyer stepped in and was like, yeah, the Buckeyes stole some stuff from him. But like, how can you not recall? But you can remember all of the signs that you've stolen throughout the years. But this, you draw a blank on. I can't remember. Yeah, it was you. It was you. He came across as trying to be Jim Harbaugh light, like Jim Harbaugh 2.0. I could be just as arrogant as my hero, Jim. And it's like, you don't have the same cachet as Harbaugh. So, no. NFL teams wanted him. Detroit Mumford wanted you. So that should kind of let you know you're not on the same level.
I think the other interesting thing is, look, and again, it didn't change anyone's mind. I don't think I'll take a single phone call. Like Rico, the first time we did this, no one called in changing their opinion. And a couple people called in just going, look, it's cringeworthy. It's awful. I would like this over with, or just whatever. We won, and now just let's get to the next part. Respect. I have no issue with that. But wait, like the things I can't stand and are the talking points of like, well, he was a low-level staffer, right? Who got a game ball from Jim Harbaugh for his sign stealing. Yeah. Like you got to let go of certain talking points.
Yeah, that or, everybody cheats, everybody steals, everybody does this. Like, guys, you did this. You ran a system where he admitted to buying tickets for other people. He admitted to all of this stuff. Like, it's not watching game tape that you recorded off of ESPN or off of Peacock. No, you actually had a systematic way of going from game to game to game and recording things. Well, did other people give you tapes? Well, yeah, but, it's kind of like when your grandmother gives you a gift and you already have it. You just kind of accept it anyway. He came across as very smarmy, very arrogant, I'm smarter than everybody else because I got away with this because I did it all in the name of Michigan. And then
First of all, I wish I loved anything in this life half as much as that kid loves U of M. I mean, it's almost a hat tip.
Man, I don't think there's pastors
He's Glenn
out there
Close
that
in
love,
Fatal Attraction.
and there's pastors out there that don't love Jesus that much. I mean,
We're looking at one right there.
Hey,
right there.
Hey.
That con artist. I don't know. I'd like to know from the people. And you know what? If you're a Michigan fan, maybe you didn't watch it. The last thing I'd want to do as a Michigan fan is hear the name Connor Stallions. Coverage about our scandal. I'm not watching that.
Right. I mean, doing the interview in a car in the parking lot of the big house. Like, everything about this was a joke to the Buckeye informant dressed up, looking like the Unabomber.
Also a Michigan grad. But it just.
Oh wait, and just the latest thing.
It's not a flag. It's factual.
It appears that in there he says, "Well, I don't know if I was at Central Michigan," and then Dave Portnoy says, "Actually, he called and said that." Now, Mr. Portnoy is walking it back, saying he was misquoted. I don't know how you could be misquoted.
It was in the doc.
It's according to, I just read the article and in the Spun, he's saying he was misquoted. It was editing. They made it sound as if he said that. This is where we are.
All right. Listen, I don't know if there's anyone upset about it. Like, I'm not going to change my opinion, and you're not going to change yours, and I totally get that. But what is your reaction to it? If you watched it, just what is your review? Pat Forty wrote a long review about it. The Athletic wrote a long review. Danny Cannell firebombed U of M on X or whatever you want to call it. Hey, disregard who you want, value who you want. I don't care. I just know for me, I don't think that did you any favors. I think it makes the question it would make you ask is, how did this lunatic gain access to the Michigan program and get to a point where he was so trusted by Jim Harbaugh that he was given a game ball and that he had access to the coordinators and Harbaugh? Because this is the one talking point. I heard this on our airwaves today. I'm not even going to get into who said it. I get annoyed by it. We got to stop with this whole, well, they haven't connected Stallions to the staff yet. First of all, he doesn't have to be connected to the staff. Anything that happened under Jim Harbaugh and that staff's purview, they are responsible for. So you can leave the Kremlin talking point. Second of all, we have you on video advising these guys in sliding their headset off in seminal moments of games, and then they start doing the Macarena based on what you told them. What are we doing? Come on, can we please leave that talking point that if they knew or they didn't, they benefited. They lose. Right. If David starts stealing crack and his wife's got $100 extra grand a month, she benefited. Mm-hmm. If she chose to not ask where'd the extra money come from, because we know Greater Life don't have it, she's part of it.
Right. All of a sudden,
don't do that.
All of a sudden, his sons are
I'm
now.
just saying, you don't run that kind of church. You don't have a G6.
Right.
Well, that is true. Yes.
His
I'm
sons
trying to
are now,
support you.
His sons start going to Country Day, and it's getting paid for in cash.
The church got a gold roof. David's got a Louis wallet. I don't know. Things are going on at Greater Life. No, that's where I think, for me, it's whatever the NCAA is going to do. I want to get to that part. But if I'm a Michigan fan, I didn't need that. That made us look really, what's a polite word? Weird? It's weird for a program of that value and that brand. And you're like, this is the guy that infiltrated our program? This is the guy? This is who took us down? That I would just be like, oh God, please go away. No more with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like they tried to humanize him and say, well, he's a tragic hero. And it's like, no, he's not. He actually did some things that was wrong.
Right, so was Bernie Madoff. 248-539-90.
But let's go get some of Bernie's friends and interview them.
We'll talk nice about him.
Right. He's going to say, you know what? Well, hey, Bernie walks his dog and, he cuts the old lady's grass down the street. And
Bernie
he
was misunderstood.
Right.
David, what's your thought as a Michigan fan, not as a pastor?
What? My thoughts is he's a weird dude. I want to just, say it that way. He's a weird dude. And for those people, those Michigan fans, the edge of the fan base that still want to say, oh, well, everyone does it. Stop it. Just stop it now, okay? Because not everyone does what this guy did. And it amazes me how this guy can be so brilliant in a way, because he came up with the scheme, but yet you can't remember being on the sideline or where you were. You can't remember who was sending you videotape from the tickets you gave them.
He can decode 10,000 hand motions, but he can't remember he was at the game.
You gave tickets away, but I don't remember who gave me information about.
I don't remember who I gave the tickets to. I don't remember if they gave me things back. I don't remember if I was on the sideline. But I'm smart. I can decode things. I know things better than you know. And it's like you can't have it both ways, Connor. And once again, he came across arrogant the way Harbaugh was defiant, except, as I said before, the NFL called Jim.
I think that's the
The
problem.
PSL called you.
And again, the headline of the draft of the NOA is a continued culture of non-compliance, right? How did that how did that broadcast end? We have the audio. Connor Stalions basically saying, I don't regret a thing. We can bump back with it. That would irk me as a Michigan fan. It's the last thing I need. Like, can we please not give this guy a platform anymore? Can we distance ourselves a little bit, maybe?
And that's what I wanted. I guess going into it, I don't know what I thought I was going to get, if I was going to really get information here. I wanted that, though. I wanted real information. I wanted to see who paid for this, who did this, who did that.
Well, it's not a serious documentary. That's the thing. I mean, if you're going to dig into Connor Stallions or dig into a two-sided deal, all right, why the LLCs? Take us through it. Why the broken vacuum sales? Who funded this on your $50,000 a year salary? Your parents are mystically wealthy? Really? They're both school teachers. Like, there are ways to go about it. They didn't do it, but I never expected it because, again, you were giving a primarily pro-Michigan audience and Connor Stallions a platform. It's the only way he was going to agree to do this.
No, you're right about that, because it starts off with giving the history of Michigan and how great the program is. And in my mind, I am a Michigan fan. I love to hear that. But in my mind, I'm like, but what does this have to do with him stealing signs?
That's right. So, yeah, just what is your reaction to it? And that's really it. There's no vitriol. There's no yelling or anything about it. I would just like to know, whatever side of the fence you're on, you watched it, tell us what you thought of it. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of downtown Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. I will just say I didn't need the dramatic music. This isn't like getting our troops out of Afghanistan. We can calm down a little bit on that, Netflix. But yeah, that's Connor Stallions. That's, again, whatever. If you are pro, they didn't do anything wrong, it's not going to change your opinion. And if you believe they cheated, that's not going to change your opinion. I just know, I don't think on either side of it. If you're a Michigan fan, I don't know how that guy in that show that aired last night, how that's a good look. That's all. Now, whether that impacts anything, that's not really what we're talking about. I just want your feelings on when you watched it. That's about it. Dave, what do the ticket text have to say?
How does someone who is a savant at deciphering signals the matter of minutes not remember if he played dress up for a CMU game? That part is a joke.
Well, sure it is.
Connor sounds like Harbs in following rules, and that is his hero.
Well, let's be fair. Your own recruiting coordinator basically dimed you out, saying that Harbaugh's instructions were to go up to the line and cross it if you need to. I mean, that's the program you were running. Now, if you just subscribe to, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, I'm not mad at you. But if you get caught, it's like speeding. I love speeding. I speed all the time. But if you get caught, you don't get to say, well, what about the other guy? Yeah, well, I pulled you over. Like, I can't change that.
But everybody speeds.
Right, but
Look
not
at all
everybody
those other
goes,
cars.
Unless you play for Georgia, not everybody goes 153 in a 45.
This is true.
Everybody's catching strays today, Kenny. I just replaced Rico with a
I
recycling
was
bin
going to
last
say,
segment.
Rico's a recycling bin. I'm getting
Kenny, your
left
team,
and right.
your team's very good. Leave me alone.
Yes, they are.
He's got some anger issues today, Kenny.
Not at all.
I have no idea.
No.
I'll go home an hour
What
early.
was that recycling bin?
Yeah, hey.
Wow.
Okay, then. I'll just keep reading.
Kenny from MLA City.
I'm a Michigan fan, and I am just over all of the Connor Stallion stuff. If you're a Michigan fan and you can't admit that we cheated, then I don't know what to tell you. We got a national championship. I'm happy about it, but I do know the punishments are coming, and that's all it should be.
It's embarrassing because you really wanted last year to be about the accomplishments on the field and not everything that happened off the field. And it's tarnished. Yes, you got the trophy, but man, it's not the way you sold your soul for it. And David, you it was a ticket texter early in the show. It was kind of like Thanos. What did it cost you? It cost you everything.
Oh, the Thanos line.
Yeah.
As he's barbecuing alone on Nebular.
Yeah. Well, he's talking to the young. He was like, so what did it cost you? Everything.
Well, and again, it doesn't matter how many times we say it. It won't matter because I wish I just went to Arizona State or something. Then we could actually talk about this. The whole point is I've never asked people to care or change their point of view on it, but you don't get to tell me to change mine. You won, enjoy it. I don't give a damn. Now, for me, yeah, of course I want to watch the world burn. I hate your guts. And you had guys in Halloween costumes on my sideline. If this were Michigan State, don't tell me for a second you don't react the same way. So just leave it alone.
And I'll go back to my first feelings on this when it first was coming out and things were leaking out. And to your point, Rico, I felt that about the Ohio State win the year before. When you start looking at the timeline, you're like, you know what? Yes, I love that memory. I will always have that memory.
Sure you
But
will.
in the back of my mind,
Was
hit in my stomach. It's like, was it real though?
Did we earn it or
Yeah.
did we
Hey,
steal
guess
it?
what? That's a YP, not an MP.
Correct.
That's a you problem.
Correct.
That ain't mine.
Y'all are mad. We just hired a smarter cheater than yours.
That's it.
Go blue.
Okay, but
You've nailed it.
okay, but
Also,
no.
is that signed by guy who thinks chocolate milk comes from brown cows?
Okay,
Good
but
answer that.
here's where if you're going to call him the smarter cheater, then how come smarter cheater couldn't remember if he was on the sideline or not? Like either you're smart or you're not. And it doesn't sound like he's that smart.
Look,
once again.
he's super
But hey.
intelligent at certain things. But I think the way he comes across in that, there is a delusion there.
I'm sure Mumford's going to win a state title this year.
No, you're right about that, Mike. There is a delusion. Because I did also read a text earlier about how he thinks somebody in the ticket texter says he must thinks he's number 2. Harbaugh's 1.
Yeah.
He's number 2.
Yeah, when you write a 700-page manual, you do believe you're number 2.
Well, it's a manifesto. Manuals are for like VCRs. A manifesto is when you really want to communicate your point.
When I think manifesto, I think of nefarious things. So I'm going to just go
Is
manual.
this not a nefarious thing?
No, man, every day was about U of M winning the title.
Oh,
okay?
right. Gotcha.
Every day. How can Go Blue win?
Dude, like I said, I wish I liked anything as much as he liked Michigan football. Oh, my God.
Connor, Michigan or your parents? Well, we had a good run, Mom.
Yeah, a guy who's not a coach, not a player, but every day, this is what matters for Michigan to win a national title.
You can't knock his commitment to the craft. I just don't have to respect how he did it. That's all. I mean, his commitment was absolute.
Right. Glenn Close is like, wow, you're over the top, buddy. Wait a second. Right. You're a little bit stalkerish, okay?
Tough.
From time, the documentary told me nothing except that perhaps this guy is brilliant, but cut corners all over the place. He is hiding a lot of information, though. He's a super fan.
There's no doubt. And there's, again, it's not please do not make this a song. It's not a court of law. The NCAA doesn't have subpoena power. So you can lie to them. It just depends on if you ever want to work in college again.
But see, the thing is, he wants people to keep asking him questions because he won't go away. He needs to really let you know how smart he is. Because think about it. If you really were that smart and you got away with it, you just fade into the sunset and know, I did it. Mission accomplished. But he needs people to know. No, it was all me. It's my accomplishment. Keep talking to me. Do a documentary on me. I'm not going to go away. Ask me things, but then I'm going to get upset saying, quit asking me things, but keep at it. It's almost like Kardashian-like, where you crave the attention.
You're exactly right. There's rumors he was still at the Ohio State game, Michigan-Ohio State, and the national title game.
David, you know who sent him there, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's in the documentary.
You sure that wasn't misquoted as well?
I'm just shooting you straight. And again, it's fine. Like it doesn't change anything for me. All of it just comes down to everything U of M has done has been like super, super trolly. So it makes you wonder if that's why this is the NCAA doing things the way they are. Yeah, of course it is. I still don't believe they're going to hit you with anything substantial other than maybe to your ego. Like if they start vacating stuff, there's no school in America that cares more than Michigan. Not all fans, just the school.
Yeah, because most other schools will be like, wow, we dodged that bullet. They didn't take away anything current. Yeah. We could play in the playoffs. Nah, they hit you.
Everybody walks away a winner. The haters get to hate. The lovers get to love. It's a win-win because you don't have to care. You just don't get to tell anybody else to. I always treat stuff like this, David. It's almost like religion. If you love your religion, great. You don't get to tell anybody else they got to love yours. That's what college football is. If you cheated, right? Like what some, not all, I want to state that for the record. Most Michigan fans have actually been pretty decent through this. But you get your wackos, and it's like, okay, if Kenny rolls out, now I won't do that. I've been hard on Kenny today. I'll just say this. If you go out and let's say you cheat on your taxes, you don't get to tell the IRS not to be mad at you. You've lost the right to tell them how to feel. Well, dude, you didn't pay taxes for 7 years. We have a problem here. Yesterday, I used a more salacious example involving David and his fertility. We won't do that today. What? You're fine. You've done nothing wrong. Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. You know the drill. You want a real deal, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical have got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. You bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save yourself up to $2,000 with great installation and fast same-day service. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. We got some football coming up at 5:45. Take it to Tiger Baseball. They're playing the Angels, who are a complete toilet. You'll be all right there. If you want Tiger Baseball, we talked about it in the 3 o'clock Odyssey.com rewind. Let's go to the people. Go to Ken, 97.1. Ken, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? Ken? Is Ken there?
Ken.
I'll put Ken on hold. Kenny, just make sure. Oh, wait, Ken? Kenny? Kenny, did you call the show? Is that why I couldn't hear him? We'll get back with Ken momentarily. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, did you catch the way they jammed Michigan State in that documentary yesterday? Or today when it came out?
Of course.
That was ridiculous.
The little bro stuff. Oh, yeah. It's
well, no, and it was like I don't remember them rioting at any time pre-Michigan game. Do you? But they show them like smashing cars. And then they, of course, got to get into Tunnel Gate and 8 people arrested. But the big one I thought that was a lie was when they said that Michigan State was not – they didn't want to play the game. They were considering not playing. If I recall, it wasn't the NCAA that came in and said, hey, heads up, you may not want to play. And they were all in. They were playing no matter what, right?
Yeah, the Big Ten came. They called up Allen Holler, the AD, and said, hey, just so you know, Michigan may know your plays. And if you want to cancel this, let us know now, and we'll put an end to this. And they said, no, we'll go ahead and play it. Now, at the time, they weren't that good. So it wasn't like, oh, well, they weren't going to beat them. But, yes, they had the opportunity, if they wanted to walk away from the game.
What a joke. But, yeah, that was I thought that was low. But there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a byproduct, too. It's back-to-back years. You haven't made a bowl game. Everybody's punching back. I mean, Phil, look, you know the deal. You know how this works. It's the same reason ESPN writing these ridiculous Aiden Childs articles, but they don't say a damn thing about the NOA the last 2 days. I mean, it's just what it is. It's how it rolls. Now, we had Ken on, and Ken hung up. But, Ken, if you're listening, all I'll tell you is this. If you're going to call this radio show and go, would you have the same reaction if it was Michigan State? I'll just answer your question with a question. What do you think? If you want to challenge the credibility of my 20 years in radio, go ahead. But I stand by my resume and how I've handled Michigan State. You want to hit the easy button and say it'd be different because it's where I went to school, then you haven't listened. Find me one of these bought and paid for Michigan people who has treated anything to do with U of M the way I've treated Tom Izzo or Mark D'Antonio the late years or whomever. I just call it like I see it. If you think it'd be any different, go listen to a different damn show. You won't be missed. Let's go to Stu, 97.1. Stu, what's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
Stuart, what's the good word, brother?
Oh, man, another day, another nickel. I just want to say that I think Connor Stallions is doing all this to deflect from Harbaugh. Like, he's going to dive on the grenade to save old Papa Jim and think he's going to get on his NFL staff. But like we said, he's at Mumford, and Jim's in the NFL, and it's like, Connor who?
Well, yeah, and I mean, look, he's a bit of like he's an acolyte. Like sometimes you'll see these crazy people who want to emulate their idol. Like that, he's an acolyte. That's what he is. It's what he sounds like. He's like, he wants to be Bo Schembechler, or he wants to be Jim Harbaugh.
Bruh. And the thing, when he is reciting Bo's speech verbatim, that was just like, what am I watching here? But yeah, it's exactly what you said. He thinks he's Bo, it's Jim, and it's him. He's number 3 in the Trinity.
The team.
Yep. And Stu, you can't convince Connor that he is not up there with those two. Like, forget Lloyd. He's higher than Lloyd in his world.
David, ticket text, and we'll put a. By the way, it looks like the world's ending outside. What just happened here?
Yeah, storms are coming through. So yeah,
the sun was out 30 seconds ago. What the hell happened?
Yeah,
I'll tell you, the weather changed when I moved the recycling bin and replaced it with Rico. Then all of a sudden the clouds rolled in.
I got powerful friends.
That's
better
true.
Quit messing with me.
Truth.
Was a Michigan fan, but switched to Texas. Don't have time for cheaters. They need the championship vacated.
Okay, time.
I don't believe he was ever a Michigan fan.
I don't believe that. No, I just don't believe any of that. I just don't.
Look, see, I think it's like most Michigan fans, like you and a lot of my friends, we won. I'm sick of hearing about this. Okay, we had a good enough team to win. It's an embarrassment because you just want people to love you, but it's all encompassing. I can't talk about your 15-0 season without also bringing up the fact that your head coach didn't coach in half your games. And yeah, you had this cloud of cheating over you. You had a scandal. It's a part of that.
Now, question. Where do we stand on Danny Cannell? I know as a Giants fan, I get very upset because he stunk as a quarterback for my team. But is Danny Cannell respected in the college football world to Michigan fans?
I think
or no?
so, yeah.
Here's what Danny Cannell had to say after watching this, and you can do what you like with it. Quote, I wanted to hear more details before really having a strong opinion on what Michigan did. But it's clear. They clearly cheated. They've been blatantly lying about the extent of it. They deserve harsh punishment. The entire Harbaugh era at Michigan is tainted. Danny Cannell. Do whatever you like. Just saying. It's just Buckeyes and Spartans. No, it's not. It's on every college football show, unless it's ESPN. Where, by the way, is anyone going to have Desmond on and confront Desmond with his own words about cheating that he had on June 9th of 2011? Anyone?
I would pay pay-per-view money to see that.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm just saying, Desmond, this is what you said about Ohio State, who, by the way, was nothing on field. It was selling pants for tattoos.
I'm shocked he wasn't on the documentary. I mean, because every person on there that has a M on their paycheck was.
Really?
Well, not everyone. No, he wasn't on there. Doug wasn't. No, they might as well.
He had a play-by-play call on there.
Oh, yes, he did. No.
I'm sure he was asked.
I'm sure he probably just turned it down because he was busy doing radio shows here.
Or guy works once a week for 10 minutes.
I couldn't say it with a straight face, Dave.
I was trying to keep it myself. No, that's good.
Okay, wow. Are the Tigers going to get this game in?
Yeah, they'll get the game in. They got to be over 500 after today. So, yeah, they'll get the game in.
Okay.
I'll read this text. That manifesto is fake. If you find it, please post it on the website. Else, stop pretending it's real.
Hold on.
Wait.
What?
He spoke about it.
Thank you.
Boy.
Okay.
Ding.
Hey, ticket texter. He actually talked about it in there, how it started off with just him writing down some notes and it just grew. Man, some people, the amount of mental gymnastics they go through, they should make it an event in the 2028 LA games.
Connor's saying, I cannot recall is what his lawyers told him. That is a lawyer's phrase. Any good lawyer says it. It's something you say when you don't want to answer. It leaves you to ability to recall at a later
Is anyone
time.
going to comment on how it looks like War of the Worlds outside?
It's over us right now. It is
What
over
is
us.
happening?
Are the Tigers getting this game in?
It is over us.
What is
Oh, these trees are shaking, man.
Man, yeah.
This is the weather
So
equivalent
glad
of MSU's 2016 season. What is this? It
Oh.
was sunny 5 minutes ago.
I guess the NCAA has arrived to punish Michigan.
When the sky turned red. Oh yeah.
No, when we went 3-9 and everything went wrong.
I thought it was the Jacksonville State game.
I think it was Western. The orange sky?
Yeah, it was Western.
I think so.
Okay.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We don't have a program.
It may be
248-539-97.
I really need them to win because I need you to smile about something.
I have nothing left.
I know.
All right, FanDuel, America's #1
Bet.
sports book. Bet. You can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV. With a YouTube TV base plan, you can watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. And all you need is a Google account and a current form of payment. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sports book. 21 and up, present Michigan. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket. Automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms and restrictions do apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Lions have released their official list of cuts. They have left a spot open for a wide receiver. Rosters at 52 players. James Mitchell, Shane Zylstra, they've both been let go. Parker Hess has won the third tight end job. Nate Sudfeld, Jamar Jefferson also out the door. And last year's starting long snapper Scott Daly, he's gone too. He lost a battle in camp. This cut down makes us one step closer to the season opener with the Rams. Sunday Night Football at Ford Field. Chris Collinsworth will be on the call for NBC. And he told reporters today he can't wait to see that atmosphere. The Lions have just 4 wide receivers on the roster. Safe to say they'll be looking for one to fill roster spot 53 tomorrow on waiver claim day. Tigers red hot, back at 500, back at home tonight to play the Angels at Comerica Park. Weather pending at least for first pitch. Brant Herter starts tonight. Johnny Cueto, the veteran, goes for L.A. Detroit 66 and 66. Winners of 11 of their last 14 and 28 and 20 since July 1st. First pitch tentatively at 6:40. The pregame will start in just minutes at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And Mark D'Antonio will be added to the Spartan Stadium Ring of Honor September 28th before the Spartans take on Ohio State at the Woodshed. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so clearly, Tigers are going to start in a delay. We'll get you the pregame here in a few minutes. Pat Caputo will pick up coverage shortly after. I'm also going to need Luke never to walk in here and do an update and use the words "the woodshed" again. This team blows.
I wondered, is that still being used?
It is. It can't be.
David, it is, and this man just needs to go home. So you know what, Mike? You go home.
I think that
I'm going to do the big finish. You just leave. You can go.
I'm just saying, it ain't good enough to call it the woodshed.
I don't think it should be used anymore because of who really, he's not there anymore.
No, it was the woodshed before.
It's been the woodshed since Saban, basically.
He brought it. He kind of tried to make it hip again, and then for 2 years ago, when you were winning, yes, but
I'd
when
rather
you're
just
losing,
call it Spartan Stadium at like Rocket Mortgage Field or something. Like, get that money coming in and fix the damn place because it's not nice.
Well, they got the new seats. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the theater seats.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
I'm sure those
They're getting there.
I'm sure those are nice and affordable for a 4-win football team.
I know you want the handicap people out.
I did not say that. You know what? All I said was years ago we were going to move zones, and I'm like, you need to have the party deck like Colorado State has. They have the beer garden, and you're like, that's the handicap section. I went, just move the section. That's all. Just move the section. That turned into the equivalent of Kenny saying he hates minority jobs.
Here's a brick wall for you. We
Never
can't
said
see.
that.
They can be moved. You can move them. That'll be fine.
Where are you moving them?
I told you.
That's what construction.
Parking lot?
No, anywhere. Just pick a
Construction
different
workers
section.
are
It just
for it.
shouldn't be where you could build a beautiful open-air beer garden over the end zone. Whatever, dude. Just who cares? You know what? I'll probably never be in the place again in my life. It doesn't matter.
You will,
David,
you'll be back.
We don't need big finish music. Just ask me the questions you want to ask.
I will ask you the questions.
I need the music, David.
All
Here it
right.
is.
All right.
Mike, you want to go ahead? I got this. David, cut his mic off because he's going to leave. I got this.
Well,
Let's
what we're
go.
going to do is we're going to start with you, Rico, because I'm shocked. You've never seen Breaking Bad or The Wire. How does this happen in life?
Well, because I watched other shows. I watched Power. I watched Game of Thrones. I did watch The Sopranos. So I watched other shows. Oz. I just never watched those. I started Breaking Bad, and then for some reason I stopped and I never picked it back up.
Mike, is that why you replaced him with a recycling bin?
No, that was his torque take.
Well, speaking of the Tigers and speaking of torque, Mike, you had numbers today.
Yeah.
They would have to go 22-8 to make 88 wins and possibly the playoffs.
Yeah.
So you suggested bringing up Job if that's what you want to do.
Just having some fun.
Yeah.
The idea of, hey, we only have 2 starters. If let's say they beat up on the Angels here, who are also terrible. I think they're 23 games under 500. If you wanted to make a real run at it, you could highly manage his innings. But again, it was just a fun idea. I don't want anyone pulling their hair out over it. It was just an idea.
Right, because you gave them choices. If you want to go for it, then you do something
and
like
again,
that.
I'm happy they're winning because it forces Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris to be serious people this offseason.
And I think that's the most important part of the Tigers conversation today is you want to put pressure on Scott Harris and Chris Ilitch to spend this offseason. Do you think they've built a core? They've always said, the minute we have a core, we will spend.
Okay.
So if you find that out and you continue to be over 500, then spend this offseason.
Atta baby.
So let's get to the Lions, because it was cut day. No big significant move. I mean, Nate Sudfeld was cut. He is not the backup. Hooker will be the backup. But you suggested bringing in Kadarius Stoney.
I was tongue-in-cheek a bit, but I said, hey, is your culture strong enough to handle bringing a complete moron here? Because the only player released today at the wide receiver position that has that electric trait happens to be the biggest idiot. It would be Kadarius Toney. Take it from a Giants fan. I'm just asking, would you dare?
But if you're still looking for the big receiver, Noah Brown from the
Houston
Texans. Yeah.
Wouldn't hate it.
6'2".
Wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, Equanimous was also released. He's 6'5", I believe.
Would make Amon-Ra happy.
I'll never
make
forget
his parents
him
happy.
From the game against Texas. And Joe Tessitore screaming, Texas is back. And it's like, no, Joe, no, they're not.
Not even close.
I think everybody screamed Texas is back. But yes, I do remember that.
And we got to the Sign Stealer doc. That is out today on Netflix. And we talked about some weird Michigan talking points regarding this. Some people still believe, everyone does it. It's no big deal. And we also talked about if your opinion was changed or not from the doc.
I don't think it changed anyone's opinion on either side. I thought it was poorly constructed. I thought it was a weird faux sympathy angle thing for Connor Stallions. I don't know. I didn't have high expectations. But look, if ESPN had produced a 30 for 30 on it, I'd be more in tune to it and respect it. This felt very similar to the Manziel Untold that I was like, what is this?
And I guess, and if they had talked to people who didn't have some type of tie to Michigan, it's like, this is exactly what they were going to say. He was not in it, but yeah, it was like you didn't really try to go after information. You just Tiger baseball.
He was not in it as well. Well, he had a play-by-play call in it. Doug Karsh did. He was also not in it.
Okay.
It was just weird. It was just very weird elements.
Weird.
He did not remember things.
He's quoting Bo. He can't
Pre-game
remember
is
stuff.
next. That will start in a delay. Pat Caputo's got you covered, and we will talk to you guys tomorrow. Sound good?